Like, there's no reason. Yes.
What's going on, family? How you doing? We're going to introduce the crew. We got Mr. Trev Smooth, KC, Callie, That's a Mess, Sweeney Pod, Mr. Darwick McPherson, Amira, Aisha, Shantae. We got Kyrie. Also got Mr. M. White as well. What's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing, family?
Happy.
Excellent.
What's going on?
What's
Man?
good?
What's up? Doing good.
So you guys are doing good. That's wonderful. It's wonderful. Good to see you guys, man. Happy Thursday to all. As you guys come in, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. What's going on, Isaiah? Tay Farewell, Shannon D. Berry, Fishing to Fit. If you're catching this on a replay, hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. Happy to be here, man. We got an excellent topic here for you guys. I'm sure you guys will enjoy it. I'm glad this panel is here. I got an all-star panel as usual. The main topic is a woman will always have intrinsic leverage. So that's the main title. I do got some videos that we're going to play. But some more news broke. I know Swing, you said you didn't want to talk about it, but we're going to spend about 10 minutes on it, man. Mr. Shannon Sharpe, I stepped down from ESPN. I just want to get you guys' thoughts on that, and then we'll go ahead and start opening up a little bit more to further this discussion. I know some of the folks haven't had the chance to speak on it, so I am curious what Darwin got to say. Kyrie, it's Casey as well. Who you texting, Casey? You know we can see your screen. We can see the name too. I'm just messing with you. We can't see it. Okay. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and run this clip, man. We'll go ahead and react to it.
There are older men that like younger women.
Is that
there
you?
are younger women that like older men.
Are you an older man that likes younger women?
I'm an older man that love all women.
Okay.
She's so young that she could pop out. 20. She 23. Darnell. 20. Why you didn't date her mom? Why you go for the Darnell? I didn't date her mom because why didn't I date her mom? What? You like them young, though. Don't do that. I don't like them young.
When you and I,
It's different, baby. I'm grateful I'm not 56 and trying.
when you tried to say, what you tried to say,
I'm looking right at you.
I know
I'm
you looking at
grateful.
me.
I ain't backing down. You better take your old ass and get somebody to love you.
Damn, Bo.
Now I'm looking right at y'all. Let me tell y'all what Shannon needs.
Let me
Okay?
live my
Let me
life.
tell you what my baby needs. He need him an old fat gal.
Tell him, Mom.
Bake good cakes. Make some smothered turkey wings. Who gonna rub his feet at the nighttime, okay? And gonna have a sip of his cognac to make him feel better about himself when he come home at night. That's what Shannon needs. You don't need no 26-year-old girl. You don't need no 36-year-old girl. This is your auntie talking to you. Take your old ass and get you an old bitch out there that can love you old. You're trying to hang out with these young bitches and you can't do it, Shannon. You just can't do it. When they want you to go for the fourth round, you looking at her like, bitch, listen, I need you want some money to go to Starbucks?
Yeah,
because I can't go no further. But if you get your older girl, when you get to that fourth round, she's gonna say, hold on. Let me go get you some eggs and cheese and some toast with apple butter, because that's going to get your energy back up. I'm talking right to you. Shit. So he thought I was going to be scared. Yes, I'm talking. And I know old gals should be good to you. These young gals will bite you.
19 is still a teenager, fool. Teen is literally still in the number 19. Is that legal? Yeah.
I think white women are as great as any other women. But I'm not gonna act like I'm not scared of them. I have a reason to be scared. You could be Kang the Conqueror, and they could take your rabbit ass down in 2 weekends.
Shannon Sharpe. Shannon Sharpe announced that he is temporarily walking away from ESPN due to the $50 million lawsuit he is going through with a 19-year-old OnlyFans girl who was accusing him of sexual assault. Now, he has already on record said that it was consensual sex. And here's the deal. I want to say this. I believe it was consensual sex. But that's not the point. It's not a good look to be in a sexual assault lawsuit with a 19-year-old white girl when you a big black man working for Walt Disney. Yes, ESPN is owned by Walt Disney. Nobody temporarily walks away from a multi-million-dollar job. But let me tell you why I'm irritated, because I tried to save Shannon Sharpe. I tried to save her. Now, if you recall, I ran into Shannon Sharpe at the NAACP Awards. I stopped him. I said, Shannon, I got 10,000 girls I could hook you up with. If you don't remember, take a look. I already know it. I got what you looking for. I got like 10,000 girls. He walked away. 7 seconds could have changed his whole life. All he gave me was 7 seconds. Shannon, you should have sat your ass there and listened to me. Look at all these beautiful girls. Look at all these beautiful girls on the Kendra G singles dating app you had access to in their 30s. I know you want them young, so I went to 30s. You can search by age, location, education, kids, all that on the Kendra G singles dating app. I know you got a type. This is your type. I know you got a type. They are on the Kendra G singles dating app, but you walked away from me. Now you got to walk away from ESPN too. Next time you better listen when a black woman's trying to tell you something.
Gotta listen when a black woman is trying to say you something, man. So the news broke today that he stepped down. I know we talked about this yesterday. Sweeney had made an excellent point, man, but they're coming for him. They're coming for him. Every time a black man seemed like he is in the news, they are jumping on him with no remorse, man. So I do want to get you guys' thoughts. I'm going to start with you first, Kyrie. What do you think about this whole Shannon Sharpe thing?
I think it just doesn't look good publicly, obviously, for one thing. He about what, in his 60s or something like that?
56.
Right? 56?
Yes, sir.
Well, it just doesn't look good publicly because of who he is and, the fact that he has his own platform and everything like that. So a lot of people going to judge, from the outside in automatically one way or another. But I do think that in the terms to today's society, he was considered a sugar daddy. You know what I'm saying? Realistically, there's a lot of young women that go to older guys just for, purposes of making their bank account a little bit fatter. So, I don't think it was really right. Me personally, if I'm 50 something years old, I'm not going down to 19, 20, but that's what he decided to do. Okay.
And then, not the young lady that is involved, do you think that she had any part of it? Do you see anything wrong with what she did?
I think she definitely trying to get him indicted or something like that for sure, because I think it's beyond the money. I think she wants to, blemish his image. But yeah, I think 10 million just to shut her up. Is that what he tried to give her, right?
Yeah, 10 million.
I think she just wants more. I think it's more people. Obviously, her parents or something is behind it as well to try to get more compensation from him. She is 19, 20. She's still a kid technically, so she's an adult, but she's still a kid. Like if you can't drink, I consider you a kid. So I do think her family and her are behind what's going on as well to try to get as much as they can get out of him while blemishing his image.
Okay. Go ahead, Miss Casey. What are your thoughts about it, man?
I don't think much about it. All I can say is this is what happens when you deal with younger women or you deal with people that are looking for a come up or people outside of your tax bracket and you understand that. And she already has the OnlyFans. You already know that she's in it for the money. So I think he should have known better and he should have done better because he has a platform and he has status. But I digress.
Go ahead, Amir.
Men, especially black men, who are in Hollywood, sports, who are in the industry, they are targets a lot of times for these type of allegations because a lot of people still have that past image of like maybe a lot of people would think, oh yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
The girl that he was with, was this like a relationship or was this like a one night stand thing?
I mean, we just only paying attention to the news. There's some things out there saying it happened over 100 times that they did some what is it, BDSM? And what?
It's a relationship. It's not the typical relationship. It's not a one night stand. He continued to have sex with her after that first night, so it can't be a one night stand.
So it was more than one time. You said it was 100 times?
I mean, it's just things coming out. They've been dealing with each other for some years, maybe about, we could say 1 or 3 years based on the information allegedly that's out there. And so
1 or 3 years. So
Yeah.
that would make her back in 16, 17 when they were messing around, if that was the case, if that's true.
the youngest I heard is 19. So that's the number that's out there. Right now she's 20, between 20 and 22. I don't know exact age, but for what we know, it's a range from 19 to 23.
19 to 23. I think my opinion on this is that with him, I know a lot of men out there say like, I would never mess with a girl under this age or under that age. But when you get that age, I think it's different because you hang around the ladies that are your age, and the ladies that are your age, maybe some of them have baggage, maybe some of them have past experiences, and they aren't easy to deal with. Who knows? Maybe he saw somebody who was more open and fun that has a charming effect. Who knows? So, I mean, but I think that every man, especially black men, should watch themselves when they're in the industry. They're targets, especially for white girls. White girls who want to come up, white girls who want to get paid. All they have to do is make accusations and bam, you're paid.
Got you. Go ahead, Mr. Darwin McPherson. I didn't get your insight on it yet.
Yeah, man. When I heard it, I was shocked that this was going on, man. But first of all, I don't think it's a matter of age. I think this has got nothing to do with a younger woman. Any woman can do this, put in this position. Doesn't matter what her age is. If she's 17, 18, 19, 25. When you're dealing with somebody who got nothing to lose financially, this is some of the risks you take, especially as a high status, high profile guy who just recently got offered $100 million deal. You just got to wonder, ironically, an allegation comes out the following week after you get offered $100 million. So I think Shannon or anybody in this high caliber status has to take this as a lesson learned. And the way I would mitigate it is just to try to get guys to keep their deals, large deals and stuff like that, kind of private if they can. That helps because I strongly feel like if nobody would have pronounced that this man was having $100 million deals, you probably wouldn't even see this allegation come out of nowhere. So that's not a matter of age or anything. Another thing we got to talk about is NDAs. When I was watching The Lead Attorney, he brought to my attention that NDAs is pretty much rendered useless against broke people. I did not know that. And I think this is a matter of another lesson that we can learn from this. Sadly, it had to be somebody being castrated among us. But whenever you're dealing with somebody who's don't have a lot of money or don't have any assets, it's very, very, very extremely difficult to enforce an NDA. Those things are pretty much thrown out, and we're starting to see that. I also don't think this is a matter of race either. I don't think it's a black thing. I think anybody could be targeted, whether you white, Spanish, Asian, black, whatever. It's just a matter of, it's a money thing, man. Money don't give a damn what color you are. You got a public deal coming out and you messing with these OnlyFans girls, these girls they got nothing to lose and they here for the money, it could happen. So if you think that because you're other than black, or you dealing with somebody that's 25 or 30 that's OnlyFans and you think you out the loop, let me be the first to tell you, you ain't safe either. This shit could happen to you too. And those are my only thoughts on it. I don't really know whether he did it or not. Whatever was accused. I do know this attorney I think it's the same attorney that went after Jay-Z. So he's got if you want to blame race on that, you could. He's got a track record already of going after black, high-profile guys with a lot of money. So, and I want to give credit to lead attorney because I stayed up watching him. So I don't want anybody to think that I went out and did a research and took credit for this. I actually watched lead attorney a lot on a lot of these cases. So shout out to him. And that's all I wanted to say.
All right. You want anything else to it, Sweeney? I know you spoke on it yesterday. You got to change your heart?
No. This isn't, unlike him stepping down, isn't something we haven't seen before. That's exactly what people tend to do when these type of things come up because they ask you to. Allegations is heavy. Doesn't matter who you are or when it happens. If you get an allegation like this, they're going to ask you to step down. I don't think if this wasn't her, it would have been some 30-year-old woman. If it wasn't a 30-year-old woman, it would have been a 40-year-old woman. Age doesn't matter in this. Whether he was sleeping with a 19-year-old or a 40-year-old, we've seen women of all ilks and of all ages try to railroad a man with false allegations. So I just find it interesting. And I said this yesterday that we know nothing's going to, if we find out this is untrue, I truly believe it's not true. But if we all were to find out that this wasn't true, the fact that everybody having a conversation about him rather than a woman trying to extort him and falsely accuse him is why women tend to get away with false accusations. That's the reason why. She's going to be able, nothing's going to happen to her once everybody find out that this is bullshit. Nothing's going to happen to her when they find out that everything that they did was consensual and that she's trying to extort money out of them. Nobody's going to say anything. They're going to be like, oh, well, on to the next. In today's events? That's the problem. Is that people can come out here people can come out here and y'all we have to literally tell people you need to protect yourself when you become of elite status because there's going to be some women that's going to come out there and falsely accuse you of some shit potentially. And the conversation isn't about cracking down on women falsely accusing these dudes of some shit. And I get it. Part of the reason why they don't want to go after women because they feel city governments and things like that feel that if you go after women for falsely accusing, you would kind of scare off the women that actually get harmed. But at some point, you got to do something about this. It shouldn't we shouldn't be looking at this as like normal. Oh man, she's just after another meal ticket. You know what I mean? Let her. It is what it is. Shannon Sharpe, you shouldn't have been sleeping. Outside of practicing abstinence, he can't protect himself from this. There ain't a woman on this, like any woman is capable of that shit. All them women that Kendra G put up in her that showed their bios and said, oh man, look at all these women I have for you. We watched them on Kendra G's show. They look just as much of gold diggers as the chick that he's dealing with right now. They probably as opportunistic as this chick right here. The problem isn't like, I mean, I get it. A lot of people got an issue with age gap dating, but some people don't. We watched Tracy Ellis Ross come out and say she liked to date younger men because older men are toxic. And the only issue we had with Tracy Ellis Ross was the fact that they sound hypocritical coming from women. Outside of that, most people don't give a shit. But when a crime is being committed against somebody, if somebody is being done wrong to that level, there is no way the conversation should be about the person that's getting done wrong. It should be all about her. Now, granted, I will say this, all the facts ain't out. The water is a little muddy, so I can understand how the conversation is still about him because a lot of people don't actually know for sure whether he did actually assault her or not. I personally do not believe that he did. And I know there's a lot of people that was on this panel, last night panel, that also don't necessarily believe that he did anything as far as forcing her to forcing her. However, it's going to be crazy that if we do find out that she was bullshitting, won't nobody say anything. Nobody's going to talk about her. They're going to sweep it on. I ain't even going to say they're going to sweep it under the rug. They're just going to say, okay, it is what it is. And maybe Shannon Sharpe gets his job back at ESPN. Maybe he doesn't. This is the same, like people were just online celebrating Shannon Sharpe when he was screwing some chick on Instagram Live. So
I will add this though. This is the first time I heard something just come out blatantly as a headline that said such and such is suing for SA. It's usually such and such is pressing charges or somebody's facing charges, but it's not like she's trying to put you in jail. She don't want you to go to jail. She just wants some money. So that's sad to me. And another thing, I think we can almost collectively predict that. Let's say he did settle out of court. If she got a handsome payment, we know what's next, right? Me too. Me motherfucking too. Somebody else gonna hold their hand up.
So, first off, Kendra G is an animal for making an advertisement
on a
out of a situation like this.
On a sexual
That is
assault allegation.
crazy. That is crazy work.
You see how insensitive they are, bro?
That is crazy.
Bro, let's say for the sake of argument that he did do it, right? Imagine how the victim would feel, her coming out talking about I got other women that you could have picked from. Like, come on now, timing.
Yeah, that's wicked. So there's a couple things. It's a lot of layers to this, right? So, I understand people with the age disparity thing. I get it, but it's all opinion. People pick arbitrary numbers about the age thing and say, "Oh, this person doesn't know this." France somehow, who we love and respect, right? Somehow believes that 15 is a good age, right? That's their age of consent. So there, a lot of different worlds observe different age limits, and some are crazier than that. There are some countries with no age limit. You see some really weird things to us going on, right? Now, I wouldn't encourage that for, my people. That's just not something that I'm into. But who are we to judge the threshold, right? We're saying that, but nobody gives the same type of pressure to like Dennis Hoff, the owner of the Bunny Ranch, Leonardo DiCaprio, Hugh Hefner, all these dudes who was really doing it. They were glorified for doing what it was that they were doing. And they were pretty much exploiting women on top of it, but they weren't getting that same type of pressure that a lot of us get, which is kind of weird to me, first of all. And I'm here to tell you that a lot of these women I know and have interviewed and have been around plenty of ex-workers, right? And I'm just going to tell you that I would bet my house that she was the one doing manipulating. He was a lick. I don't know if you understand that. Shannon Sharpe, anybody who do this shit for real could tell Shannon Sharpe ain't got no game, and he is not going to get no women unless he pay to play. He was the lick. I don't care what any of y'all try to say. He was the one being manipulated. What he's into is king. I ain't done. Hold on. What you say?
I said that last night on Last Night broadcast.
Oh, you're right. Okay, cool. I thought you was about to cut me all the way off. Okay,
No,
cool. No, I got you. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that there are some of them who are like who I've met in their 20s, and they said, man, they've been doing this since they was 15 years old. They know how to spot those dudes out, source them, and run it up. And I would venture to say that he's likely not her only client. She's an OnlyFans person, and she gets propositioned every single time she go on. People proposition her, and they don't usually just have one client. What he's into is kink. Things like that. When you're talking about rope play and bondage and all of that right there, he was playing. He ain't got the game to really be a master. He can't really get a sub like that. That's just not what it is. He can't have what she would be referred to as a slave, where they pretty much don't do anything unless you tell them to. Some of them, the real ones, don't know what to do, right? But they were role playing. That's cosplay. He's acting like a master. She's acting like a slave. That's his fantasy. That's his kink. These women charge tens of thousands for that type of work. That's why he was tricking so hard. And being as though he can't do that for any woman for real, particularly in his age category, it just doesn't go like that, right? And let's keep it G. Women in their 50s and 40s and his age are not very marketable. There's a universal attracting us as men. When the Instagram joints are on there, any one of us could say what we say, but when it comes to reality, we're looking at women in their early 20s and stuff like that. That's just what it is. We're not flipping through looking for 40-year-olds and 30-year-olds. That's just not realistic, right? That's not what women, that's not desirable women. So we can't really be fooled by that. But you can just tell the way she was setting it up. She was recording Homeboy the whole time. Like, come on. What was the purpose of her recording that? Why would you record someone else? Why would you record someone else unless you were planning to use that later? And I made a video. I went over the timeline. The first time she said she was violated was October the 24th, if I believe. If there's an October 24th and you've violated her, right? She described it as grape, right? In October. Why is there a January? You think we could talk about anything in January if you graped her on October 24th? What are we doing? What are we even talking about? She cap. I don't care what y'all say. She cap. Like, she's playing the game. She know how to play the game. And it's not about him being a victim, because shame on him for not having his game up, right? For doing it that way. There are better ways to do it. There are reputable places to do that play to play. Where these women have guarantees, no pregnancy guarantees, no STD guarantees, none of that drama guarantees. That's what he got money, but he don't know how to move like he wealthy. And that's the problem. His biggest issue in life is the lack of him having any game. That's what killed him. But on the same hand, if we run into a woman who doesn't have any game and get scammed by a dude, we all over him. Pause. I'll leave it there.
I think you need to explain that, though, a little bit more. Like, what kind of game could Shannon Sharpe have to make a difference? Because
talk to wealthy people who also like to have play-to-play situations is one. If you have no game, you can consult with your people. They'll refer you to a service or refer you to a particular woman who's into all that nonsense, that what he's into. And that's kind of light work. It gets way deeper than that. There's people getting away with worse stuff than that, right?
You're talking about network then.
Yes, you have to network. Yeah, you should. You don't just go grab the first
when I heard
OnlyFans
you say
model you can
game, I thought
find.
you were talking like some type of.
But that's that too. It also the type of game because he can't really make women that have those type of bodies and that type of youth really do that for him because he ain't got the mouthpiece for that. You know what I'm saying? He might have the status, he might have the money.
Really, can we honestly say we've heard him make an attempt to spit game at a woman to be able to confirm that? Because it sounds like you're very, very pedal to metal that this guy does not know how to talk to women.
You could tell, bro. Marcus, what you think?
I 100% agree. It's in his.
If you do this, you know. That's what I'm saying. If you do this, you know. You know. If somebody fraud, if somebody whatever you might have in your expertise. So let's say somebody say they're a soldier. You're gonna know. It's not gonna take you long just by the way they talk. This dude talks for hours and hours and hours. We literally have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of hours of listening to this dude have takes on dating and all that shit. We know what he thinks. He's said what he thinks, and that shit don't work. And we know this. The people who do this shit for real know that shit don't work. That's what we saying. He falls flagging.
What's so hard about learning how to pay to play? I don't think that's a very difficult thing to learn.
Yes, well, obviously it is. Or you wouldn't be in this situation.
No, it's not. You supposed to pay them. They give you your service, and you keep it pushing. What she's doing ain't got shit to do with it being difficult to pay to play.
It's difficult for men like him who continuously go back to the same woman and develop a relationship. It's no reason if this man was paying women. First of all, you know, I don't believe in paying women for sex, but it's no reason that this man should have been paying this woman for sex and then consistently going back to get a boyfriend BDSM experience that she didn't specialize in that specific genre of sex work. It's crazy that man tweaking. He essentially tried to get an OnlyFans girl, turn her into a girlfriend so he could do BDSM while being with her for 3 years, pretending like they kind of together but not together, and then expecting a white girl to just walk away. That nigga set himself up from the gate. So to everything Trev said, I agree with. Everything is, and I know Trev don't agree with pay to play. So he was just speaking in general about men that are gonna pay to play, how they should have went about that shit. And part of him being game goofy is the fact that he thought that all that was cool. This man is on the phone having conversations about his feelings with a sex worker. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy.
I mean, he 50-something years old though. Like he probably having a midlife crisis. He want to feel alive again. So he doing shit, tampering with shit. Like he got money. He 50-something years old with a lot of money. Like
look.
You know
if he like Trev said, if that's what he was into, that was his kink, he could have found it's BDSM houses and shit that you could go specifically for that, and then they pay to get the services, or you enact your service and you leave. This man tried to turn listen to what I'm saying. He tried to turn a girlfriend, an OnlyFans girl into a girlfriend to make her a BDSM partner.
So he failed at turning her
while paying her and then discussing his feelings and getting attached. You can't really be more game goofy than that.
Did he fail at turning her into a girlfriend?
I want to have one of the ladies answer that question.
Suing him.
No, I'm saying, like, was it on the record that this was? I never heard of her until this allegation. I never.
No. When I say a girlfriend, I'm not talking like how people be like, "Oh, this is my woman on Instagram." I'm saying he was operating as if he was in a relationship with a sex worker. He was discussing his emotions and building an emotional connection and attachment with a sex worker. He was operating in ways that for a normal woman would make her believe that you're in an actual relationship and you have an attachment. And he was having feelings. His
communication level was on a level of where he would talk to somebody he was serious or committed with. Is that what you're saying?
To some extent, and that come with when we was talking about things you learn when you're younger. That
still doesn't speak to. It doesn't speak to the part where I was kind of disconnected with Trev on as far as reeling a woman in or tricking her out of her. I mean, not tricking her out of her, but finessing her out of her draws. So what I'm saying is,
out of draws.
We never seen that in play to be able to confirm so extreme that he doesn't have any sway in his words to be able to convince a woman that, hey, you should date me or could take interest in me. Because all I'm saying is we live in a day and age
we
where
gotta get some of the ladies in there too, y'all. We gotta get
go ahead, get the ladies in, bro.
Ish, Callie. You guys haven't spoke. I don't want to spend too much time on this one. I'm gonna try to get into some of the other ones. So, but go ahead.
I wanted to jump into. I let Aisha go. She hasn't spoken.
Yeah, Aisha and Callie haven't spoke. Go ahead, Aisha.
I feel like I spoke on this yesterday. I feel like she manipulated him. I mean, I feel like he likes her, but like M. White said, he literally found a girl on OnlyFans that wasn't even into BDSM, try to make her into a BDSM girl, was paying her to do all of these things that she didn't want to do.
What?
With all that being said, so that's why I said that was dumb on his part. Like, we all know he was dumb. But I still feel like she took advantage of him, and I feel like that she's committing a crime because she's essentially, suing him for money. It's a lie. She was in on it. So I feel like someone went up to her and was like, "Hey, he's paying you $40,000 a cheek. How about we can now get, I can get you $10 million."
I just want to clarify one. Can I just clarify one thing? I wasn't saying that she was he was forcing her to do something she didn't want to do. I was saying he was trying to turn her into a different form of sex work that she wasn't already in, and that could have repercussions. It's not like because the forcing part could be like grape or something, right? Yeah. And I'm not accusing him of that at all. That's why I just want to make sure. I'm not saying he's doing that. What I'm talking about is strictly on the consensual level of things you do not do within a relationship, especially in that type of relationship. You shouldn't be in that type of relationship to begin with, but especially it's a lot of things that he navigated that shit completely wrong. That
so how you supposed to navigate what's on the list or what's on the menu when you paying tens of thousands of dollars for it? It should be anything goes.
He asked her for new and then let's have a relationship. He probably getting shit free, like, bro.
So,
like you.
So Darwin, Darwin, when you getting into those things, it has all their yeses and nos. When you get to one of the premium services that normal wealthy people use, it gives you all the options of all the do's and don'ts, special requests and all that. This is agreed upon before you go down there. If you want GFE, you want them to kiss on you, want them to hang with you, you want them to just go on a date, you want a 3-car garage, you want like ropes, you want chains, you want violence, you want scat play, or whatever it is that you thinking about.
What?
It's available to you off the rip, so it ain't no questions. Then now all of that goes out you get when a woman get there, she already know how to play you. That's what you're supposed to do.
What about
so
this
can't be misconstrued.
Is negotiation on the menu?
That's the part
they tell you yeah.
Well, if
that happens before you meet.
If negotiation is on the menu and I throw an extra $5,000 on that bitch, and I say, yeah, I need you to do X, Y, and Z, am I breaking some type of rule or something like that?
No, you can negotiate afterward, but you negotiate. You don't try to do that shit during the time, right? So you would negotiate that prior to it, and she either with it or not.
How do we know that?
Yeah, let's get Callie and Amir in there, y'all. Let's get Callie and Amir. I don't know if Callie want to say something. Then Amir has something to say too.
I'm confused. How can a person claim that they were abused or forced into something when that is their job? That's what I'm confused on. And the other part is, didn't they say that they're in a relationship? Didn't she say somebody said that they were in a relationship, right? So you're in a relationship, but your job is to be a whore, and then you're saying that you were abused while being a whore, that you were abused for a long period of time. Does this make sense to anybody?
I think it was just the one time. Wasn't it just the one time when he
Hell no.
They've been doing it for years.
Right? No. The time when he was accused of the offense.
There was at least 2 instances where she's accused him of SA. January and October.
And I think she would have to say that because if it happened 100 times, then
yeah, because it happened hundreds of times.
Yeah, like it kind of so she probably picked a couple times versus saying it was all 100 times.
Her
And
expenses probably
this the thing with that, like the way those conversations go as in the king play. If somebody just read that conversation out of context, that shit is gonna always sound crazy as hell. You guilty just by if you start the recorder after they've agreed that this is the relationship they have and stop it before they end, like they say end scene or they safe word or whatever it is, that shit will sound crazy. Like some of the wildest shit you will ever hear. Like, hell no. Like, but
all right, I do want to transition. Callie, go ahead and close out on this one.
Sorry, didn't know how my mute button worked actually. No, I already took on this yesterday. I mean, it's just the same thing, similar to what Aisha was talking about. It was just like we do feel that, like, yeah, like she found herself a jackpot. She's playing her cards with it. And then as far as his side, I mean, we can all agree that it's he could have made better decisions, but I mean, I know everybody has habits, whatever the case may be. So,
well, ladies, can I just pose this real quick with the ladies? Ladies, we live in a day and age where the amount of money you can get for sex work, who gives a damn about your game, right? If the money right, who cares about game, right?
That's not true. Not all money is good money.
It doesn't matter how much money you got.
I'm speaking to people who don't work in the streets.
Girls know that.
Right.
The ladies know that.
No, but the thing is, it's like at the end of the day, wrong is wrong. I'm not going to sit up here and be like, however you can get over on somebody, go ahead and do it. I'm not going to sit up here and encourage that behavior, that mindset. There are other ways to make money that doesn't require scamming folks, and but unfortunately, that's what she decided to do. That's what she wanted to do, and she found herself. So
y'all saying a millionaire that's throwing tens of thousands of dollars at you for some pussy, and you're a sex worker, he still has to have game.
Wait, what? I never mentioned anything about game.
That was my initial question that y'all literally deflected and dodged. But I know Jay, I want to move on. Let's just move on.
So
no, I want to. Sorry, I was just gonna say, I thought your initial question was, hey, does it matter as long as you have? Because what you stated was, as long as you have money, who cares how you get up or somebody? And I said no, because
no, I didn't say get over. I said, do you know what we mean by game, right? Marcus, M. White, or Trev, y'all the connoisseurs of games. Why don't y'all go ahead?
All right. So basically, if you have charisma, you understand how to talk to women to be able to, I guess.
Oh, you're talking about that? Yeah, I know what that is. I thought you were talking about something different. Yeah. Okay. So basically, you can raise someone up. Yeah.
So basically, what he's asking is, if it's all about the money, does it even matter if he has game or not? If everything is completely transactional, you give me 10 bands, I do whatever you want. Does game really matter?
Part of game is being able to read social interactions and social cues. Like that's a large part of that. And the social cues and social interactions would have let him know when it even appeared. Like I've been outside, so I could see somebody trying to put a back door together. So I'll be reading into stuff. I'm not gonna say he's gonna have that type of level of understanding, but he could have at the very least, like Trev said, if he's paying prostitutes, he could have paid a prostitute that specializes in this. So we'll simplify it down to that. He could have paid a prostitute that specializes in this, and then he wouldn't have had no issue. And he needed to not create a lasting relationship with her outside of when I come, I pay you, and I leave. What he did is not that. And that is what we're saying is indicative of somebody who does not understand the social cues of how to interact with women, and they'll get themselves in situations because they don't have the experience to see telltale signs. That the way that
What was the telltale sign?
First of all, hold on, M. White, this is a better question.
First time when she was on OnlyFans.
No, we understand. This is sex work. He was hiring her to screw her. OnlyFans doesn't matter. He wasn't trying to
I mean, but that don't matter though. Like it's women that don't even really post sexual shit and be making a whole bunch of money finessing people. Like,
no, what I'm asking is, what was these telltale signs that she was doing that he should have just been able to pick up on?
So I wasn't there for that relationship, but I could look at that scenario and tell you that I can see that it. So I'll give you an example. You see somebody walking around and they get beat up everywhere they go. And you look at them, you can tell why they're getting beat up, but you would have to look at them and tell them that, if that makes sense. Like, no. I can.
No,
Okay.
that don't make sense in regards to this particular situation.
Let
What
me
would
just
be
say this.
what would be
What
the
I'm saying
telltale
is,
sign that we know that we can say, God damn, man, bro, you should have saw this coming.
When a situation happens and you look at the character things that's in play, you could see that it was going to plan out this way. And I'm sure that there were other signs with her.
Like what?
Seeing the willingness for him and her to engage in a relationship that seemed outside of just sex. Moving the prostitution onto that's a sign that she might.
What was the telltale sign that? What was the telltale sign that she was going to accuse him of grape? What?
Oh,
just
no,
give me that.
There are no telltale signs. You never know a person at the end of the day. You can know a person for 30 years and they come out with some bullshit as soon as you get money.
I'm quite sure if she never accused him of grape, right? And she never
as a black man, her being a white girl was the telltale.
Okay, but like if she never accused him of grape and she never tried to, and he was paying her 10 bands a month, the telltale signs didn't even matter because she's fulfilling her duty, whatever that may be for him. He says, I'll give you 50,000 or whatever the hell he said. I don't know if it was 10,000 or 50,000. I'll give you this money and you do this for me. Whether that's listen to my problems, be my BDSM model, screw me whenever I want to. If I ever call you, this is what I want from you. That's all. Like if somebody got a recording that can say, oh man, at this point she said this, that's a red flag, then we can talk. That's all I'm asking. Maybe y'all saw more than I saw. But from what I read, from what I listened to and what I saw, I can't necessarily say, oh man, there was some telltale signs this woman was recording. We all know this all in hindsight that she been recording them. That don't mean that he knew she was recording them.
Well, all right, so Sweeney, I'll give you an example.
And White, last point, and we gotta move on.
How Trev was saying earlier, he doesn't know how to operate with the woman and he can read it all on him. The same way he can see that, I can see that on him too. I'm sure if we would have been around that, like you can't really explain it. It's just something you can intuitively pick up on. It's like a sixth sense, right? You can be around girls that you think like, I think she'll charge somebody with, or she would do something extremely dirty. You get that energy from that person. We can't really explain it to you in words, but you'll be like, yeah, I think so too. But she didn't say nothing crazy. You just feel it. And what I'm saying is, when you have interactions with women enough, you will be able to be like, yeah, especially engaged in that type of vicinity. So it's hard for me to like put hey, if she says this, then do this. When dealing with women, it's almost never like A plus B equals C scenario. That shit is so nuanced, and you got to be able to understand how to navigate it. When dealing with prostitutes, if you're just paying them, just pay them and leave. But he wasn't doing that. He was catching, which creates a bigger issue.
But that's the thing, though. We don't even know if he was catching feelings.
If you get mad enough to start choking women, you care.
Did you hear what he? Hold on, wait a minute. See, that's the problem. That video was taken out of context. You know what he said? You say something that dumb again, I'm gonna choke the shit out of you. That's
why do you care?
I've heard regular people say that to other people, and it was just a random person. Why did you say something?
So I don't think he meant that as like a literal threat. To me, I feel like that could have even been part of their
stupid.
I think that was part of their little play. You know what I'm saying? Like he would be the aggressor type shit. So I don't want to put that on him, but he definitely he had his feelings in it, or else he wouldn't have kept seeing her like that.
Yeah, but it's
why would you keep seeing the same joint?
You're gonna be mad at.
It's a bad.
She was decent, but she wasn't a baddie.
Yeah, it was definitely lust turning to love.
We gotta move on. Yeah,
he tried to.
Trash.
We got Browno with the $10 super sticker. We also got Dale Matthews, the gifted Lapeef Network membership. I just want to thank both of you guys for your contributions. Let's go ahead and keep it moving. If you haven't already, hit the like button, and also make sure you subscribe to the channel. All right, I came across this Pop the Balloon segment, man. It was a young lady on there, man. Interesting dialogue, man. So I'm looking forward to getting you guys' thoughts on this. So I'm gonna do a stop and play. And we get some interactions. Make sure we get them ladies involved too, y'all. I got you, Isha and KC, so make sure y'all be ready. Callie, Mir. Don't be shy.
I'm 25. Okay, and what do you do? I'm an actress, and I also work in the education department of a theater, and I teach kids musical theater. Okay, that's fun. What are some things you like to do for fun? I love to do karaoke. I like to hang out with my friends and my family and also travel. I've also gotten into pageantry lately, so that's something fun and new.
Okay. And what do you look for in a man?
I'm looking for somebody that's really kind-hearted and somebody who has emotional intelligence as well as emotional availability, and someone who's just like wanting to do things with their life.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. And what are some of your deal breakers?
Smokers, and yes, and if you do drugs, no ma'am. I am also not open to dating someone with children, and if you're easily jealous or controlling or combative, that is a no from me.
Okay. Yes. All right. Sounds good. So we did get some.
All right, so we heard a list of expectations of do's and of don'ts. What are you guys noticing?
Hey, real quick before everybody answer, JR, can you play that one more time for me? I missed the first part where what made everybody pop the first time.
It was for smoking.
Smokers.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
She had a Little Mermaid outfit on.
My bad, man. I was responding to your text message, JR.
I was thinking more like the Supreme Trail. I'm like, what is she doing? But
Okay. So what did you guys think about what she said so far?
I mean, she just lists her preference. It's not like she was like, I want someone that's like, the stereotypical things. She didn't want a smoker. Okay. She probably just doesn't like, being around cigarettes. I don't like being around cigarettes either. So, I think she just listed what she wanted, and the people that pull up, and then the people that didn't.
Okay. Well, let's continue now.
Pop balloons.
Okay.
Let's go on over there to see why they ended up popping. All right. Your name and age.
Tank, 28.
Okay. And Tank, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I do smoke marijuana from time to time.
Okay.
All right.
That's it.
Okay. So prior to her saying that you did have your balloon unpopped, why so?
You look good. I mean, well educated. I liked everything.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
Yeah, he looks nice.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got two more down over here. Your name and age.
My name is Destin, 27.
And Destin, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I do smoke a little bit, a little marijuana.
Okay. Now, before she said that, why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Well, she looks good, like the natural look, like the dress. She looks good.
Thank you.
And now, is he someone that's your type?
I wouldn't say off the top of the cuff. Yes.
Okay, got it. No problem.
Okay.
Let's go over here. Your name and age.
I'm Jerron. I'm 27.
And Jerron, why did you end up popping your balloon?
I smoke a little bit. I do stand-up comedy. Sometimes I got to smoke to just think sporadically. It's just a part of what I do sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Alrighty.
Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
I wouldn't say so. However, I do like this top that you're wearing. This is really nice. Actually, the whole fit. I like the fit.
Okay, it hurts my feelings a little bit.
Someone didn't like it. Someone else likes it.
It's okay. It's okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Let's head on back. Ooh, okay.
Gentlemen, do you guys find her attractive? Think she's attractive?
Yeah, she look good.
Okay.
She all right.
So,
She's pretty.
so
But she just too
because she's
theatrical.
light skinned.
Hey, what's wrong with her? Nope. This feel like a setup. What's
Is
wrong?
she a
with her?
man? Is it a man?
No. She's not no man.
I'm gonna say this feel like a setup.
No, she's not no man. One thing I just noticed is that sometimes when I watch the show periodically, I notice that when there's a lighter woman, they always tend to think that she looks good for the most part. So I just was curious what you guys thought if she looked good.
She look all right.
She not much more for that show. She kind of
She fits in like she looks like everybody else, but she looked good.
She giving great Gatsby though. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole arm sleeves and shit. I think that's
Great Gatsby's
a little bit too much.
I think she's pretty. I think she's pretty. She's gorgeous. You know,
You're taking it a little too far with that going.
Arlette hardly ever put like booger wolves on
I
here.
think
though,
you're
so.
doing too much with the gorgeous Kelly.
Yeah.
I think she's.
I think she looks beautiful. I mean, her outfit choice maybe could have been adjusted a little bit.
No.
She want to be a mermaid. I don't know.
Gorgeous means that when you look at her face, you're like,
Damn. Yeah.
Average for a light skinned girl. She's not gorgeous.
Yeah, she ain't
So
the
what
baddest
is
chick I ever seen, but she
put
look
it on her
alright.
face so we can see her
She's
face.
not.
But bad to you is your preference, though. Like, you know
Cute.
what I'm saying? Like, it's a preference thing. So.
All right, y'all hold tight. I'm gonna go ahead and play some more. We're gonna be able to see her face so y'all can get another look.
We got 5 guys left. Let me hand you a pick.
Okay. Wow.
There you go. I am going to have you pop 1 balloon.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop 1.
Yeah, she look alright.
Okay. Your name and age?
My name is Gervins. I'm 26, 25.
25, okay. And Gervins, why was your balloon unpopped?
Well, I like how she looks, and she's an actress and stuff like that. It's cool.
Sounds good. And why'd you end up popping his?
I think you're a little bit too tall for me.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
How tall are you?
I'm 6'8".
6'8", yeah.
Dang.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
A lot of girls would love that, however. I know I'm tiny.
Yeah, I like a fun size. You know what
Oh, okay.
I'm saying? I don't see no
Well,
problem.
yay, thanks.
It's like he was determined for him.
You do yoga?
Yes.
Damn, I do yoga too.
Okay, well. I don't do it often.
Hey, we can do it together.
Well, we can't. And 2 more. I'm so sorry.
Come on, bro.
All right, thank you.
What'd you say, Dara?
Let it go. Shit. Move on.
Yeah,
nigga.
he was being creepy. Fun size. Like, what we doing? Yoga. What we doing?
I don't know. Y'all said she look good. Or y'all said she don't look good, but she got
like a
that-
6.5.
She not my type. She don't got a body like.
She got no jawline.
She got an A cup.
Yeah,
It's almost
but
like she had
not
her
an
jaw
ugly one.
surgically removed.
She had a what?
I think the easiest way to say it, she look alright.
She's
Yeah,
6.5. I'll say that. A tick above average.
She would have to cut down
Right?
weight to get her jawline back because she got a double chin with a slim body. That's bad.
He said
And
a
a
double
large
chin with a
nose.
slim body.
She might used to be a fat chick and then just lost whatever.
Nah.
Nah,
I don't think she was ever fat.
She would at least have skin breast if she was fat. You know the.
Yeah.
That's
She got
what she got right
Nah, that's
there.
just her,
That's
man.
all I look like is skin breast.
She got an underhang under her jaw.
All right, let me go ahead and continue playing.
Her nose
Okay.
is almost on her front lip.
Okay, we've now got 4 guys left. Go ahead and ask them a question.
What is a social cause that you're passionate about and why?
Oh, fuck's sake.
Okay.
Oh,
what is
what
a social
the-
cause you're passionate about and why? Name and age first.
Cue
My name
the
is
line.
Phil. I'm 26. I would say a social cause that I'm passionate about is the wealth gap in my community. It's closed. It's closing, but there's still a lot of work. There's still a lot of improvement, and I believe that we have to do a better job at taking ownership and creating opportunities and infrastructure for ourselves.
That's it. Your name and age and answer to her
I ain't
question.
interested in him.
Daniel, 26. And a social cause that I would say I'm passionate about is education, specifically for black males, because I am a black male. So just exposure to education and then actually using that as an outlet to reach out, connect with people, and develop a career. So I'm currently a student, so I understand the importance of education. So I would say I'm passionate about that one.
Okay, great.
Your name and age and the answer to her question.
My name is Arthur, 27. I would say the same as far as education because obviously I'm a school resource officer as well. So I'm very passionate with my kids in the school. So that's it.
Name and age and answer to her question.
I'm Tevin, 28. We got to stop the violence, y'all. Like the black on black violence, gun violence. The rap music is great, but we just got to stop killing each other, please. Yeah, that's about it for me.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Let's head on back and let's kind of throw your question back at you.
Okay. Yeah. I'm very passionate about disability advocacy. I have a brother that has epilepsy, so that's something that's really on my heart. I also volunteer at a Cook Children's. It's a children's hospital, so I love to take after people that are sick.
Does she have a
and
prosthetic
disabilities
arm?
as well? And immigration, women's rights, and I'm very passionate about my black people and making
Hey,
sure they
hey.
are safe in the community. So yeah.
Marcus, I'm with you, bro. I'm trying to figure out like why JR playing this because it got to be something wrong with it, bro. Because I'm like, he picked the most boring pop the balloon
So
episode.
No, it's not boring. It got to call my attention. I think it caught MTR's attention too because he did a reaction to it too.
So what? Yeah, just keep.
I am now going to
Something has
have you
happen.
pop
Mm-hmm.
one balloon. Whenever you're ready, go ahead and pop that balloon.
Okay.
Yo.
Okay. So why did you have your balloon unpopped?
Watch.
She fine. The sleeves were throwing me off, but I looked past them.
Okay. They match my earrings.
Okay, I just never seen it before. It's different. I had to get used to it, but yeah, she fine. Yeah.
Okay, giving like Bridgerton vibes.
Oh,
yes.
I love that. I love a period piece. Okay.
And why'd you end up popping his balloon?
I love your answer. However, I would say that initially you are not my type.
Yeah.
Her type is white man.
That's cool.
Thank you. Head on back. We've got 3 guys left. Go ahead and ask them another
Yes.
question.
What do you believe is the role of a husband and a wife in a marriage?
Okay, we'll start there and come back.
Okay.
All right. What do you believe is the role of a husband and a wife?
I believe the husband is a provider, protector. I believe the woman is a nurturer and caring.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So, do you guys think this is a difficult question for men to answer?
No.
The kind of stuff you
No,
hear
but he didn't do well.
Right over here.
Daniel, 26. I believe I'm very traditional. So, growing up, I was fortunate to grow up in a 2-parent household. So, I got to see what marriage looked like. So, I think that helped me understand. For me, I think a husband is the provider, of course, the protector, and he supports his woman in everything that she does. I think a woman is the nurturer, and it balances each other out. I think that a woman can also be leading in some other ways when it comes to organization and different things. But I think a husband fully supports a woman in everything that she decides to do.
Okay.
That was a good answer.
And what about over here?
So Simon's the
I would
first
say the
one.
roles of
No.
both
better.
husband and wife are about creating structure, and also, it's important to value each other and have someone that's the protector and the nurturer as well. So there's a multitude of things. I don't want to say one specific thing, but I think it's about creating structure and making sure that you support one another and that you're there for each other.
Okay.
Hey, JR, before you play it,
May I?
pause real quick, JR.
I kind of want a little.
All right, man, we got to have a bet on the table now. I bet a shot that she eliminate the first dude that answered the question.
I'll
take the bet just because.
I'll take a bet. Yeah, I'll take a bet.
I'll take it just because. So you said which dude she got to eliminate?
She gonna pop the first dude that answered.
So at the very other end, right?
Yeah, at the other end.
Okay. I don't think it's anything. You know how when I was talking about personalities before, JR, that I kind of could mesh with. I think that the personality would throw me off of her, and probably me for her. She was a specific type of, you know what I'm saying? Like the guy, the goodie, the no smoke, no drink. Probably don't go to the club. That might be. She might be a virgin. I don't know. Like
nope.
Or I'm trying to figure out what the thing is. I really am because
she's quirky. That's the problem. She's way too quirky.
My bad. Nope. I take it back. It's gonna be dude right there. Because you remember how she walked past his answer the first time he answered? She was just like, "Oh, okay." Yeah. So no,
I you can't switch. No, you stuck with it.
I don't stuck with it.
Yeah, you better take that out.
All right, here we go.
A little bit elaboration because all 3 answers are a bit the same for me.
Okay.
Can I ask you to put some little pizzazz on that?
Oh shit.
A little pizzazz.
Am I able to do that?
Let's have a little pizzazz in there.
Little pizzazz?
Yes.
Okay.
It's not what pizzazz is.
In what way?
Like, what does it mean to be a nurturer to you?
For me to be a nurturer to somebody?
For me to be a nurturer, since you believe that a wife is the nurturing person.
I think a nurturer is somebody who does what they can do in their capacity to make sure that not just the household, but your spouse is taken care of in each endeavor. And I also believe that a nurturer is someone who doesn't just look out for themselves, but also looks out for their community and their family.
Okay.
That was actually.
Do you have anything specific to ask him, or
no? That was shitty.
Add something,
I mean, just if you want to add on to that.
Add on to just the tradition
yes.
of marriage.
Mm-hmm.
So A husband being the leader is paying the bills,
Mhm.
and the provider, he's paying the bills. Everything has context. So if we're talking a family, then, you know, a nurturer for a mother would be, you know, making sure that the kids are, you know, going to school or cooking dinner or, because again, I'm traditional, but not to say that those roles are specifically made for her, but that's what specifically for most of the time pertain to her. But in a marriage with a family, I would say that the nurturer for a mom would be to make sure that her husband feels wanted, making sure that she or he is feeling like the leader by just giving words of affirmation. And yeah, that's what I got.
See, now that was a bad answer.
And over here.
Same question.
Yeah, pizzazz.
I'm gonna say I don't have nothing else to add to it. I feel like if I do, I'm gonna just say everything everybody else is saying. So
Okay. That's all right.
Oh yeah, I got y'all owe me a shot.
Okay, I am now going to have you pop a balloon.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you.
God damn
All right. So why was your balloon unpopped?
You better drink up,
So I
sweetie.
appreciate
Drink
everything
up.
that she said. That she
Son of a
was very
bitch.
in a man.
And it was the
so
great guy. You were
I
going to
think
change your
that
answer
there
to him.
was no specific reason for me to pop, so I wanted to just continue to hear everything, answer a couple questions, get a little warm, and yeah, that's why I kept it on pop.
And so why did you end up popping his balloon?
I don't like the word traditionalism when it comes to marriage. I don't mind some things that are traditional. However, I have some beef when it comes to you want wife to like do the children bearing or children rearing. I think there needs to be equal support when it comes to all of that and cooking and cleaning, and it shouldn't just fully fall on the wife. I would like some equal support there. That may not be like all what you were thinking. However, when you say traditional, that is immediately just everything that comes into my mind.
I 100% agree. I'll articulate that better next time.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we've got 2 guys left. Guys, any questions for our girl? Oh, he's ready. Okay. Let's hear it.
Just where do you live?
I live in Texas.
Okay.
Where do you live?
I live in Florida, Orlando.
Okay.
Do you mind long distance?
I don't mind long distance. However, when it comes to long distance, I think there needs to be a timeline of when people would be wanting to like move to wherever. And I don't see myself ever wanting to go to Florida.
Okay. What's wrong with Florida?
I don't know. I've never been there. And I don't function well in the heat.
It's hot in Texas.
Yes, I know. And I don't function well in Texas.
Okay.
So, yes, I used to live in Chicago for a while, and then I recently moved back to Texas. So I was like, oh, I'm melting.
Okay.
But yes.
Gotcha. I appreciate you.
So why'd you have your balloon unpopped for quite some time?
She's a good-looking lady. Everything was going good. So other than location, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. Now, is he someone that's your type?
I would say you're in between not my type and my type.
Okay. Why? Why is he in between?
I think maybe the stature.
What the hell?
The stature's the bad thing or it's the good thing?
Was graceful?
It's not a bad
pick?
thing.
Okay.
It's just like, I don't know, maybe you're too tall for me too.
Oh, God. Okay. All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
All right. Let's head over here.
Oh,
Okay. So now, is he someone that's your type?
I will say no.
Oh, I was about to say.
All right. And why not?
It's not the height. I think maybe
What?
the like
hairline.
the hair, the facial hair.
He's the same height as the other
I'm not
guy.
feeling it.
That's cool.
Yes.
So you popping
Dang,
his?
Aisha, you called that.
Thank you.
All right. So why'd you have your balloon unpopped?
I just wanted to hear out more. She spoke well for herself, and she seems to be intentional with how she goes about herself.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Well,
Y'all
that's
owe
all
me
the
a
balloons
shot.
popped,
I told y'all none of
unfortunately.
them.
Thank you so much for coming
course.
on. Let's give it up for her, guys. I'll take the mic.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I will put this
Okay,
here.
sounds good.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
JR, that better not be it. That better not.
That's
Salute.
it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, y'all
That
gotta
reminds me
give
of
me a
like,
shot.
the three little bears. This one's too hot. This one's too cold.
Damn. Nah, I'm gonna give
You
it to
got a
look, I'm gonna
damn
tell you what it
ice
was.
water in it?
She ain't want to say it, but most of those dudes were
You said
pretty
what?
drab.
You said what,
In all
Bruce?
honesty.
They were dry and unattractive. Just the
All of
complaint.
them. They was drab.
I think she just like
Drab.
white men, man. I think.
Nah, I don't think so.
and
Those
White was
dudes.
right. I think
Did you hear the word she used? Pizzazz. That's what she was looking for. None of them had that. None of
She's
them had that.
theatrical.
They didn't even know what it was. They didn't even know what pizzazz was. Right? Not to say that she a baddie or nothing like that, but I'm just gonna say those dudes was pretty lame. Like as far as like how their personality was, none of them had any energy. They were all like monotone and just kind of like weak
Neither
sauce,
did
man.
she.
I don't know. She was boring
They
too.
could have been nervous. They're on TV. They're gonna be like, they know it's pull up the balloon. It's gonna go.
Well, guess what? Women
She go by.
don't
Be nervous.
aren't attracted to men who don't respond well under pressure.
Yeah, I don't even think that was it. I think it was just a boring situation all the way around.
She couldn't even name it. She couldn't even name it.
Everything
Wasn't the
about
height.
that was
I just
boring.
didn't know what she
Hold on,
wanted.
let me
I
get
don't
Casey
think
in
she was
there.
interested in any of
want to hurt
them.
their feelings.
Before you get Casey
Yeah.
in there, man, let's get some ladies to see what the issue was. What you think the issue was, Casey?
No, I agree. I think it was very boring, very lackluster. I don't think the men told too much about like themselves and their morals and their principles. I think they all had pretty generic answers. And I think she was looking for something more in depth, especially when a woman's asking those type of questions. She wants you to elaborate. So I think it was boring all the way around.
I got it. It's exactly what Trev was kind of alluding to, and you also, Casey. She was looking for an argument. Because the way that she asked that question, she was really, and then like the last guy, she popped the dude in the middle, but she was like, yeah, I'm not really for that whole traditional thing. I think she was looking for like a debate or some shit like that.
No, because if she was looking for a debate, she would have debated the guy she didn't. Because the guy she didn't agree with him.
I don't think she was looking for a debate, but I also think she was looking for something perfect. And I don't know what perfect is to her, but I don't think she was going to find it there.
I think she just probably wasn't attracted to him, and she was just trying to
No,
like be
she's
nice.
not. You're right, Callie. She wasn't attracted to them. Just look at all of their outfits, right? If you look at every one of them, every single one of them was pretty drab. The way that all of them spoke, just boring. They put no effort into anything. They don't have it. Like they need some courses or some shit about how to attract women because none of them were doing anything that would attract a woman. That's just what it was. And she was like, ugh, this is like, damn, this what y'all gave me? None of them. None of them had anything outstanding. Nothing.
She's a feminist. She wanted a guy who was going to be like, I like the woman to lead, and I don't, because every man who said that they like a woman to be in a woman's position and be an actual woman, she was against. So obviously she was looking for a pussy type of guy.
Or the guys that.
Oh yeah. So Amir, real quick, Amir. Let me ask you this.
Oh damn, Lapeef found her Instagram.
Let's just say, all right. Let's say we know you're married and everything, but which one of those dudes are pickable to you?
So the one that should have been picked are the men who can actually speak up and not be afraid of her. None of them had any balls. None of them were actually scared to say the truth. Most of the guys, when she asked a question about the tradition and so on, most of them tried to skirt around the question. They don't want to offend her. They were just so soft about it. And I think that if men would have been more straightforward, maybe she would have liked it. But then again, she's also a feminist. So
Amir, the question, right? The question is, which one of those men are pickable?
None.
Which one of those is worthy of being chosen by you? Like, you know, you're married and all. Let's just say hypothetically.
No, I get it. None of them showed any.
There we go.
Masculinity.
There we go.
I think the one that she wanted was the one that popped his balloon. I think she had already picked who she wanted when she walked up, and she kind of knew exactly who she wanted out of all of them. And then that was the one that when he said he smoked, that was the one that wound up popping his balloon first. That him and the second dude were the only dudes she said she was physically attracted to.
Yeah.
The rest of the dudes, I don't think she even cared, like whether they had game or not. She wasn't attracted to them. She had already. She was pretty. That's why you could kind of tell, like even she was boring. She came out with a lot of spunk, but as the conversation went on, once the first 3 dudes popped their balloon, she asked some very generic questions. She even got a little boring afterwards. It was she wasn't interested in the last few dudes. The dudes
No,
that
I understand that. Sweeney though, chill, like for real. How about this? We know that women expect men to be entertaining, but how many women do you know that are actually entertaining?
I'm not saying that she was entertaining. I'm just saying that you could
No,
tell.
I'm saying what that's common, right? She's boring. We get it. But what women do you see a lot of women who are actually entertaining that will put an effort into entertaining men? Is
There's
that
a
common?
couple. There's a couple ladies.
Is it common? Is it common?
No, but there was a couple ladies on there that you. I think a woman who's interested would give a lot more than she did. Like she may not be entertaining, but you can tell. Like you know how you can tell where she start. Like instead of her being enthusiastic, that's what I mean. That's the better word for it. She seemed less enthusiastic after the first few dudes popped their balloon. Like she went out there, she was bubbly, all that shit, and then like after the first few dudes popped their balloon, like she just kind of seemed a little less enthusiastic about the
Yeah,
trip.
that's her fault. She didn't want no smokers, so
Yeah, I just think like even like the whole everything kind of just drug from there. Like even the question that she asked was kind of like, the fuck? What kind of podcast question is this? Like.
she got that shit off Chat GPT. She was trying to be interesting,
was a
but
pageant
she ran out of
question.
steam.
She said she was in a pageant, so it was a pageant question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like man,
And she didn't really care for the real. She cared about like her image, how she looked on TV. Oops.
I would be curious to see her last boyfriend or the last man she was talking to.
I think you might be right, NY. I think she might have dated white dudes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she's been in pageants, it seems like theater. She went to DePaul, Miss Kansas City,
DePaul
24. Pretty sure Chicago because she said she stayed
She
in
said
Chicago.
she was living in Chicago. My wife did pageant, but she don't act like that.
Yeah.
She did Miss Illinois. She don't act like that.
And she goes to yeah, I'm just looking at her page right
Well, I
now.
mean, she was being herself at the end of the day. It's not like didn't really seem like she was trying. Just like they said, she probably just lost interest after she was like, "Oh man, I gotta."
I mean,
ask
the thing that stood out to me was that I don't even see the point of her even coming to the show. I'm gonna be honest, because it just looked like she was gonna probably be difficult, especially with her expectations. Like she has these high standards, in my opinion, because I'm pretty sure she could have gave somebody a shot.
Yeah, there was a couple.
Yeah, but she was leading with making sure that if you notice, she asked about them social movements, social classes, whatever, and then she said she was about women's empowerment or something like that. And then that went over to asking a question about roles. So it's very important for her to be dominant, to be able to have a voice, for her to be able to speak. And I think that she just counseled everybody out with that, because I mean, most guys do want somebody that's traditional, but her coming onto that show looking for that's going to be a certain particular type of guy. And I don't think that you're going to find that on that show for the most part. I think that one guy, the shorter one, I think he might have been the closest thing.
He was about the closest. He was probably about the closest.
Yeah, he's about the closest. He seemed pretty nice. And I don't think he even believed that, but I think he was just saying whatever he wanted to say just to try to get a date with her or get some time with her.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he truly believed that. I think them guys saw her. She's like a little red bone, and they was on her. Slim, has little cheeks back there. They was trying to knock something down, but she wasn't going though. She too lame. So I just thought it was funny, man. It was a waste of time. It's kind of quiet on that. You good?
No, she just theatrical, man. That's it. She just a little too theatrical for her. She would need somebody that's like in the same, kind of.
What's wrong with theatrical? I'm theatrical.
They weren't though, so I feel like that's why she wasn't feeling them at all.
Okay, so you can understand now what we was trying to make. The point we was trying to make last Thursday on how men are still asking for traditional.
I said that from the very beginning. I already knew that.
Casey, are you okay?
Annie, are you okay? Are you okay? Annie?
Are you okay?
You asking me if I'm okay?
Yeah, man. I want you to lighten up, man. Just you know what I mean? Come on now.
I know I be light, but I mean, I feel like the pop the balloon whole thing, it wasn't entertaining. It wasn't nothing to really talk about. I think it was boring overall. So
I said
I
the
don't
same
really think
thing.
there's much to say about it.
JR set us up, man.
I ain't
See?
set y'all up, man. Like I set y'all up for something great, man. So we're gonna move on to the next. We're gonna move on to the next segment, man, which is Mr. Thurman Pearson's gonna lead this one. So I was just setting y'all up for that one, man. I want to calm y'all down just so y'all can get a little bit excited right now. All right.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, my name is Darwin McPherson, and I ain't gonna say for the remainder of the show, but for this segment of the show, I'm gonna be your host. So we're gonna be able to see if we could showcase our vetting and our selection process and how we would date. So let's just assume everybody's single. We're not gonna try to talk to each other, but I'm gonna present some images, and here are the rules. Is it on? All right.
Wait 1 second. Let me just take this one off.
Yeah.
Hold on. There it is.
So here's the rules. The game is called Choose Better. The game rules is one by one is a one-by-one reveal. You'll be shown 5 images at a time. Make your choice. You must choose immediately after an image is shown. If you don't choose then, you can choose on the next one. But only one image is going to be shown at a time. And if you don't choose by the time the final image is shown, then by default, you'll automatically select the last one. But here's the caveat. After that, if you don't like the last choice, you get to choose someone on the panel to swap with if you don't like the person that you chose. Now, this person is going to be your spouse. So choose wisely. So we can let's go to the next slide. And I think the ladies is first and then the fellas are going to last. So the first gentleman up is a guy who's 5'7". He works in IT. His salary is $195,000 a year. His hobby is gaming. And here's a little intel on him. He's 31 years old. He's a virgin, introvert, 2-parent household. Does any ladies want this guy?
I mean, this is the first option. It's kind of hard to choose if we haven't seen anything else.
Okay. If y'all don't want to choose him, you can pass on him.
What about you, Casey? Do you want him?
No.
So if you don't want to choose, all the ladies just please say no or pass.
I'm still deciding.
Okay, take your time.
I'm
Pass
still
for
deciding.
now.
Can we ask more questions? This
No.
is all like basic stuff. Can we ask like more questions? We can't ask.
This is all you
I
get.
can only go off of
Face value.
looks
This
and
is
this.
all you get. Now listen, once you go to the next person, this first person that's a choice is no longer a choice anymore. He's off the market.
Okay.
Okay, pass.
Pass.
Okay.
Everybody passing.
I won't pass.
Well, what does that mean?
I'll choose this person.
All right, so that's
All right,
Callie's
Callie
choice.
chose the first one.
Is anybody else? Oh, that's it. Okay.
Going once, going twice.
So
to Cali.
next guy, height 6'2", occupation he works in HVAC. Salary is $55,000 a year. Kids, he got one teen boy. Hobby, he's a podcaster. A little intel on him. He's age 43. Drinks, pro-black, raised by a single mom.
Pass.
That's one pass.
Pass.
We don't got two. We got 3 ladies on here, right? Okay, cool. All right, so pass. All right. Next guy is height 6'6", work street corners. Salary $550K a year. Kids 3 toddler girls. Hobby gambler. Intel age 33. Stoner. ex-pro baller, foster care raised.
Negative.
Pass.
Pass. Casey, pass.
Pass.
Okay. Fourth. Height 5'10". Work, owns properties, salary 1.2 million. Kids 0, hobby fitness, until age 38. Divorce, anti-marriage, ex-NFL defensive back. 2-parent raised.
Wait, his work owns properties? What kind of work is that? That says nothing about his job.
He makes money off his properties.
Yeah,
Real estate.
Oh, so he's a real estate agent.
No, he has residual income from properties coming in.
Real estate agent is more like a downgrade. This dude is he's a property owner.
Okay. Okay, like a property mogul, like how Trump was, I'm assuming.
I say yes.
Who said yes?
I said yes.
The Casey?
Mm-hmm.
Anti-marriage. Okay.
He's anti-marriage? No, pass.
Casey, you good with anti-marriage?
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
Wow.
She want that money.
Damn.
It's not about money.
It's not about money?
Mm-mm.
What is it about?
What do you mean, just overall?
Okay. All right. We got 2 ladies left, right? We got Aisha and Amira, right? All right, y'all ready for the last one? Bada boom, bada bang. Height 6 foot. Work CEO farmer. Salary 6 million. Kids 3. Adult man. Hobby runner. Until he's 57. Drinks, travel, single dad raised. Does anybody want to swap?
Nope. Give me my gamer.
Callie's cool with the gamer.
Give me my gamer. I'm so happy.
I mean, between him and the HVAC guy, I guess
I'm in between the 6'2" HVAC guy and the older guy.
Same.
He's
But
gone. It's too late unless somebody swap. You got to pick him or nothing now.
You got to swap.
HVAC.
6.
He's off the
Nobody.
market.
I don't think nobody
Nobody
picked the HVAC guy. He's off the market.
So y'all stuck with him or nothing. Die
Oh,
alone.
really?
I guess we take it
Yeah.
to CEO, Amira.
Yeah, I guess we have the same husband.
So y'all polygamous?
So fellas, from looking at this, who do y'all think out of the ladies got the best option?
For those who selected, I would say Callie got the best option.
Yeah, I would say Callie too.
What about you, M. White? You muted, M. White.
You muted.
No, I said the only person that got selected was the first guy, right? The last 2 went to the last guy, right?
Casey chose the 4th guy.
Anti-marriage dude.
Okay. I think Callie won. You know, I'm biased. The 6'6" nigga is
That's M. White. That's why. That's M. White right there. 6'6", ex-ball player / drug dealer.
Why do you guys think that? Why do you guys think that he was the best option?
What?
For,
The first guy?
Yeah. Why do y'all think Callie's choice was the best option?
Who wants to go first? Or who you want to go first?
It's up to y'all. I'm just hosting.
All right, I'll go first then. I would say because stability, right? He's a virgin, so he's likely not going to cheat, right? Statistically, if a man and a woman have less partners, then you likely have the most likelihood of success, right? He's a gamer. That's his hobby. He's gonna be chilling in the crib. You know what I'm saying? That's cool. Especially the matchup with Cali. Both gamers, they straight. Like they're gonna be chilling. He's making a very good amount of money. 2-parent raised. He's gonna likely have good morals and values. So I think for most stability wise, I think he's gonna be that guy.
And he an introvert, so he kind of a homebody.
And he's a gamer. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Are y'all shocked? Are y'all shocked that selection number 2 was the guy that got skipped over, and typically happens to be the one that women double back to after they run out of options?
No,
It's typical, right?
he's raised by a single mom.
Single mom though, that kind of hurts him.
Yeah.
That salary hurt too.
Well, in my case, because I'm not black, him being pro-black would be kind of awkward.
So the likelihood of you running to the option number 2 is very high, right? Or no?
If he wasn't pro-black, I would have chose him because of his work, and yeah, he just seems like a decent person.
Yeah, if I was to say that, which would be the better option after number 1 would be number 2. He's the most likely you'll run it. Well, he's the most likely you'll run into. Then you got the drug dealer, then the dude that's anti-marriage, and then the old guy. Like, that man got 1 foot in the grave. So
Yeah.
At 57?
You're gonna be on a life insurance though. You're gonna be good. You're gonna be set for life.
57 is not old.
Well, he just look old. He look older
He's
than
Shannon
57,
Sharpe
so it's
age.
like-
He
he
got
look older
20
than
more
57.
years
That's
left
why they
in
trying
him
to get him out
now.
of the way like that.
He was also raised by a single parent.
But it was a single dad.
Oh.
They're better. They're raised better.
What you mean? You don't think single mom raises? You know what I'm saying? What's up with that?
Statistically,
Wait,
no. Statistically,
like-
absolutely not. If you go to the metrics, it tells you everything. Yeah, I did a whole study on that. Statistically, yeah, single dads results are similar to dual parent households, whereas single
Mom, if
mothers are
you're
not.
watching this,
Every
you're
metric
a mom.
that's measurable.
I want to defend myself on the IT guy. I know that the men think that the IT guy was the best because he's a virgin and he's a gamer. The reason I said no to the IT guy was what is that sound? Is that a dog or something?
Marcus,
no.
is that your dog?
Callie's
My
dog.
dog big. Ain't no mistaking when he get the bark.
That's Kelly, dog.
What you got?
Hey,
Cane
make
Corso?
this shit up.
He only barks when I'm talking. Is that something?
She got a cocker. She got
my dog
cocker
don't
spaniel.
bark
No,
at all.
you don't have headphones in. He can't hear. He just hears my brother just go home, but he's a German Shepherd. He was just saying you're beautiful, Amira. That's all he was saying. He like,
Oh, I appreciate it. He's a German Shepherd.
yeah.
Why does he sound like a Chihuahua?
What? You don't
Damn.
sound like
Didn't he sound like a Chihuahua?
No, that voice is deep.
Oh,
He
so
was-
the virgin.
that was his happy bark.
The virgin
that
guy.
dog big as
look at
hell.
that big dog.
That's a big
Go ahead in there.
Oh, look at that.
Man,
No, you
hey, man, you ain't got to worry about shit with that dog at the door.
All right.
I couldn't keep a dog in my house. Couldn't. But I love dogs. I do like dogs, but not in my house.
Same.
The virgin, the IT guy. So the reason I said no was because first of all, he wouldn't be good for me because IT. It's IT. I don't like guys who work in that kind of field. I like men who work in what's it called? Not white collar, blue collar. I like blue collar worker. I like blue collar guys.
I like guys that work with their hands. So
Same. Yeah. So for me, him
Y'all
working in
all
IT. is-
skipped over the guy that works with his hands.
1 second. Wait, let me finish. And then after that, the other thing is that he has a hobby of gaming. I don't like boys or I don't like guys who sit in front of a TV playing games. It decreases testosterone. I don't like it. I don't want to be around a guy who's playing video games. So that type of stuff is not attractive to girls like me. Hi, Kyrie. Kyrie, wake up. Are you gaming, Kyrie?
No, I'm not. What you mean wake up? I'm not sleeping right here. I'm right here.
Were
So
you
like
gaming?
so you don't like gamers. Why? Why is that? You think it takes away from his sex drive? That's what you think?
No, I would say that gamers. So I come from a different culture. You gotta admit, like we don't really have this type of. When I think about gamers, I think about guys who come home from work, or if they have a job, they sit in front of the TV or something like that, and they're playing against 12-year-old kids in Tokyo or in Brisbane. It's kind of a loser activity. Sorry, but I don't know. I don't think that that's very manly. I think it's kind of boyish, which is fun for some guys, but to me, it's not attractive to me.
All right, what kind of hobby does he have to have for him to be attracted to you?
Yeah, for you.
It's not like that. It's not like that. You have to have an attractive hobby.
No, well, like what kind of hobby would you hope that you want him to have?
My husband's hobbies are cars. He's a car guy. He races.
Always
he
on the
works
road.
his
What,
cars.
leave me at home.
That's a cool hobby.
Cars
It
and
is.
guns, and we shoot guns a lot. Like he loves guns, I love guns.
are
So
good,
those
too.
are our hobbies, and it matches.
Those are cool hobbies. Those are cool hobbies. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna hold you.
It matches me. It matches my personality. So I'm not a girl who likes. What am I gonna do with the guy sitting there who's like playing with 12-year-olds?
They ain't always 12-year-olds.
We play with guns. We play with cars.
That's your preference, though. You know what I'm saying? People gonna like what they like. That's why we different. You know, so.
Nah,
Respect.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm a gamer myself, and I have gamer friends and gamer families, and they all are like probably one of the most. They have guns, they have cars, they have their own houses, they're fine. Like that doesn't make them less of a man because they like to sit behind a screen. But to each his own. I don't know. I chose him because I didn't find anything wrong with him. But the only thing was he was 5'7". Okay, oh well. But everything else, everything else was cool. You can't win them all at the end of the day. Like for me, it's like, do I want to fuck around and find out if the grass is greener on the other side, or do I go with, hey, look, he seems like he got everything together. I couldn't ask more questions, but okay, what? He's a virgin. All right. Well, once I put it on him, then
What would you
I'll know
ask?
exactly what I like.
What would you have asked?
Just what his plans are for his future, like where he sees himself in 5 years.
Shit, he already made
what are
200,000.
God damn.
No, it's not even about that. It's just like, what goals do you have? Like what are some of the things you're passionate about?
Does he plan on moving out of his parents' basement? Is that
I can tell you what his first goal is.
But
IT and gaming.
say that he's in his parents' basement. It doesn't say he lives in his parents' basement. It says that he's in IT. He makes 195,000 a year.
First goal is probably to get laid.
If he wanted to, he probably could have. He has money. If he's a virgin, he could have, like you guys said, paid for it. But he didn't because it's not important to him. At the end of the day, like for me, it's just like, okay, what? So you're a virgin? Oh well. Like if it was the other way around, like you guys said, and guys would want more virgin women, so why can't we go with the?
What would be a goal that he would have to have?
What do you
like,
mean
in
goal?
your mind? Like if you ask him, no, I'm just asking. Like if you like, imagine you asking him this question, right? And he gives you an answer. What is the answer that you would believe would make your ears go, huh? Okay, I like that.
One answer that I say myself is that in 5 years, I just want to be the best version of myself that I could be. And to me, it's like, I don't have like what it is that you see in your futures. I just want to know you see something. I want to know you're working towards something. I want to know you have something that pushes you every day, that you're not making excuses, that you're not trying to find areas to fill whatever void is in your heart. I want you to know that you're on a path and you're sticking to that path, because that's what I'm on. I'm on a path, and I want to see if our paths can commingle and collide. And based off of what he said, what it says in his thing, it looks like we're on the same path.
Hello, motherfucker. What was the number one reason y'all skipped number 2, ladies? The ladies that had this choice after that.
He's pro-black.
He has a teenage son.
Y'all skipped him because he loved his own people?
I didn't skip him because of that. I skipped him because he has a teenager.
And I can't live off that.
You want him to have an infant?
You skipped him because he had a Y'all skipped him because he had a teenager.
I skipped him because he made $55K. I can't.
That too.
If my man is supposed to be my covering, where are we gonna live at if I don't work?
So basically, you saying at the average man, most men don't qualify for you.
If they make that, no.
How much you make?
Me?
Yeah.
I make way more than 55K.
So why don't y'all just put it together?
Right. I feel like two incomes
Two
better
incomes
than one.
is definitely better than one. That's why I came around and I said, well, we can turn that HVAC into a business. You know, I have a business degree, whatever, right?
Yeah, but you came back
If
after all your options ran out.
you're making that amount of money, then that means that I now have to step in and tell you how to take that and make it more.
Do you know how to
Yeah,
make
but
HVAC? Do you know how to turn an HVAC into a business?
I can make anything a business.
Y'all hear this shit, man? Yeah.
It's just contradictory to me. If you say you can't live off of that, and the next thing you say is I can make anything into a business.
I mean, that's because I have my own income too. Like,
So-
right? But I think that when I look at that and I see his age group, first of all, HVAC people make way more than that. My brother works in HVAC. So
So what if he was what if he was on like the all right, so if he had 5 rungs in his career, right? You said there's a HVAC people make way more than that.
Mhm.
And that's like the 5th rung. But he was on like at 55,000, he's on like the 2nd or 3rd rung. Don't that mean like and how old is he? How old was he,
At what
Bruce?
age?
He's 40.
43. God damn.
Yeah. Come on now.
So by the time he's what in the middle, by the time he reaches his full potential, he'd be at like how much would you say an HVAC person makes?
On average,
You can make the low 6 figures if you're
95 to
working.
130.
So Casey,
The average HVAC technician in America makes about 58,000 per year.
Well,
Which will put you in that 3rd round, right?
So and that's the median. The lowest would be 39,000. So if he was starting out at about 27, 28, he'd be making like 39,000. About midway between that point, he'd be making like 59. And at his highest point, at his highest potential, it's like 91,000. The top earners, and this is specifically in Texas, where you get a dollar for your dollar. The top earners make about 74,000 a year as an HVAC technician.
Well, are the guys gonna go?
Not to mention taxes.
I just got
too.
one more question to ask Casey.
I still make more than that, Sweeney.
You said what?
So I still make more than the top earner of an HVAC.
What do you do?
HR manager.
Okay.
I've been in HR for 13 years though, so there's
So, like, if if you put your money with his money, y'all are pretty goddamn stable, right? And if he was a good
I would be over the threshold for sure.
So I mean, you know what? Never mind. It's all good.
Don't do it.
Because my point is, I work because I have to. If I get with a husband, I want to stay home and take care of my kids. How are we going to survive off 55,000?
Period.
You gonna have more kids?
You
can
want that horseback?
relocate. You can relocate. Go to Mississippi.
Like I want to have more kids. Like, what are you saying? If we have kids and I'm like, I'm gonna stay home, and like I do with my son, I stayed at home when I home all of that, right? Stayed at home. How are you gonna do that with somebody that's only making that in this economy, Sweeney? You have to be.
You have to downgrade, Aisha. You have to downgrade your lifestyle.
Wait, but you hold on, wait. All right, so you telling me if you got with this dude, you'll quit your. All right, think of it this way, right? Are we all right, Bruiser? Before I ask this, are we asking them that they have to pick this early in their life, or are we telling them to pick
this is who they would pick right now.
Right now. So you mean to
I
tell
think
me?
a good choice.
Hold on, wait. So Aisha, how old are you?
39.
All right, so you're 39 years old. You already got your kids, right? They pretty much almost out the house, right?
My son is in college.
Yeah. So all right. So think of it this way. All right, you're 39. Your kids are grown. His kid is almost grown. He can obviously take care of himself. What he makes is more than enough to take care of himself.
I'm trying to figure out how he's taking care of himself and the kid on 55,000.
It's him and a teenage boy.
He's probably got joint custody.
Like it ain't like and he didn't even say that the kid lived with him, but it's him and a teenage boy. You know, like I'm just saying, like, if you think about it, right? He works in a stable job. It's stable, and there's room for growth. 2, you're 39. You already make your own income. You tell him you're gonna quit your job at 39 to live up under him?
Why wouldn't I? Because that's definitely what I'm doing with the guy that make the $6 million.
Right, and he'll be dead in 15 years, and he ain't for marriage. Oh no, my bad. He'll be dead in 10 years, and he ain't for marriage.
He got about 20 years left in him, and I'm gonna be the CEO of the pharma company. He has about.
What makes you think he gonna make you the pharmaceutical CEO? What are we talking?
See, y'all looking at the old dude as a lick, right?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's not the way I saw him. I didn't see him that way.
Aisha was looking at him as a lick.
Don't have to have more kids. Likes to travel. Easier, more quiet life. Kids are grown. Just a more quiet life with the old guy.
This is sad.
Nah, she got.
Well, I don't have any kids, so I definitely would like some kids someday.
I mean, go ahead with the game, girl. Y'all look up and play games.
It's all good. Hey, look, it is what it is. Hey, let the guys go. Let the guys go so we can make the women squirm.
I just got one more question to ask Casey before we move on. Besides that, your selection, besides this money, you said there was other things. What is the reason why you chose him?
He owns property. I'm interested in real estate. His hobby is fitness. I'm interested in fitness. He's divorced, but they say he's anti-marriage. I think that it's just a perspective. I'm not saying that I intend to change it, but it's a perspective. And how old was he? It doesn't tell me how old he is.
Yeah,
38.
38.
Yeah, he still has some life to live. He lives an exhilarating lifestyle from, being in the NFL and things like that. And I like how he's dressed. He's dressed smartly.
Hey, you know what they say about 38-year-old real estate moguls who don't believe in marriage?
What they say?
They play the game. they play the game.
We'll let you figure it out. That
Yeah,
man
but
probably gonna
nobody said
exercise his house.
Nobody said
got
I
out.
would be marrying
Without
him,
a
settling
doubt.
down with him.
She didn't get polygamy.
All right, dog. Go ahead and get to the guys.
All right, let's get to the next. Let's get to the fellas. Pause. All right, same rules apply. Choose better. All right, option number 1. Let's get it, fellas. Height.
I'm taking that one.
It's 5'4", weight 155 pounds, work TikToker, empowerment niche. Salary 17 to 74,000, unstable because she's a content creator. Kids, no kids, but she did have 2 abortions. Hobby, smoke, dance, until age 24, college dropout. Roommate with bestie, 2-parent raised. Anybody?
Pass.
Pass.
I thought somebody said they taking that.
Trey.
I was joking. I'm
You
taking it
lied
for
like
the ride.
He's taking the OnlyFans model, bro.
That nigga spit back.
Why the hot flames?
He saw the
It says
ass.
she's
was like,
OnlyFans.
bag of
She's a
hot flames.
TikToker. She's a
What's her ethnicity?
Probably like an Amira type. She's I'm not gonna do that to
She
you,
look a
man.
little Persian.
Is that a BBL?
That look like a BBL.
Yeah.
That's not real. Her body is not real.
Okay, yeah, she probably do that.
Are we saying the body not real for the sake of the argument, or is it real for the sake of
Nah, I'm not gonna say it's not real or not. It's your perspective.
All right, so look, I believe in Monopoly, right? So Trail, how about we keep her on the play by each one of us selecting, and then we swap
No,
it out?
you didn't let
no,
the
no.
women do it. No, didn't
That's
let
a good
any-
move. That's a good
didn't let
move.
Aisha or Kate. No.
Hey, look, I'm not about to get stuck with the
Look at
OnlyFans
this,
model.
manipulating the game already. You just
Why you
used
trying
it
to
the
stick me
first
with the
girl.
OnlyFans model?
That's how we play in real life,
I've
though.
been told y'all I'm a manipulator.
Chips.
I'm about to take one for the team just in case we need to trade.
She's holding hot chips. Come on.
I try to manipulate reality.
Those are hot onion rings.
Hey, Marcus tried to set one of us up with the OnlyFans model.
Yeah, I think those Funyuns.
Look, it's 5 women, right? For 5 men. How
Y'all
about we
still
all-
on this subject? You want her or no?
Next.
We going for the night.
How about this? You pick her then, Marcus, and then we'll see what shape.
Wow.
All right, y'all. Hold on. Before I pick her, y'all all gonna agree to pick everything that come next, right? And then we'll swap it out at the end.
No, you guys can't cheat.
I'm definitely picking one of them.
We didn't do that.
All right. I'll take her.
That's
Let's
you,
go.
Marcus. All right.
All right. Anybody else want that?
He's taking the hot Cheetos with the fingers, boy.
All right, going once, going twice. Sold
to M White.
Nope.
No.
5'8", 255 pounds, travel nurse, salary at $180,000.
Yeah, she a cheater.
She's also collected child support, $1,100 a month, one kid. Hobby, choir director. Until she is age 38, college debt, leases home, celibate, raised by her grandmother.
Who, Sweeney, you taking that one for the team?
No. Go ahead, Marcus. You got it, bro.
No, I already took one for the team. Y'all gotta take one for the team now. That was the deal I made.
My bad.
You can only choose one.
Trev said it first. Trev said
No, I didn't. I said nope first.
you try to
nope.
put that on somebody.
Ain't
So
no fucking way.
You gotta take
Nah,
it.
I am not taking that one, bro. Not that one. I'll take a blind next one, whatever that is, but not that one.
Y'all
Fuck
ain't gonna
her.
take Big Shirley out the market?
There ain't no fucking way. I'll take whatever the next one is. Fuck it.
Big Shirley needs the money.
Marcus about to be stuck with Funyuns.
And she's a choir director.
I already took one for the team. Y'all need to honor y'all agreement.
Hey, come on. Hey,
I'm gonna take
Kyrie,
a
take one
blonde
for the
third
team.
one.
Nah, man, I'm good off of that, man. I know for a fact she gonna keep me fed for sure, but
Hold on.
I can't
All right,
do
Bruce,
that.
you gonna take one for the team?
Bro, I'm the host, bro.
Oh, JR.
JR gotta take one.
Take big ones for the team, bro.
Nah, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the next one.
God damn. Hey, hold on, wait. If that's the case, then we gotta let Marcus go. Then we can't force him to take the first girl.
Well, we can't share neither because ain't no sword fighting happening. So some of y'all just ain't gonna have nobody.
No, this is just the
ladies
avatar.
didn't have this problem.
It's not the actual woman.
Right.
These are just the avatar.
Right,
for what kind of
Amira,
woman we
right.
get.
They
We
thought they
didn't
could
go
catch
through
us.
this.
Nah, because you said you could swap it out. How
You
could
can
you swap
swap
it
at
out
the
if we
end, bro.
picking the same thing? No, y'all
Going
cheating.
once, going once,
All
going
right,
twice.
hold on, wait. Marcus is off the first one though. Just to be
No,
fair,
he got the first one. He can't change that.
He chose
No,
the first
no.
one. You gotta
He
stick
chose-
with it because if
no,
we
no,
did
he
that,
Go to the next one. Marcus staying with that one. I don't think nobody
Marcus
chooses
got
that.
That's
the first
unfair, bro. That's unfair.
All right, next.
Oh shit.
5'3", 135 pounds, hairstylist, salary 47,000. Kids, she don't even want kids. Hobby, shopping. Intel about her, she's age 21, high school dropout, bottle girl. She makes $3,000 a night. Her oldest sister raised her.
I'll pass.
I'm gonna pass on that.
That's you, Trev.
Now pass
I
it.
guess so.
I'll pass.
Damn, I'm going once.
I think Trev said he taking him.
Hold on, who said?
Yeah,
they
I'm
taking
stuck
one?
with it because I'm just going by what I said. I said I would take a blind one, whoever the third one is. So I'm stuck with that. I'll fix it. I'll straighten her out. She quit that job too.
She quit the job.
Which one? Which one? The bottle girl or the hairstyle?
I'm stuck with the bottle girl. I said I promised I would take it instead of the fat chick.
Well, I'm saying, like you said, she's quitting the job. Which job?
Oh, she's not gonna be a bottle girl for long. I'm making her quit.
Okay.
I'm gonna retire. I'm gonna retire her right away.
Okay.
So, Trev,
lies you
Yeah.
tell.
Anybody
strip
else
club
want?
bottle girl.
It is what it
Next.
is.
Next.
Oh no.
Height,
Yeah, I had that.
5'6", weight 148 pounds, works HR federal. Salary 80,000, kids 3, adult, 2 baby fathers, hobby photography, age 40, 2 times divorced, pro equality, 2-parent raised.
I'm gonna pass on that.
Wait, she make $3K. Wait. Zoom that again? You said that girl make $3K a night?
Yeah, she's
Yes.
a
Yeah,
bottle
she
girl.
might could keep that job. All right.
That's what I was about to say. That's what I was about to say. I read that. I said 3K a night. Shoot.
Were you guys focusing on the new girl? You guys not even looking at the new girl.
No, I saw it, but it didn't take me very long.
You talking about you talking
to the old girl, right?
you talking about Stavina Urkel? I'm good. I'm good on that.
Stavina.
Yeah, but that 3K at night, you never know what it'd be. You know they have
Y'all
VIP.
ain't caring about the 3K at night, please.
That shit adds up. How many nights you
That
working?
is a lot of fucking money, bro.
They saw the
That is a
body.
lot of money.
You work 7 days. You do the math.
That's 100,000 a month coming in. Let's
Man,
go.
hold on,
guys
she a
are
bottle
all
girl, bro. She make 3K
putting
a
your
night on
money
Friday and Saturday. Come on,
Yeah, that's what I was
It
saying.
said a night. It didn't say nothing about nothing. It said a night. She
Y'all
working
should have
every
took
night.
y'all should have took the 5A girl because I would have swapped for some of her eggs. I would have took eggs from her, and then
This nigga said he would have took eggs.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna hold you, man. It's starting to look like that Marcus got the better deal, bro.
Yeah, because look, guess what I could do? If you would have Trev, me and you could have worked together and you could have got my girl hired doing bottle service. She would have making 3K a night. So we cancel out the other shit. The abortions.
Well, I already
guess
got
what
girl
happened
number
with that
3. All right, so we could still.
yeah.
This is men think, ladies.
I got number 3.
This is grimy, bro. Come on, a 40-year-old woman twice divorced with 3.5 kids.
Well, JR needs
God
a
damn.
woman to move next to
3.5. That's not 3.5. She got 2 baby fathers.
2.
One of them niggas act like a child.
Abortions.
Yeah, but all her kids are grown though.
Oh shit! Bring on the last
all
one.
her
Bro.
kids. All her kids are grown.
Yeah,
Bring on the last.
Huh?
Bring on the last one, man. We stuck with her.
All right. So JR and Sweeney is stuck with the last one.
Sword fight. Pause.
5'7", 142 pounds. Psychiatrist, salary $270,000 a year. She's also receiving alimony from a previous marriage. It's $5,800 a month. She got 1 teen, and then she also got 2 adults. Hobby, yoga, and spa. Until age 44, recently divorced, desires a provider. Extremely hypergamous. Single father raised.
Damn it.
I'm gonna take that.
Y'all
man.
lost.
I mean, it is what it is, bro.
I think you and JR.
No, y'all gotta rock scissors paper for her, man.
I actually think what's gonna end up happening is y'all probably won't even qualify for her.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah,
That's
so
all
she
I'm
gonna
about to
dump
say,
y'all
like,
real quick. Y'all done.
It's a rat. He said extremely hypergamous.
She's
And
demanding.
She make $275,000.
Damn, you gave us some real busters, man. You gave. I think the women had better options than we did. At least they had something practical. Ain't none of these joints practical at all.
Bro, she
None of
make
them.
$275,000 and she gets an additional $5,800 a month in alimony. No, 1 teen kid, two adult children. I mean, shit. I'm about to play the game, bro.
I think there's.
I'm about to lie.
Lie is crazy.
How can you raise that up if you ain't got the money?
Hey, there's always hey. Look, what did Marcus and Trev say? Hey, there's always more than one way to skin a cat, bro.
Exactly.
How would y'all flip that, Trev and White?
I'm all right. I like the one I got. For what was out there, I'll take that one. I would have picked her in real life over the other ones. Yeah, real shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay with Shorty,
between
and
that
then
and the first one.
you just gonna put Shorty on to the bottle service, and then.
But I thought
I got you. She gonna be lit.
But you know that you got to make more than $275K to be with her.
Who? I picked number 3. She made 47,000. I'm cool.
She desires a provider.
No, I don't want her. I said I got number 3.
Hold on, that's all right. That's all right. I'll double back when she turns 65. She make enough money.
Nope. The rule you said, Sweetie, you said you got to pick her today.
Yeah.
As
Today.
is.
No, hold on,
Yeah.
wait. But like Mark, like Bruiser said though, today I'm not getting picked by her. Like
That's your fault because you let all the ones go by, just like we tell the women. You let all them chances go by, and that's what you end up with.
If you could have one wish, who would you would have chosen other than the last one?
Pull up the options again.
I don't even think Kyrie okay with that last one.
Fuck it, man. Give me Big Shirley, man.
I mean,
fuck it,
No.
man.
considering the last one, I'm gonna take
son,
the
that's
I'm
what
gonna
you
take the first one.
It's gonna be some furniture moving in that motherfucker.
Damn. Fuck it. Give me Big Shirley, goddamn it. Shit.
Just make sure y'all had some Febreze for that furniture.
Hey, chat. What number would y'all pick? Put a number up.
Yeah, chat. What number would y'all to pick, chat? Since we got
1, 3, and 5. No, you got one. You got to pick one of them. He said
Knowledge.
1, 3.
What's 1, 3,
Liquid
and 5?
Knowledge said, he said, Trev will never be able to find his woman. He will never be able to track down number 3.
But the thing with number
y'all
5,
think.
I could get Big Shirley in the gym, bro. We could work out together. I'm big, she big. We could work that shit out, bro.
number
That's what I
5
was
is
gonna
gonna
say.
make
Like,
your-
all you gotta do is hit the gym.
number 5 gonna make your life extremely miserable.
Extreme.
With that person,
Yeah.
Hold on, Marcus.
comparing you to other men at all
90%
times.
of dudes ain't even getting in the door.
She a psychologist, so she then gonna know how to
She gonna be-
professionally push your fucking buttons. She recently divorced, so she didn't keep that marriage together for whatever reason, and she probably gonna compare you to the ex, extremely hypergamous, and she single father raised, so she probably is more logical and less
Her
emotional.
expectations is crazy.
No,
Yeah,
you
she
gonna
gonna
be miserable.
she gonna hurt
I'm gonna
you.
tell you one thing I noticed too. I'm with M White on that. She also has $5,800 a month in alimony from her previous marriage. Who's
Got
to
him.
say she's gonna get that up? Add that
She's not
to
marrying you, bro.
if
Got
if what's $5,800 a month times 12, and you
5
add
times
that to
12
the
is
275.
That's like
60.
six.
So we're looking
Like,
around
yeah, it's like
70,000. We're looking close to.
69.
69,
Yeah, close to.
69 and a half.
Whoa, did it off the dome. Let's go.
So that's like $340K. You would have to earn over $340K to get her to marry you or to be even down, consider you, because that means she would have to relinquish her. I think she had to give up her alimony, right?
yeah. If you want to get married again, you have to. It's all null and void at that point. You can't.
Yeah, that woman
You want
right
to get
there
married,
is-
you can't keep alimony too.
Yeah.
She looked like she can get whatever young dude or whatever to come break her off and keep it moving.
Yeah,
But I think at the very least, we'll have happy lives. They might not agree with us, but we'll have a happy life.
Yeah, I'm gonna be straight. I'm gonna take that $3K a night and I'm gonna work it.
I think Trev, you'll be pulling the hair out of your beard, thinking your woman cheating though.
Yeah, I think I care.
Damn.
Hey, look, hold on, wait, look.
Damn.
Like
See
I
how they
said-
do this, chat? Women just be yourselves, because this is what
Like I
they don't
said-
give a fuck anyway.
Like I said, Big Shirley, we can go to the gym together. I'm big, you big. You know, we can work on this together. I'll take Big Shirley, man. Fuck it.
She taller than you, ain't she?
Nah, she's shorter than me.
Damn, you gonna put his height on the? That's crazy.
Oh, yeah, she's shorter than
Yeah,
me.
5'3" is crazy. I got the shortest one. That's super fun size. Like that's one-handed.
Oh, yeah, she gonna be a
Yeah,
problem for you, bro.
5'3". That's what
I don't
y'all
know if
think.
you gonna continue to let her dress like that.
She a
She
bottle
had
girl.
to.
He
She
ain't
a
got no
bottle
choice.
girl.
Yeah.
She a bottle
You
girl.
stuck with it. She a bottle girl. That's how she make her bread.
I think
Man,
the
you gotta have
girls
some
won this
trust.
game.
I'm pimping her. Y'all don't even dig it.
You're pimping her is.
So you gonna pimp your wife, bro?
You know what's crazy
Man,
is that
he
you
ain't
men
say
talk
this-
about.
Y'all acting like that's not a real thing.
He ain't say this was a side piece. He said this is the woman you gotta marry.
Listen, man.
Yeah.
At that point, if that's who I'm stuck with, yeah, you got to adapt.
But
That's
I
who-
thought
that's
I
who I
thought
picked.
I thought women's income doesn't matter. I think didn't you guys say the man
That's
is the
all.
provider,
That's
so
about
the woman's
that.
income.
So
She don't
Kevin,
have very much to offer.
my dick probably wouldn't work for most of them. So I would need somebody to at least turn me on enough to get hard. Like I'd be looking at them like, yeah, I just can't do it, baby. You're not for me. Like, yeah, at least the BBL could turn me on. Like, I ain't gonna.
You like fake asses, bro?
I don't, but it's better than those other options.
Damn.
Well,
You
we said
think
she didn't
Kyrie-
have no BBL. We said she ain't have no BBL. We said
Oh
she-
yeah, okay. Well then, yeah. Right. Yeah,
If you base it off
BBLs.
appearance, I get what he's saying, but realistically,
Because
like,
I pull him back up. Let me just see him real quick. Pull him all back up.
He wants a second look.
Yeah, that shit fat, bro.
Yeah, bro. If that's not a BBL, that ass though, I'll be one of them. That ass though. Like, hold on, pull it back up. Pull it. Let me just.
God damn, Mark, just screenshot it, bro.
So number 2, I would love to have kids with her at 5'8", 255. We'll probably make some big kids, but I don't think I would be attracted to her. She seemed like a nice person. We could be cool as hell, but the attraction level, I probably couldn't get over it. The
I think number
5'3"
2 was the best option.
I wouldn't want to have kids with her because she's so small. If I was thinking about that, and she anti-kid, so it wouldn't really
She don't
matter.
want kids no way. Yeah.
Older sister Ray, she might be with the hot girl shit, so that might be an issue. But that $3K a night, if you feel like she gonna keep it thorough, then that's a plus. The 5'6"
And wait,
HR,
chill. That's my joint, bro. You gotta chill out.
let me back up off your wifey. Joe. Let me back up off your wifey. I'm just all due respect. All due respect.
Oh, nobody picked number 4, did they?
So y'all
no.
couldn't flip the HR, the girl, the 4th one.
I don't think I could wake up.
Which one?
Nah, bro. She is not attractive. I don't know. If serious makeover.
If I think I probably could get the last one together, but I really don't want to do all the work that it's gonna require. I could get her together, I believe, but I wouldn't want to do all the work to because
That's crazy. You guys are looking at women to change them. That's crazy.
I didn't say I was gonna change her. I said I was gonna pimp her. Two different things.
What is the man called when he marries a woman? It's a bride and a what?
Bride and a groom.
What does a groom do? What is grooming?
Well, the way I think of grooming is when you're like trying to groom
Not
someone,
that type.
person that you want to. Yeah, well, that's typically what the
I thought you were gonna say like
grooming.
like
I think that was a wrong choice of words.
So what is it? Is the term love, honor, and obey included in the vows?
Yeah,
Do women mold to men?
Yeah, just as much as men mold to women. I mean, it's not just I feel like it's more of like, this is the thing, right? You would say this to a woman. If a woman chose a man to change the man, you would be like, what the fuck? But when a man chooses a woman to change her, it's like, they should want to change on their own.
It's not the same.
It's really not the same.
Yeah,
right?
Because you like, if a man allows a woman to change him, she's only going to change him into something she's no longer attracted to.
Facts.
I don't know. I just feel like when you're looking to someone to change someone, it always ends in disaster instead of finding someone that's more aligned with what you're wanting. And if they want to
Charlie,
change for the better,
I still believe you're right about. I believe you're right about that to an extent because honestly, I do tell men that you kind of find a woman who's already in line with most of what it is that you believe. She's going to take some type of direction, though. She has to take.
Yeah,
some
that's
type
what I'm
of direction.
saying. There's going to be some, but you don't.
But
want
her core
just...
beliefs should be in line with yours, right? Like you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. We're not doing that. Like you know what I'm saying. Except for me, I'm stuck with number 3. But
you're marrying number 3. You're literally turning someone into a housewife because you're marrying her.
That's the best
She's not a
option.
hoe. Number 3 is
I'm
not
not
a
saying
hoe.
she wasn't a hoe. I just said you're literally marrying this person. So you're turning whomever you marry into a housewife. So whomever you choose on this panel, this is going to be the person for better or for worse that you're going to have to stick it out with. So
Trip, can you imagine dealing with her like a woman that's a psychiatrist that make $270?
I thought of that when I was looking at that line. I'm like, God damn, this is going to be a complete nightmare. Complete nightmare. She's going to make your life miserable.
What about her friends and oh my God, you're gonna catch hell from her. You're gonna catch hell from her friends and family.
Is her dad still alive? And she's single father raised. Oh hell.
So her standards is going to be crazy. Like she's gonna be crazy. Yeah.
I actually said, you ever seen that show?
What's wrong with the woman raised by her dad? Y'all don't want women that are raised by their dad.
You gotta understand, it's the total package of who she is.
Yeah.
It's a psychiatrist who's hypergamous. Her like Marcus said, her friends are probably in that same realm where they're extremely judgmental. She just got out of a marriage, and her ex-husband is already paying her $5,800 a month. And then on top of that, she was father raised, so that adds on to all the additional headaches that you got to have. Because not only do you have to deal with her, you got to deal with her friend, and you got to deal with her dad, who's probably also a psychiatrist or a goddamn doctor or some shit like that. Nah, that's way too.
That's like Erica Mena that's cunning enough to fuck your life up. Like
That's
hell
like, that's
no.
like, she probably got a father like Uncle Phil or some shit like that.
Nah, maybe, but that wouldn't be that bad. I'm thinking she got an over domineer because it didn't say it, but I was thinking she would act more like a man than a woman in the way that they described how. So all the soft femininity and shit, that shit gone. I'm attracted to femininity. I'd rather take the college dropout that's feminine than the masculine 275K. I'm gonna keep it a bean.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That
Like,
275.
She's surface level feminine. Like she's I can dress the part, I can sound soft when I'm talking to people, but I'm a hard ass when it comes. Like, yeah, nah.
She probably got a cook at home, somebody washing dishes and all kind of shit, and cussing her butlers out and shit.
I wouldn't be surprised if she try and peg you. That seems like some shit.
Okay, so I have a question for the gentleman. Like, let's say, right, you were able to choose anyone on that panel, regardless of what you chose before. Knowing everyone on that panel, whom do you guys feel would be the best option? Since that's what you guys asked us.
If you could play shuffle with the thumbnail to the title, it would probably be number 2. But
that's all I'm gonna say. It would honestly be, to me, it would probably be number 2. Like,
but the looks factor is the thing I can't get over.
Like the looks factor, if I had to throw in the looks factor, it'd be
1 or 3.
1 or 3. No, actually, it'd be 3. I like fun size. It'd be number 3 looks factor. But as far as like, if I had to pick somebody who I would probably believe is closest to wifey material in my income, like not necessarily my income bracket, but my wheelhouse, it'd be Big Shirley, man.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm kind of afraid of.
Like that should just be Shirley.
I'm afraid of
She's 5'8". She's 5'8". She's a stallion.
I'm afraid of having a baby with number 2 because she's how much she weighed again? 255. I'm 6'4", 6'5". If I put a baby in her, man,
she has a beautiful smile.
Hey, all bullshit aside, Marcus, y'all gonna have a defensive end as a kid.
If I put a baby in her,
like
she's gonna be pushing like 350.
If she
on
could,
her fourth trimester, she's gonna be pushing like 350.
I don't got no problems with her hips and ass to move her stomach.
Imagine how much she gonna weigh, Marcus, after you impregnate her.
Yeah.
Imagine how much she gonna weigh in her 4th trimester.
She gonna blow up.
Because her stomach is sticking out further than her titty.
You're probably not gonna be able to walk, bro, with a 6'8" dude impregnate her.
Yeah,
bro.
You said the 4th trimester?
A 3rd.
I don't know. I think you guys are being a little harsh. I think that if she's a good option, I mean, okay, yeah, she has a couple pounds on her, but I mean, like, at the end of the day, she still is the best pick. And out of all of them, her smile's
You gotta
the most
understand this about us. You gotta understand this about us. We don't have the ability to just let somebody enter us. We have to get on hard to have sex with you. If we're not physically attracted to you, it's a moot point. Our
I mean,
body
that's
won't
fine.
work.
That's understandable.
You're gonna be an alcoholic for real. You know?
Out there who like big girls. These guys.
I heard these big girls can't reach every crevice with the soap and rag either. So sometimes it's
big girls be clean. They be taking care of themselves. They be clean. They be smelling good. They gotta know.
You probably buy one of them sponge mats where they lay on it and roll on them motherfuckers.
Hey, Marcus, and all bullshit aside,
I heard that them BBLs be having smells.
Oh.
Hey, look.
Yeah.
Hey, Marcus.
And they have accidental like drainage from there.
I asked did she have a BBL, and he said no. Not
You
necessarily.
can tell by the way it's shaped. If it's natural, even if it was that big, you would be able to see. Like, you could tell the difference between a BBL and
5 years post op.
Hey, Marcus.
There are women that naturally have that bigger butt, but it looks more forming to their body.
Hey, Marcus, and you know them big girls, bro. They can suck a golf ball through a garden hose with a fractured jaw.
That's cool, but then what about like bringing her out with my homies and shit? Like, I'm gonna feel like, no, bro.
Like that's you.
Yeah, you know. Hey, I ain't gonna get that nephew. That's you. Like JR say, nephew. That's you.
They're gonna be like,
looking at me like, yeah, I get it. But they gonna look us over there, nephew. Come on, man. I couldn't do it. So
I just can't do. What's the opposite of missionary? I mean, not missionary.
Doggy
It's
style.
still missionary. It's just her
Doggy
on top.
style is opposite of missionary.
Well, doggy style it might be decent because you can't see her stomach, and she big enough that the ass probably fat and it wiggle.
But can you imagine that joint laying on top of you?
I'm
Yeah,
sure she's not gonna put all her weight
Y'all are
on you.
outlandish. Like,
Man,
y'all outlandish.
that's what I'm saying, Casey. They over here bashing the
sat here
girl,
and
but
let
she's
y'all-
she's the best
Yes, sir.
option. But look, she got the
They all
worst
said she's the
bashing.
best option,
But then she
they're
got. That's
saying
what I'm
because
saying.
she's so
She was the
big,
best
it's a battle.
option, but they're bashing her to the T out of everybody else's
Oh, just put her
roster.
on a diet. Give her
Are
some
we
food.
body
Women do?
We
Gentlemen,
just taught the fifth
isn't that what
girl a
women
gold
do?
digger, a headache, and everything else.
Wait, how was she? Who you said it was the best option? Number 2?
That's what everyone said. That number 2 was the
No.
best option.
They said number 2.
Man, she got kids already, man. Yeah,
I forgot she got college. She got student loan debt.
You didn't even see that.
Yeah, like that's a lot of problems right there, man.
She's celibate
Grandma
too, bro.
raised.
You know she's celibate, right? You ain't
that's
even
not
hitting
good for
that
me.
till you work wife.
Number 4 would probably want a girlfriend if we keep it a whole being.
What? What?
She probably don't want no man.
Who?
No, number 4?
I think 4 would be the next one.
I ain't gonna lie, number 4 looks masculine as a motherfucker.
Number 4 don't look like she fuck with men.
She got
You can't even really see her face. She's looking at a computer.
She look like, man,
3
twice
kids.
divorced, 3 kids,
Yeah.
pro equality.
You get some fucked up options, bro.
Hey,
got
notice how
divorced.
none of the ladies went this deep. Shout out to the ladies for remaining in their feminine energy because none of the ladies bashed a single person on this panel. Huh?
Y'all on girl code, that's why.
No, we didn't say anything about the guy's weight. The HVAC guy, he was heavy set, and none of us said, "Oh, look at his fat self."
He wasn't 250. He wasn't 255 pounds.
No,
that don't matter to y'all.
He wasn't 255 pounds.
He definitely looks 255 pounds.
Hell
Get
no.
the fuck out of
He's the
here.
poster
And
child
he's
of
6'2".
Yeah, because he's 6'2". At that, he gotta be like 250.
He gotta
easy.
be.
He probably
Gotta be
270.
easy.
280.
Yeah. He
Because
at
his
least
BMI
250.
is like
All right,
the
he's 6'2",
minimum is
yeah,
like
yeah,
180, 190. Like he's
6'2".
yeah.
Y'all really don't understand how our bodies work.
I thought y'all said that was a teddy bear build.
But he ain't
It
got
is a teddy
but his
bear.
stomach not poking out though.
That's a teddy bear.
You can't
Yeah.
tell. He got one of the loose fitting joints.
He got the loose fit.
Yo, what's going on with homeboy kicks too? Like, what the fuck?
He's looking so good to me. Then she turn around
He
and
flat footed, man. He can't help it, man. He
I be
flat
sitting
footed.
there like, yeah, look at that.
Yo,
ass.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all, bro. I'm gonna be honest. Whoever chose number 4 in the NFL dude, you know that dude got a roster. He probably got a
He
roster.
definitely got a roster. Ain't
I
no-
thought you were gonna say
And he
a
got
rock. I was like, where are we
CTE.
going?
I
with
said
this?
that. I said, bro. I said, what do you?
Two days in a row.
I told Casey. I said, you
like
know
Tell
what
his
they
ass
heard.
no, he gonna crash out.
I said, you know what they say about dudes who are in real estate and they making that type
No,
of
I
money.
didn't
He's only
exactly
38 years
just
old
like
and don't believe in marriage. That dude is out there playing the field. He is playing.
100%. He looks exactly like someone I used to date.
Did we specify that we had to marry this person?
Yeah.
Yeah, you marrying him.
You
Oh,
just
well, I'm
stuck with
not
him
married.
because he don't. This
Well,
dude
no,
don't
well,
believe in
technically you
marriage.
stuck with him because
He don't believe in marriage.
Yeah.
So, all right, let me ask y'all this:
That's
out
your
of the
person.
women, what man do y'all think in real life gonna get the most women or the most have the best options?
Out
for
of the
women
4
here?
of them,
Yeah, out of the 5.
out of the 5, I
In
would say
real
number
life.
4. He looks a little bit more. Number 4 or number 3. Number 3, because he looks like he's a smooth talker. I mean, he's kind of cute. I'm not gonna lie. I like him.
Number 3.
I'm gonna say the old guy probably knocked down the most women though.
I'm going with
That's because he's older though.
The older guy knocked down the most women.
Nah, 3 or 4, bro.
I think
Hold
3.
on,
I
wait.
think if
Bad
anything, probably
Ray,
3.
$6 million.
Don't matter.
Look,
He knocked down
money.
the
Look,
most.
money is the root of all evil. That shit do matter. That money. Look, dollar signs talk.
That motherfucker,
tell
that
you
man
right
knocked
now
down
that-
the most women.
The HVAC
I
dude
doubt it.
probably be
His
smashing.
accent probably be fucking him up. Too.
Okay,
It's
so
gonna be
ladies
between
out of
3 and
look
4.
wise, because the men said they're look wise. Out of the look wise, which one do you guys think is like the most attractive, look wise?
I'm still choosing 4.
I think the HVAC guy. 4 looks a little sweet to me. So
He couldn't be. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Oh my god!
I say for me,
Yo,
look
I'm
wise,
tripping.
look wise, probably number 3, look wise. 3 or 2.
I like the last guy.
You like the last guy?
If he just cut off the beard or dyed it black, yeah, I'm happy.
I can see
why
that.
You gonna make that old man dye his beard, man? What part of the guy? Now look at him changing the
Okay,
man.
or dye it,
Look at him.
dye it black. Dye it black, and then we're good.
See, all right, Amir, let me tell you something. As a barber, that shit is silly as hell. When old guys try to dye their beards, like that shit is silly. Because it's like
Why?
2 seconds later, it's gonna be gray again.
No, but then it could be like
And
salt
then-
and pepper, and then it's like salt and pepper, and it's coming through. That's
No,
like make it
his
mix salt and
beard
pepper.
is all the way white. Salt and pepper is salt and pepper.
You ain't gonna. I'm gonna tell you this right now. You ain't gonna be able to create no salt and pepper look with that beard. It's all the way white. You have to damn near put highlights in there, and at that
Well,
point, you
then-
in there too long.
Well, then we're keeping the white beard.
He's
We're keeping the white
silver
beard. All right,
fox.
thank you.
He's a silver fox.
Like,
Were y'all surprised? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
wait, he ain't got no mustache, bro. Where's your stash at?
Leave him alone. He's my husband. Leave
Pull
him
it back
alone.
up. Pull it back up.
Respect on her husband.
Pull that back up,
Leave
Bruce.
my husband alone.
Where's your stash?
Hey, at least
bro?
my husband
Oh
can
my
fix your
God.
PC issues.
He got Sweeney. He got more of a mustache than me, low-key. I ain't gonna hold you.
Nah, he ain't got no stash at all, bro. He all bottom.
And Callie, I can
There
agree
she
with you
go.
on number 3.
What'd you say? Yeah, number 3. Number 3 is
Yeah,
cute.
I can agree with you on number 3.
Yeah, he's a good-looking guy, young strapping gentleman.
Y'all know what they say about them.
Look,
towels.
they said he was 6'6" too.
That man too damn old to not have a mustache. Bro.
But look, look, the H Block guy, he probably
Sweeney, I never cut my mustache. It just don't grow. Some people, the shit don't grow.
Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Some people, my pops, his mustache ain't grown in 30 years, bro. Sometimes you just stuck with what you got. But it's better having some stash is better than having no stash, especially when you're 60-something years old.
It ain't even connected fully though.
You know what they
Nah, it
say about the
depends.
technicians that be coming in people's houses and working, them HVAC guys? They be smacking people's wives. That's what I heard.
Make it
Yeah,
just-
home mom's got an HVAC guy coming in and that shit.
Oh, well,
What women were y'all? Oh, I'm sorry.
Says Darwin, I rock with you, but you're a terrible host.
Damn.
Well, funny enough, says why the only pro black dude got to be single mother raised.
What's wrong with being pro-black?
And the reasons
For
why.
your community.
The women. Were y'all surprised at who we picked and the reasons why?
Huh?
Were y'all surprised at who we all picked and the reasons why?
I was not surprised. I think you guys kind of met our expectations.
Absolutely.
What?
What's the expectation? Can you go into detail?
Y'all,
Listen,
it's
I
just
think
the bar is low. The bar is
whoa.
low.
The bar
Who
is
should
low.
we have picked?
Hold on,
Who should we have picked?
Who should we have picked?
Can you bring up
I
the
don't-
roster again?
Man, pull him
Yeah,
up.
I'll say that
Hold
y'all
on, who
had
should
some
we have
difficult
picked?
options, but based on your statements and your comments about those options, the bar is in the gutter. Like,
Who should we have picked?
I mean, I can't tell you who to pick, but what I'm saying is,
Here we go.
y'all
man.
had difficult
Oh, God.
choices. I'll give you that. Y'all had difficult choices, but
Yeah, it was
based
awful.
on your commentary, the bar is low because he said, "Fuck the personality. If my dick can't get hard for you, then it's no point." Oh, bar is in the gutter. Like,
That's just the harsh reality, though. Like,
You know what?
and that's
You know what's
your
crazy?
reality.
You know what's crazy? Y'all are people love to shame and embarrass and disparage men for being honest. Like, it should be a safe space. I mean, I dig it. Like,
It is a safe
that's a real deal. Like,
No,
why should
yeah,
we be
listen.
shamed? Why should we be shamed for our biology? We are
should.
designed to
That's your
procreate.
truth.
Why should we be shamed?
We're just messing
If
with
we
you.
want to
We're
be
just
loyal,
messing.
if we want to be loyal to a woman, I'm not taking it personal. It's all good, but I'm just saying, just for anybody listening, if we're going to be loyal to a woman, right, and we are driven by sex, you can't shame a man for his biology. Like, we get hungry, we eat, we do things. Like, if you plan on doing that and you want to be loyal, you should be attracted to that person, very attracted to that person. So it's extremely important to men. Y'all can love it or hate it, but it's the harsh reality. Men,
Also,
if you want us to be faithful, then yeah, they should be attracted to us. And if shit getting hard, pause.
Yeah, also,
It's important.
Hold on, wait. Position it like this, KC. Imagine you was with a dude, and his dick didn't get hard for you. how long would you be there?
You gonna think he gay?
Definitely
Like legitimately, every time you tried to get with him, it wasn't coming. It wasn't standing up for you. It's over with. How long you sticking around?
I mean, he needs to go to the doctor.
So you think he got?
No, let's say nothing
ED?
works.
That's crazy.
It sounds
And
like
and
erectile
ED meds give him crazy ass headaches.
How is it erectile dysfunction when
He's telling it's because he's
All right.
unattracted to you, it doesn't get hard. That's what we're asking. If his dick does not get hard for you and you're trying to deal with it, are you going to stick around and understand that this dude is sexually unattracted to you?
I mean, that would be something he has to voice. I can't just assume that's the reason.
I mean,
So
at
what
the
if-
end of the
okay,
day,
what
I
if
think
he-
we would.
It's not as
The thing
easy
is,
to
it's not
say.
like we're coming at you
Holy
guys. Like
shit.
we do want you guys to be honest. Like if I'm not your type, I'm not your type. Like that's fine. You have a preference, just like everybody else does. But we are just giving you a little shit because I think that you guys expected the women to be the ones, the hot topic, controversial topic. But actually, I feel like it was more of you guys.
Absolutely.
Y'all got.
I'm fine with it.
the-
I'm fine with it. I don't. It is what it is.
we got hit with OnlyFans models and
It's just none of y'all really mentioned
40-year-old
anything about
single
It
moms.
came
and
with a
shit.
lot of baggage though. Like every woman came with something.
And
like
that's what I
some
said.
form of
But
baggage.
no,
Major
I don't
baggage.
recall anybody mentioning personality except in a negative.
what does it say
Yes,
Because
about
you
y'all?
can't tell. None of
Yes,
that was
we
mentioned.
The
except
The
for
that
last
girl
woman.
was. We talked
yeah,
about her
we did. We didn't like
personality.
her. Yeah,
What
But
does
it
it
was
say
all
about
like she's
based on
y'all?
uncoachable.
activity.
What does it say about y'all who skipped up on the second guy, the most common guy you're gonna run into?
He has a teen kid. It's just a no for me. I don't have kids. It doesn't say much about me.
Y'all didn't skip out him. Y'all didn't even say that. Y'all said he didn't earn enough.
I said my reason is because he has a teenager.
Yeah, Aisha said he didn't earn enough.
So Casey, who should we have picked? If in your opinion, what do you think? What's the? Oh,
Amira
let's just say.
said-
I
Don't
already
say
asked her.
because we
I
know you're not gonna like
already
that one, but she didn't answer it. So I know you're not gonna like it phrased that way. So I'll ask it this way: which do you think would have been the best option out of the 5 for us to pick?
Big Shirley.
If you're talking about
pull it up
if
again.
you're
Pull it
talking
up again.
about if you're talking about outside of physically, it would be Big Shirley. It would have been Big Shirley.
Look,
Shirley
don't,
Cyborg.
don't get me wrong. Look,
Can't
I
do
love
it.
this food. Look,
Can't
food
do
is
it.
key to my heart.
Can't.
Aspect of it. I
Ooh,
get the
she's
physical
gonna
aspect.
die though. She's gonna die. She's
Oh
she's
my
morbidly
God.
obese.
I mean,
You're not
she is.
doing it.
I mean, you
She's
guys
gonna
act
die.
like the gym ain't a thing. Like, look at so many
You gotta wanna
bigger
go to
The
the
plus
gym ain't a
size
thing for
women.
You gotta
her.
wanna
The gym
go.
ain't a thing for her. She
You
an
gotta
old
But
wanna
dog.
what did you guys talk
She's
about, right?
in
When
her
you
40s.
marry your woman, you can help influence. Like, hey, baby, like let's go hit the gym together, or let's do some extracurricular activities together. Like instead
Y'all
of
just
going
told
out
us
to
not
eat.
to
So-
get with women to change them.
Oh, yeah,
No, I'm not
exactly
saying.
what I
I'm
was
not
about to
saying
say.
that.
You
I'm not
just
saying
said
that. I'm not
don't
saying you got to
change.
change her. I'm not saying you got to change her. But I'm saying you can't encourage.
That's a change
I
in
agree.
lifestyle.
No, I agree.
No. You said we stuck with her. You can't
Yeah.
sit here. You just criticized us when he said he would try to get the girl not to work as a bottle girl.
All
Marcus said he
right.
could try to. Then you go now. All of a sudden, the Big Shirley we could change.
No, I'm
No.
not saying you can change
No,
her. I'm
y'all-
just saying people could lose weight. It's all I'm saying. That's all.
But
I'm
So
she's
saying.
y'all
not.
telling
But
me?
she's not. She doesn't
Y'all
want to
telling
lose
me?
weight.
She's
out
not
of
gonna
all
get
the girls-
better.
She doesn't want to.
So y'all telling me out of all
she
the
knows
girls
her
on this,
health.
all the girls we could have chose from. So y'all telling me if y'all would have if y'all son said, "Hey, go bring me a woman to marry." Out of all of the women y'all could
Can I
chose,
see the
y'all gonna
roster
bring
again?
back.
I haven't said my woman yet. I didn't say.
Y'all
Big
gonna
Shirley.
bring back a 255-pound single mom.
No, that's not what
already
I was
collecting
thinking.
child support from somebody else.
No, that's not what I was saying.
Yes,
I
you
was going
said.
off of what you guys
wait.
said because you guys said that Big Shirley was the best option, and then you guys changed it after you.
I never
after
said
looked
that
at-
shit ever.
So
I said I'll
there
pick
was
anyone
multiple
except
But then
men.
again, number 3 is a good option too.
Number 3 is not a bad option. I
Wait,
don't think it's
wait,
a bad
who
option.
said
She
that?
don't want no
Who said number 3 is a good
though.
option?
She doesn't
I
want
said
any
number
kids.
3 is a good option.
I had kids already, so it's
Why is
perfect
number
for
3
me.
a good option?
Number
don't
3 is
want
a good
kids.
option because she has a career. She doesn't have any children. I don't know how you feel about anti-kids or not, but and she's young, she's youthful, she's pretty. I mean,
Right.
she's a good option as well.
That's who I picked.
I said 1 or 3.
Nah, dog, you got
I'm
one.
not
I got
I'm
three.
not
One
with
is
the
dumb. Like, let's
anti-nuclear family.
Y'all got to stay off my number three.
But,
Nah,
here's the thing.
three is mine.
You want to know what's crazy
I'm
though?
I'll do one for right now.
Here's the thing though. I'm about to tell y'all. This is what's tripped out. For us, the best option, according to the ladies, for the most part, was the 255-pound, 5'8".
No, that's not
Hold
what
on, wait. 5'8" woman with one kid. That was the best option. But when it came to the ladies,
see. I reread it though. I did reread it, and that's why I said 3 is a good option as well. I didn't read
I
that.
said 3.
I skipped past the fact that she had a kid, and I skipped past the college debt. Those are 2 things for
Don't
me that
let them
are
gaslight
problematic.
you, Casey, because they were the ones when I asked the question, multiple men said number 2. And then we started going off of who number 2 was and
But I
dissecting
will,
it.
yeah, I will also say number 2 has good values. It seems like, and she has an education, and those are the pros to her versus number 3 being a high school dropout.
What's wrong with number 1?
There is actually
Let's go back. Let's look at it.
Let's look at number 1. 5'4", TikToker, 17 to 74, 2 abortions. She smokes and dances, and is age 24, college dropout, roommates with Bessie, 2-parent raised. Let me ask you that. What's wrong with number 3?
I mean, if
I think number 2 and number
just-
3. I think
How
number
old
1
is-
and number
how
3 are
old is
basically the
number
same
1?
person.
Just because she
Hold
don't
on,
want
what did
kids.
they say
like,
was
that's
wrong with
really-
number 1?
How old is number 1?
24.
24.
That's a lot of learning to do.
Number 3 is 21.
And she chasing her dreams too. I want somebody that's inspirational. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't think it's too
It
much
is what it
wrong with
is.
number 1. I think the hot funyuns might have thrown me off.
Yeah, that shit
But
did blow me. I used to hate that shit. That
I
was
don't
like
think it's too much wrong with her.
Look, Casey.
I'm sorry. Number 1 seemed like a hood booger, bro.
Y'all realize number 3 dropped out of high school, right?
Right.
That's fine. I don't need to be smart. I'm smart enough for both of us.
Look, so Casey, girls in my hood used to do this thing where they'll put flaming hot and pickle juice. That shit used to blow the fuck out of me. In real life, I wouldn't date somebody doing that, but that shit, man. But
you would
I can deal with. I actually prefer a girl that's like a little, not like a hood chick, but she can relate to hood niggas. Like, so I think I'd just take number 1. I would prefer if she had one black parent, and then we could go from there. But you got.
If I had to say the
she
most
about to be a bottle girl too. I got you, bro.
the most unstable, the most unstable women would be 1 and 3. The most stable women would be 3 and 4. If I had to argue, the most stable, and then number 5, she's just a fucking headache. I don't think anybody wants.
But Sweeney, you know what you're not accounting for? Loving her right and putting great dick in her life and instruction. We could fix a whole lot of shit with just those 2 things.
No, firecrackers gonna be firecrackers, bro. Firecrackers gonna be firecrackers.
Let me show y'all a trick. Pull it back up, Judge. Y'all pull up the ladies. This is how you know who the best option. All 5 of the options have the same stats, but they all look like number 2. Now who do you choose?
Oh no.
Now who do you choose?
I'm still probably gonna go with number 2.
Way to move.
You ain't gonna be Big Shirley in a high school dropout and want to go chopping and shit. No. Anti-kids. We can't have no kids either. Nah.
Damn.
Look like you're gonna have to trap her.
Do the same for the men.
Okay. What's the question for the men? For us?
Okay. So go to the guys. If all of them look like number
3,
2.
Boy.
If all of them look like number 2.
No, which one did y'all find the most attractive? Just looks wise.
I found number 3 the most attractive one.
Okay.
What's one y'all found the less attractive?
Less attractive. For me, I'd probably go with number 5.
The old guy.
Yeah.
What about everybody else? The OG?
5. Yeah.
So if all of them look like number 5, now which one would y'all choose?
I stick with my number 1 answer. Well, Wait, he's freaking 57. Hold on, let me pause. Pause.
I still choose
Damn, a 57-year-old virgin is crazy.
I mean, hold on. Wait, pause. I have to really sit back and think. If he's 57 years old, that would be a little concerning. Not concerning.
No,
but
I would choose 5 then. If they all look like number 5, I would choose 5.
Yeah. Oh God, if they all look number 5. Like number
I
5.
think I was on mute when I said this, but in that first example, if all the women look like number 3, pull it back up.
He said number 2.
No, pull it back up. Pull it back up.
He
If
said
they all look
like number 2.
If they all look like number 2, then I'm going with number 1 still.
Wait, you gonna have Big Shirley and she eating hot Cheetos?
Well, look, hold on, pull it back up. Keep it up.
Hot Cheetos and flavor.
Hold on, I'm gonna explain my logic. If they pull it up so I can read it, like, so if they all look like number 2, unilaterally. So the TikToker that and she's for women empowerment. I don't got no problem with her trying to raise her self-esteem and move forward. I'm not a fan of abortions, but that's 2 kids that don't exist, so I don't really have to worry about those 2 kids. I smoke from time to time. I ain't got no issue with her dancing. At 24, she young enough that she can grow with whatever we trying to grow with. College dropout, if I wanted her to go back to school, she can, or she want to go back to school, she can. Her roommate is her bestie. Once we get in a relationship, that shit over with, and she got a male father figure in her life and her mom, so she gonna be balanced. I'm still picking number 1. Them Funyuns is some bullshit, but we could change that diet, or she can eat that shit in the car and get some gum before she come in the house. Like, because number 2, the thing that throw me off about her, 1, the travel nurse thing, she's not gonna be around like that. 1, I might have to deal with
cheat a lot. Shit. I didn't even see that part.
I might have to deal with her baby daddy. So we got a kid situation. If he get to acting crazy, it's gonna be real smoke. Depending on how much the college debt is, that's a bill we gotta increase. If she's leasing a home, she probably paying above the amount she needs to be paying for a look and appearance, because she only got 1 kid. So why does she do that? She probably doing that to impress her friends, which is going to be a huge issue for me. She's celibate, so I'm not getting no pussy. The grandma raised part is probably the best part about her, low key. Number 3, the hairstylist, that's here or there, but she double her side hustle with doing bottle service, so that's a plus. The kids thing, it's an L. I need kids for my lineage. I really have an issue with this hobby and shopping. That means she probably burned through more than that $3K a night. She probably in debt. So that's an L. Plus the height thing. I'll prefer her to be a little taller. And if she 135, she probably don't got enough ass. But she can gain the ass later on if she had kids, but she refused to have kids. So
short women need love too.
Hold on.
Oh, I ain't got no issue with short women.
No. She looked like Big Shirley.
Oh yeah, she looked like Big Shirley.
Oh yeah, so take that out. So yeah, the things that throw me off is just the shopping. That shopping hobby is like gambling. You can they'll run through all your money because expenses can increase with they desires. So she might have went from buying Michael Kors bags to one of the fucking Birkin, and all that $3K is gone. And her older sister, depending on how cool she is, she might interfere with the relationship or might keep it together. That's a toss-up. Then the number 4, the HR federal salary, 80K, that's cool. Kids, that's going to be an issue for me. She got 3 kids, 2 adults, and 2, what is BFs?
Baby fathers.
Baby fathers. Yeah, that's hell no. I thought it was like best friends or something. That'd be a problem too. Because if they were relevant enough to mention in this portion, they probably got too much influence over our life. And I like
all her kids are adults.
Still.
And she got 2 baby fathers, but she's twice divorced. So I'm assuming that her 2 baby fathers are the men that she married.
Yeah.
You could assume that. Or the reason why she divorced because she got a baby out of wedlock. I mean, baby affair.
Will she have kids again? She 40.
Like she 40.
No,
probably
no,
not.
She 40. That's a wrap, bro.
All her kids
she ain't having no more kids, bro.
And she been divorced 2 times. She probably a super feminist. And
she
her father probably her father was probably emasculated by her mother, so she viewed, or her mother was in a situation where she didn't see her as powerful, so she goes out her way to try and usurp the man that she's around to prove equality. That's a fight forever. So that shit is trash. Then the 5'7", 142 psychiatrist, I actually like psychiatrists mentally to stimulate, because I met some really cool ones, but the chance that it wouldn't be the cool one fuck me up. And the way this is set up, it seemed like it wouldn't be a cool one. The $275K and alimony $5,800 a month, she make $275K. If she needed alimony, then I could understand for her raising the kids. But she makes more than enough money to not need alimony, and she's still taking $5,800 from this man. She dragging him through the coals. That to me means she's vengeful, spiteful, and vindictive. I don't want to be around vindictive women at all. They the L. There's three types of women. It's the women who will just disappear on you when you do them wrong. The women who can go either way, disappear or try and get their lick back, and it's women who get their lick back. She the third one. She trying to get her fucking lick back because it's clear she don't need it. The one team.
I would like to also change my answer because I did not know that Big Shirley was a traveling nurse. And that was
shit! I forgot about that.
I did not know she was a traveling nurse, and that's a no-go for me, bro.
They cheat. They're some of the highest rated cheaters.
But she's celibate though, so it shouldn't matter.
Well,
She said she's celibate.
Why is she celibate?
That's a lie.
She probably lying about being celibate.
Yeah, she lying. It ain't both. You can't be a travel nurse and
Y'all
celibate.
looking for the worst
That's
for her.
impossible.
Nah, we tell you, like, we know that traveling nurses tend to be the biggest cheaters. Why would we want to be with a woman that's going to be the most? If out of the 5 women up there, the most likely to cheat on you is number 2,
travel nurse.
number 3, and number 5.
Ooh.
Number 4, you ain't getting no ass from. She's sick of your ass. You ain't. There ain't no fucking going on. She probably well past screwing. Honestly, I'm with Marcus, if I had to say all along where look like Big Shirley, I would go with number 1 as well.
Well, number 1 gonna want to have sex every night too, boy. So you better be ready. Hold on, ain't she the youngest? No, she's 20. How old is she?
She's 25.
24.
Oh no, number 3.
And
Number
that's
3 is
another
gonna-
thing I was looking at. I was looking at age too.
Number 3, 21. She gonna be wanting to get her rocks off every night.
Yeah. She's gonna turn over and say, "I want some more."
That's where you pop the blue pill though. That's where you get your blue chew in.
She probably won't say it. She'll just do it.
That's where you get your blue chew in, man. What they call it, Marcus, the honey pack.
Y'all better find
Honey
out. No,
pack, yeah.
listen.
Get your honey
Y'all better
pack
stop.
in.
Listen, stop it. Those ED joints, they give you ridiculous headaches. They fuck up your vision. And I've heard reports now even of it destroying your hearing. So, like, chill. Do not depend on it. Including the honey pack. And
You know what? They had
the
this
side
one more-
effects of all of them.
They had this one more clip I wanted to play, man. This was
some roots.
This was Michelle Obama with what's her name?
Taraji Henson.
Yeah. Did you guys see that video?
No.
You see it?
Nah, I ain't see it.
I can just about imagine what it's like.
Yeah. I know we had a conversation earlier about the possibility, man, but she kind of along those same lines of Tracy as far as having a choice. I think she kind of felt like she'd been holding Barack. She sacrificed a lot. And now it's her time to say no. I'm not going to the inauguration. No, I'm choosing me. So I'll play this clip.
I hear you talk about the practice, what I'll call the practice of no, because you're absolutely right. And I know that everyone struggles with disappointing people, with trying to set boundaries. But I particularly relate to, what you were saying about it takes you a while before you maybe as a woman, as a Black woman, where we feel comfortable saying no. And I was sitting here thinking, well, why is that? And why was that for me? Because this is something that I am working on right now. I like you, I have believed in therapy my whole life, done couples therapy with my husband. Both my girls are They believe in therapy. This generation, thankfully, I think our children
more open,
are way more open to it. They understand the importance of self-help and all of that. I also sort of realized that, even Michelle Obama, I am still trying to tell myself that I am doing enough, right? Because there's always that feeling. I think we practice that striving because in order to be successful, I always felt like I had to be smarter, faster, work harder because somebody was going to doubt me. Somebody was always already telling me why I couldn't do something before they knew me or I even tried. So you get in and I don't think this is unique to just women of color. I don't think it's just unique to men. But when you get in that habit of that constant striving and constant proving that, it's enough, it makes us overachievers, but you don't ever turn that off. And at 60, I had to convince myself that I had done enough. After all that I had done in the world, I still felt a guilt, right? Struggling with like deep guilt that maybe I needed to do a little bit more. So I'm at this stage in life where I have to define my life on my terms for the first time. So what are those terms? And going to therapy just to work all that out. Like, what happened that 8 years that we were in the White House? What did that do to me? Internally, my soul, we made it through. We got out alive. I hope we made the country proud. My girls, thank God, are whole. But what happened to me? Right. And going through therapy, is getting me to look at the fact that maybe finally I'm good enough, right? And unlearning some of those messages that I've been saying to myself, and then trying to actively practice something different to rewire those neurons in my head that make me keep pushing and keep striving. And so practicing no in a very different way intentionally. But then this is what makes it hard because, my decision to skip the inauguration, what people don't realize, or my decision to make choices at the beginning of this year that suited me were met with such ridicule and criticism. Like people couldn't believe that I was saying no for any other reason, that they had to assume that my marriage was falling apart. It's like, while I'm here really trying to own my life and intentionally practice making the choice that was right for me, and it took everything in my power to not do the thing that was right or that was perceived as right, but do the thing that was right for me. That was a hard thing for me to do. I had to basically trick myself out of it. And it started with not having anything to wear. I mean, I had affirmatively, because I'm always prepared for any funeral, anything. I walk around with the right dress. I travel with clothes just in case something pops off. So I was like, if I'm not going to do this thing, I got to tell my team, I don't even want to have a dress ready. Right? Because it's so easy to just say, let me do the right thing.
But then you become a shock absorber. And that's what women are, shock absorbers. And that's exhausting. And it's not healthy. It is not healthy. You've had to be shock absorbers for your husband, for your children, for your mom, for your family, your loved ones, because of where you were sitting in the public eye. That's not fair to you. When do you ever get to live for you? I applaud you. I'm happy that you are taking care of yourself in the way that you need to.
I've been talking to Misha about this, and
you know what bothered me the most about that? When she said, I tried so hard to not do what was the right thing. That means she knew it was the right thing to do, and she decided against it. And what really bothers me is this is one, and then Taraji P making it about, oh yeah, we're the shock absorbers and we're always expected to do the right thing. Everybody is expected to do the right thing. Like, imagine if Obama came up there and said, yeah, I was expected to do the right thing. And I said, no, fuck that. And I worked the hardest to avoid doing what was right. And it was potentially something that had something to do with Michelle Obama and her career. That's crazy, bro.
What you think about it, Casey?
I think that as a first lady, she knew her duty and she knew her role. And when you're married to somebody, especially somebody in a position of power like that, you're meant to be a helpmate, and there are certain things that you just have to do. And if all of us decided, oh, because I don't feel like it or because I don't want to, I'm not going to do it, or because it's becoming a burden on me, where do you think you would end up in life? So at the end of the day, I think she had a duty. I think because of whatever she might have been dealing with mentally, she chose not to. I mean, take care of your health, take care of yourself, but also remember your status and remember the position that your husband is in and what role you have to fill for him. And I feel like, yes, at a certain point you could put yourself first, but every term you rededicate yourself. And so if you felt like it was too much or you didn't want to do it or whatever, you should have said that when he took his second term. And again, she said she's going through therapy and things like that. That's what comes with coping and managing your lifestyle. So I think she was taking cop outs at that point. And I think that you can deal with your mental health as well as fulfill what you need to do in your regular life.
Casey, the thing about it though is even if you was to relate this to everyday person, I've heard women say that they don't want to get married because they feel like that they're going to give up their purpose in life, their dreams, their goals if they get married. And I've often heard them say as well is that I don't want to be like my mom, where you may hear the mom sacrificed her life for the family. And now since we're in a different age, women don't feel like they have to do that. And so
I don't think it's about sacrificing your life. I think it has a lot to do with the conversations that you have with your partner. And if you and your partner made an agreement that we're going to do this together, and Barack Obama couldn't take a day off from being president, you can't take a day off from being first lady. And I think that's how it goes. I think you have to have conversations with your partner before it gets to be too much, or before you're like, oh, I sacrificed my life. You made a choice to do so. And so if that was your choice, stick to it. And that comes with discipline and focus and, loyalty and respect for his career as well as your image and your status. And I think that she wanted to be a normal person, and you guys don't live normal lives. So you can't operate like that, because if he chose to take a day off from being president, how would that affect the nation, let alone just you and your relationship?
All right, go ahead, Kyrie.
I feel like, being a president, it's a big role, and it's like you're a puppet in a sense. Everything isn't, everything that he wants to enforce isn't, something that he can just do right away. He got to go through different branches and things like that. And I feel like, her being his wife, she should understand it as well, is that a lot of the things that he decides to make decisions on isn't solely based on just him. So I feel like if it was something like Casey said that she felt like was targeting and, affecting her mental health, it should have been spoken about before the second term or whatnot, or things like that. So,
yeah. So that event that you went to, he wasn't the president. He was a former president. So does that change anything as far as her not wanting to go?
Not when it comes to that. When it comes to that type of stuff, you're always like, once you become president, you always a president in the eyes of the nation as far as expectations are concerned. There's a reason why you still see Bill Clinton and his wife show up to that. There's a reason why you still see the Kennedys show up. You still see like all these former presidents, the Bushes, is because when it comes to these type of government major events, they are expected to be there.
I think number 1, 2, and 3 from the earlier segment, wives would have made sure they showed up with them. Number 4 and 5 probably wouldn't have went. And I get you wanting to have. I agree 100% with what Casey was saying. Like when you have an obligation to your husband and or obligation to your wife, you need to make sure you're there for them in the corner. That's the person that he probably didn't want to go neither, but y'all can make it through it together. To say shit, I'm just gonna leave you out to the wolves to something they don't want to be at, but they obligated to go. I think that's kind of selfish, and I could be wrong. But it seems to me like she's trying to rewrite her narrative and say, hey, I'm an independent woman and I don't exist solely within my husband, as if that's the thing that's going to gain her more leverage and points with the public. And I think that's sickening, because to get credit for separating yourself from your family is a sad place to be in. We should champion them going through things together and weathering the storm together, and her being, a rock for him, or him being a rock and her always being by his side, or however that needs to play out. So that they got each other back. The rumors that swirl out from there, one, it made him look very weak, like his household ain't in control. And I'll be embarrassed for black men when it look like our wives don't respect us, or they're so autonomous they can tell us, they can get the fuck on. That's not a good look for the black male image or the African male image or any male image. You know what I'm saying? And I think she could have handled that completely differently. And it's also concerning that the women now, like when you look at the way the women are presenting themselves, they making a concerted effort to make sure they wear shirts with ties on them. That's emasculating in general, to see the women that we supposed to have as our women walking around assuming more gender neutral male assuming personalities. That kind of, it's just not a good look for us. Black women are extremely beautiful and should rest, or not even rest, but bask in their supreme glory as feminine women. And to assume male qualities or independence, it's a tragedy. It's a real tragedy.
And I can tell you right now, the conversation, Marcus, did you hear what Tracy Ellis Ross said when she said that she mentioned the whole liking younger men to Obama? How he responded to her when she was like, oh, it's because these older guys are. He was like, wait, what? So you can tell that while his wife was successful, he still has a traditionalist kind of mindset. So and just
look, I'm not against homosexuality for whoever. I'm not like against the homosexuality person. Like, I'm not like, oh, gay bashing and none of that stuff. But for you as a straight woman to not want to date another straight man because he doesn't want to push a gay narrative, that seems crazy to me. Back to, why is that a concern of yours within your relationship? Why would you want your man to be? It's already rumors about him being like, the rumors about Obama, liking men. I just don't get that shit, Joe. Like, I think that shit is all emasculating to black men. Like, we might not be seen as the most financially the men with the highest financial status in America, but we always had a firm grasp on masculinity. Like, even when women pretend to be men, they emulate black men. So to remove that and make us hyper feminine, I think that's an L. And we keep taking it over and over again if we put any credence in what these celebrity people be saying who actively pushing that role. Like, we separate from them and say, fuck it. Y'all on your own with that bullshit. That's the next speaking.
And what's the name of this TV show again?
Oh, this is Michelle Obama's podcast.
Yeah, what was the name of it?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna look it up while I just play the last minute of this.
Opting out might be that's a great prognosis, or a great suggestion or strategy for folks who are feeling the way we're talking about here.
Because you can't keep pushing through. That's detrimental. That could end very bad. Because you're not paying attention. I mean, I had a girlfriend one time. She was taking on so much. She didn't even realize she spilled hot grease on her chest. Wow. She just disfigured her entire chest, doing too much. I mean, physically, it's impossible. You have to stop and go, whoa, what's happening with me? You know, I have to check out. I'm sorry, everyone. I have to check out for my own safety and sanity.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's a hard thing to do, but you must. You must. I don't know if that's sending the kids away for summer. I used to get on my mom because that last day of school, my bag was in the trunk and she was driving me down south. Right. And I
now you understand.
I totally get it. I understand that woman needed a break. And I was a lot as a kid. I was very rambunctious, probably undiagnosed ADHD, but here we are.
Found a way to turn lemons into lemonade.
Exactly. Yeah, but like you're saying, you're just learning. I'm just learning. It's something that you have to do. And hopefully, Shantae, you will get this message from hearing from me and from Queen Michelle that you have to take time for yourself. In spite of making people happy, at some point you have to make yourself happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's that simple.
And one of the ways I started thinking about this, you know, because this is the habit. It's like maybe I'm still working on being able to do things just solely for myself and being okay with that. I'm still working on it.
Yeah.
Through therapy and conversations like this and talking to my friends. But I'm still thinking about the example I'm setting for my daughters. Right. So I am trying now that they are 23 and 26 to talk to them about my menopause brain. I'm like, how old are they? Is what he's referring to.
So I think she was saying that basically she doesn't want her daughters to be like her, having to be able to sacrifice and to not choose themselves. So, you know, now they get to see how it's supposed to be.
He was the pinnacle of an example of what to be, and she not proud of that shit. That's crazy.
I'm just confused on the perspective. And first and foremost, as the first lady, I don't think you should get on a podcast and discuss that type of business. And again, like Taraji said, it's okay to take a day or whatever you need for your mental health. But I think it should be discussed prior to things already being set up and arranged where you have to make an appearance. I don't think you can just say the day of, oh yeah, I don't get my dress ready, I don't want to go, because your husband can't do that. And I think when you choose to be in a marriage, you have to think about these things and, you know, understand that, yes, there will be times where you have to be selfish or whatever, you know, whatever the case may be, but you map that in, you schedule that in, or you plan accordingly. You don't just up one day and say, oh, I don't feel like it. Because you can't do that with almost anything in life. If you had a baby, you can't up and say, oh, I don't feel like changing the diaper today. You can't do that.
Casey, you noticed something?
What?
When we said that our mothers and our grandmothers told their daughters, don't be like me, or you don't want to be this. This is what we meant when we talked about it, and this is what we saw. This is how it looks to us as men when we sit here and listen to, when we heard these stories about girls who said, my mama told me to never be like my grandma. Like Marcus said, you are the pinnacle of Black excellence. Your husband was the commander in chief, the leader of the free world. Y'all did that together. 2 great daughters that you raised. And you're gonna tell your daughters to not be like you? Ivy League graduate. Got with a man that is also an Ivy League graduate who became president of the United States of America, and you're rejecting that? Not, man, Obama done cheated on me, not he was a narcissist, not that he abused me, not that he, because you had to sacrifice something, and you had to put something above yourself from time to time. Or you picked a career that you had to put the important shit above yourself.
I think that comes with, it is deep-rooted unhappiness and resentment for the situation that you chose to be in. And that's all I can boil it down to. Even with the grandmas or mothers saying that, I don't want my daughters to be like me. Maybe there were some things that they showed their daughters that they don't want them to copy. But in Michelle Obama's case, I don't know her personal life, but I do know the status that she has. And with that status, you have to understand that the sacrifices you're making are for the benefit of your entire family. It's not just about you or for you. And yes, there will be times where you can take and, relax or whatever the case may be. But if your husband has to work, you're also part of that because that's your role as a first lady. It's not like,
Casey,
oh, we have two different jobs right here. That's not the
Casey,
choice that you made for your life.
you want to know what's crazy? The White House women that have probably gotten the most embarrassed is Melania Trump and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton, man, went through a public cheating scandal, and she still stood by that man through everything.
And that's another thing I was going to say. I don't know any other first lady that would get on a podcast and say something like that. So that's very embarrassing for not only Barack Obama, but for us as a community.
This is nuts, bro. This has got to be worse. Like, I would have rather her say nothing at all. This is worse than the whole not showing up to the inauguration, bro.
So look, it seems like I think Marcus kind of took the angle I wanted to go. I was trying to see if there was a standard set, or expectation of how the first ladies operate. And it seems like up until there was a black woman in office, a black president in office, that's when the standard was broken. And it kind of, I didn't want to point towards that, but it just kind of make you feel like, damn, like we the first to do do a lot of great shit. But we also seem like we're the first to fuck up a lot of great shit too. But what I will say is, you had a lot of presidents that did a lot of bad shit, and their wives did stand by them. I think this is just a way Michelle is just trying to take the light off of the embarrassment from the party losing the office. I mean, can you imagine the party losing to a candidate that was impeached already and put out of office that allegedly incited at resurrection in its own nation, to come back and beat you by a landslide? And it just almost makes me feel like it's a guarantee that if the Democratic Party had won, Michelle Obama would have showed up, and probably her best.
Darn, I damn near think had she stayed by her husband and ran, she probably would have won if Michelle Obama had run for president. I honestly believe that she had a better chance of winning it than just. I could be wrong, but I just feel like she had a better chance. The other thing is, God damn, why did my memory just go blank? Fuck. I'm sorry, bro. I just
went saying if Kamala Harris would have won, what I'm saying, and I just speculation, man. It's just my opinion. I think if Kamala Harris would have won the election, I think Michelle Obama would have showed up for the inauguration. Do y'all think otherwise?
Yeah, for sure. It was in protest. It was in protest of Trump.
So I don't think it was a matter of a hit on Obama so much. I think it was a matter of embarrassment and losing the nation, and it's all caused a huge argument between, I guess, the household in general. You know what I'm saying?
So I got it. This is what I was gonna say. The whole, I'm all for black women being empowered. I'm all for black women being great. I'm all for black women showing and improving and doing all those things. The Democratic Party at this specific point in time has positioned itself in a way that it's promoting black women to the spot of making sure that they reign over men and pushing gay men in position. If you look at the spokespeople that they was pushing, it just seemed like the only two people that represented them was gay black men and I won't even see masculine, but domineering black women.
And now, when you hear women say sassy, bro, there's certain dudes I'm like, bro, how can y'all never call D.L. Hughes sassy? How can y'all never call what's the old boy he used to do CNN? Like they
Don Lemon.
Yeah.
Diamond Lemon is gay though.
Yeah.
Oh damn.
Yeah, he got a whole hubby.
But
the other dude with the silver hair too.
Determined
The white
that was a lie.
Roland Martin sassy is all get out. What's the other dude?
CeeLo Green.
No, he looked like CeeLo Green. What's the other dude? Marcus. What's his name?
The one that was doing the most talking on Twitter for them. That was cursing everybody out all the time.
Yeah,
he was like
what's his name?
off the TV or too raw something.
No. He a political. No,
A political commentator. It was Don
Yeah.
Lemon, Mark Lamont Hill, Van Jones. I forget the black dude with the glasses.
Yeah,
and the
Van
bald
Jones is
head.
bad. Oh my God.
What's his name?
What do you do? Or what? Give me something he said. I can tell you.
He normally get into it with Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed.
Roland Martin.
Is it Roland Martin?
Mark Lamont Hill kind of get into it with him, and Roland Martin been getting into it with the heavy.
I'm gonna come back to you. He always on Twitter, so I'm gonna come across his post.
Jamal Bryant, somebody said, yeah, that's a possible one too.
Did I
Marcus Lamont Hill?
Dr. Boyce Watkins, that's his name.
Boyce Watkins. Boyce Watkins,
yeah.
they've been rocking with them. He kind of separated from that shit. Boyce
That's what I
Watkins
said. They've been getting into an argument. He been getting into it with Yvette Carnell. But before that was after the election. Before the election, he was rocking with the Democratic Party. And he was shilling like a motherfucker before then.
Boyce Watkins was not, bro. I go relook at that Twitter stuff. He was beefing with them. Like Boyce Watkins turned another page the last 2 months of that election. If you go back and look at them tweets, Boyce Watkins was seeming real different than what people know him for being.
My point
he was
still
talking
hit
about
hard though, bro. Like,
he was going in.
the party was embarrassed, bro. Y'all cannot see that this Democratic Party was embarrassed, bro, to lose to a currently being charged felon, or I don't even know if he was convicted at that time of so many felonies, like, and then just losing to him, bro. Like, bro, that's embarrassing, bro. That had to be embarrassing, bro.
Hey, Marcus, you want to take a shot with him?
It's, you know how long it's been? Hold on. You know how long it's been since a president served less than 8 years? Wasn't it like
Barack? No. Bush served 2 years. Served 2 terms. Obama served 2 terms. Bill Clinton served 2 terms.
You know how long it's been since a president hasn't served 2 terms?
Oh shit!
Damn! Yeah, it's been.
The party got in there for 4 years.
I think it's Ford. I don't think Ford served 2 terms. I think he was the last one that didn't serve 2 terms. Gerald Ford.
What year was that?
Shit, the 80s. I think he was the one right before. I think he might have been right before.
Right before Reagan.
Right before Bush.
The first George.
No, Reagan was before Bush.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't.
What are you talking about?
Was he? Hold on, let me look.
What my point is, the party came in there 4 years and got.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was Daddy Bush didn't serve 4 years, 8 years either.
So he was the last one, right?
Yeah, George Bush Sr. was the only one that didn't serve. Since then, Ronald Reagan, he served 8. Jimmy Carter, he served 4. Gerald Ford, he served 4. 3 technically. Yeah, so
Yeah, it's difficult to beat the incumbent. Something got to be wrong.
Yeah, so shit. Yeah, it's been shit since the early 90s. Bill Clinton served 2 terms. George Bush Jr. served 2 terms. Barack Obama served 2 terms. I'm ready for you, bro.
16. That's
wait. What we doing? It's a birthday or something?
Just yeah. You can get in on this.
Pause. I'll be right back.
But my point is, man, not to try to be derailed by the shot is, y'all can't see that it is almost like it's a trend for the presidents to come in and serve 2 terms. Like it's almost like it's expected. And for them to tap out, I get it. Biden was having health issues,
But it also takes 2 terms to actually make something shake, right? Because it takes a long time for the things that you're trying to push and get legalized or whatever it is you're trying to do. It doesn't happen right away. So like 4 years is not enough, because typically once a law, it takes a couple of years for a law to actually be in, or for what you're doing to actually take flight. So in order to kind of really make a change, you have to serve at least 2 years. Or 2 terms, sorry, 2 terms.
I think feminism and I think the woman empowerment movements overcalculated that the nation has gotten so far into women empowerment and feminist movements that having a female run or a woman run for president was the right time. I think it was a slap in the face to remind them, like, nah.
And she lost to the worst possible candidate you could lose to as well. Like,
let's be honest, she didn't lose because she was a female.
Poor candidate.
It wasn't because she was a female.
She didn't stand for anything. What policy?
Made
sense of her?
It ain't that, but she did just so happen, like worldview wise. If you like coming out of Obama, and then first is Trump's first term, he was written as arguably the worst human being on planet Earth, and then for you to come out as the first black woman to run as president, and I'm putting black women in quotations, and then lose to him in arguably what we thought was the most progressive era in United States history. Bruiser right, man. That shit had to have been embarrassing.
It was a gut punch because you thought you got so far with equality and empowerment and liberation and all that stuff just to get.
No, but she didn't really resonate with people like you might have thought she would. Yeah. It depends on what media outlets you're paying attention to, because that's not what I saw. I told everybody that she was going to lose and bad for a long time, and everybody, no, Trump ain't going. Women, they're not about to re-elect him. All right, watch, because she just didn't resonate with the folks, man. She wasn't really she didn't stand for anything like that people cared about. She was more so annoying people.
But do y'all think that they was realistically going to let a woman run for president, though?
I think if it was a different woman, yes.
Yeah, I would have voted for
Michelle Obama. If it was a different woman, yes.
Hillary Clinton came very close.
Hillary Clinton came very close, but they would have definitely won if Bernie Sanders won that year. And
yeah, and you got to understand what happened. Remember that whole Benghazi and all that. They sabotaged her shit right before the election too. So she probably would have won if they didn't have that terrible taste in their mouth from that.
Every woman that would have got up there would have been sabotaged. They did it to. They would have done it to Michelle Obama. They would have dug up some shit. They think
she would have won, dog.
First time I ever heard
Michelle probably would have won.
This is the first time I listened to Kamala Harris on many interviews and stuff before she even tried to run, and this is the first time I ever heard anything about questioning her race.
No, she was questioned the first time. The first time when
I think it was a PR too.
I'm saying I'm saying before she started running, before she inserted herself to run, I've never heard about anybody caring about what her race was.
Yeah, they've been caring about her race for the last, what is it? I guess 8 years now.
Well, here's the thing. She was never mentioning that she was black. Remember, she was American Indian before.
That's what I'm saying. It was.
She started mentioning that she was black at the time she was running.
When you start to come onto this level to try to be the POTUS, that's where everybody start digging to try to disqualify you, bro. That's all I'm saying.
There's a scrutiny, but that happens to every candidate. There's going to be scrutiny.
But yeah, she also. So you got to remember, she ran.
What I'm saying though is a double standard for a woman. It's literally got to be. You got to leave. A woman gonna have to be perfect, bro. She cannot have nothing. A man, that's different. We live in a patriarchal society. A woman coming into office to run the country, bro, she got to
for her like even it was a landslide. However, if you look at each one of the swing states, it was marginal defeats, right? So if she were actually a decent candidate and actually had some type of energy and something for people to believe in, she could have won. We're
Yeah,
not
but she
that
would
far
have
gone.
had to have
I think
nothing
it was
on her
more
record.
her genuinity being tested, because a lot of what was happening in the media and what people were saying, it wasn't based off of anything but how genuine she really is. People kept calling out certain things that she was saying, certain things that she was doing, and it contradicted
She was
what she
taking in a
stood for
$3
or
bill.
anything.
Yeah.
So
She
that's
was-
why a lot of people didn't vote, because they couldn't trust her. And I think that if we can go off of anything, the reason why they chose Trump is because, yes, he does things, but at least he's gonna tell you he does them, and then that's what
the
people
devil
were
that you
like.
know.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. And I think that's what they were choosing. I'm not saying either or, but I think that is why they chose him versus her. And that's why it's like, if you're gonna run for what people are looking for now, they're looking for someone that's going to be honest and upfront. They want to know what it is, because nobody has time to sit here and read every little thing, even though we should understand these things and know. People themselves would rather just prefer a leader that's going to be honest, even though it's the politicians, you guys.
Well, what was going to
We
change?
don't know
What
what's
was,
honest or not, but I think that's what it was.
what was Kamala going to do any different? What,
She
if
That's
couldn't
what I'm
do
saying.
anything.
Trump.
She didn't have anything
Shit, you
on her
wanna know?
resume.
Well,
She didn't
for
have
one,
anything on
the-
her resume. That's
So
what
she
I'm
didn't
saying.
have
Like,
nothing that she was going to do different. She didn't
Yes,
have
she
no
was.
sales
The
pitch.
border. She did terrible as a border czar, right? That was one thing that people really cared about. People really saw their cities' resources going away, going to people who never paid into the tax system. And something people care about. 2A is a big deal. The mother love has been attacking the 2A forever. California, people feel like they're in communist China, right? They can't do anything. That emissions nonsense, people like them not trying to go for nuclear energy, them not trying to go for fossil fuel energy that could actually create a lot of revenue. People care about that stuff. These are things that
Also-
maybe a lot of people don't mention.
also-
And then people were pretty angry about the whole, they really tapped into this trans thing crazy, which is what, roughly around a couple percents of people, and they really honing in on that. People really don't want to send their daughters to organized sports to battle dudes,
Men,
and for
yeah.
them to stand behind that is weird.
Also,
So
another thing. Also,
I
another
could keep
thing
going
that-
too, but go
yeah,
ahead,
also
Sweeney.
another thing
You
was
got
that-
that Cali getting that too, y'all.
Also, yeah, Kelly, you can go right after me. But after, also another thing that hurt her was the fact that she started off half her campaign running on things that she agreed with Biden on, and then reneged towards the end of the campaign and wound up going against the shit that she was actually in agreement with Biden on. Like her, I think her tax plan, she was in agreement with him at first, and then she flipped on that. I think also the healthcare plan that she had, she was in agreement with them on, and then flipped on that. So she didn't stand for anything.
Well,
That was a lot she didn't stand for.
Why the white women ain't vote for her?
Well, white women typically vote pretty much in the interest of their men most of the time anyway. They don't.
They talk all that. They talk all that shit, and then as soon as it get down, they get behind their men and support.
Remember, there's
Then
a
you
curtain.
had the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. They was not about to support Kamala's husband. He was a small, like it was. They got a huge issue with, you know what I'm saying, AIPAC and what's going on with that.
Then
Well, it's
just wasn't a likable
politics.
person.
Like, the thing is, it's hard to believe anyone in politics. Like, everything, I guess it's just people just chose Trump because they just knew who he was, and they didn't want to test the waters with Kamala or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I'm just going off of what I perceive, what I'm seeing in the media, not what people. I don't actually interview these people,
they
but
pretty much know what's going to go on whenever people get in the office.
yeah.
And also, she was like a failed version of Obama 2.0. Like, so I think somebody said it in the chat. She straddled the fence way too much, but it was in the worst way possible. Like the worst way to straddle the fence. She didn't stand for anything that mattered to anybody or her constituents, but also she didn't go against anything outside of I'm better than Trump. And I'm
They strategy of having gay men and angry women talk at us to demand that we do things. That was embarrassing. There's no men in the world that respond to gay men and dominant women talking crazy to them to tell them what to do. Like we'll spite ourselves to go against that type of shit. Like that shit was the most turn off to masculine man shit you could have possibly done.
Sadly, they said a lot of black men voted for her though.
Yeah, but you got to
The
think
ones
about
that
They
voted,
did.
a lot
There's about
didn't vote.
78%.
But those black men always vote Democrat. The problem that she couldn't do was she couldn't generate Obama's numbers. If we would have came out the same way that we came out for Obama, she would have won. But because she
There's nothing to be enthusiastic about.
she could not generate what Obama generated. That's what she was trying to do. She was trying to get that giant swell that Obama got. Not only that, but she had to be able to grab the moderate white person too. And she couldn't. She couldn't galvanize any of that.
That's just because he was the first black president, though. Like they wasn't going to bank on her being,
a first black
female president. I feel like they wasn't going to bank on that. Just, you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, that
nobody really liked her.
And nobody.
You got to understand. Remember when she ran, she got trashed. She didn't do well. She had to drop out early. She was basically defaulted into the front runner. She didn't win that. They didn't even give the Democrats a chance to select their actual front runner. That's problematic. I don't care if it was a week. Do that shit online because it didn't really count for nothing. Anything would have been better. Some type of opportunity would have been better to default a woman who we said no to.
Who we said no to.
The only reason why Joe Biden picked her was because she represented a black woman. He literally said that he was going to appoint a bunch of black women, not based on their qualifications, but based on they were black women. He literally said he was going to do that. That right there sounded crazy to most people. People didn't like that shit. If she was the best candidate, then I would have got it. But he literally selected her because of that.
Yeah, then when it came out that she wrote a autobiography and tried to lie about having black relatives by calling people her uncles, like that shit was crazy. And the slave owner shit came out. Like that was probably the worst vetting or background check they ever did on a politician, and all that shit came to light. Like every last.
She's literally married to a white man too. So what we doing?
Somebody said DEI candidate. That's straight up. She is the epitome of a DEI candidate. Like
if she was in office today, what's the worst that could be taking place right now?
I would say that she probably wouldn't have flipped. She would have definitely not flipped anything on his head. She would have sat in office for
all these people that immigrated through here across the border would have been cool.
They would have got naturalized citizenship, and they would have continued to, like in Chicago. They've been pushing people out, like because at one point in time, the rental assistance programs was geared towards freshly or newly immigrated people, and they was raising the rental amounts and taking properties that was vacant or abandoned and getting them put back online specifically to do a forced gentrification. And I watched different neighborhoods. Like I pride myself on living in an all black community, and my community took a huge hit during COVID. People couldn't afford it no more. A lot of the people that like had generational houses in my specific area got moved out, and it was a demographic change. So much so I damn near want to move, but that shit was rough, bro.
I gotta ask you, bro. Where would you have moved to if your community got gentrified?
Probably maybe Hyde Park, or I don't know. I wouldn't have moved to the far south suburbs. I don't know, bro. That shit would have been. It's heartbreaking watching this shit happen. It really is. It's heartbreaking watching that shit happen. I want my kids to be. So I seen a study that talked about black kids raised in white communities. That's the hit it takes to their self-esteem going through school, being othered and all this other shit. I want my kids to be fully immersed with their people and feel extremely comfortable in their skin. And I don't want that for them to be put in a position where, yeah.
But what I was saying, like, what's the worst could happen? Wouldn't the Department of Education still be getting trillions of dollars placed somewhere in somebody's pockets without it actually going into education? Because I think once Trump started attacking those departments, they started uncovering all this money that wasn't really going to nobody, but just in people's pockets and shit. Funding retirements, chains of pyramids of people.
Now, I would say this, though. In hindsight, I do believe, I think if everybody had a chance to do it all over again for the most part, give it about 3 or 4, give it about another year, most people will probably go back and vote the other way. I'm gonna be honest.
You think she would have used the same people at her party? Like
No,
Megan Thee
I'm just
Stallion and
saying.
all?
No, I'm just saying, like generally speaking, just off of what's been going on over the last, if everybody had an opportunity, everybody wouldn't vote that way because you still got a lot of people that still support what Trump is doing. But you would have probably knowing what we know now, it would probably swing the vote back in the other direction.
What?
Yeah.
No.
Bro, he's pissing bro. People are pissed about what he's doing.
It depends on what media outlet you're watching. You got to kind of expose yourself to everything because it depends on what you're watching. I promise you.
I pretty much see all and conservative.
He taking transgenders out of the military too. He taking I think he's taking women off of special forces, all that shit. Like I think he's
when you look at what people are upset about when it comes to them losing, people are losing their jobs.
What, a DEI hires?
Yeah, the DEI thing, the tariffs, a lot of small
You
businesses.
said it yourself. That wasn't even for them people though.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean those people actually voted against their interests. They didn't know that he was about to go up in there and that they knew that they were going to be the ones on the chopping block. So if they had to do it all over again, they probably would vote a different way based off of what they've been saying.
That's a small number, but look, if you look at how much Trump won by, that's a small number of people that would have been up.
They would have swung the election back in the opposite direction, bro.
Nah.
It don't take much. You don't need it didn't take much for them to swing the election back. It ain't like you need 45 million people to swing the election back in the opposite direction.
I honestly don't think it would have swung it back in the direction because of the DEI hires. If you look at how many people working in the federal government in those positions, it's not even saturated like that enough to be able to make a difference in the votes.
It ain't just that, bro. There's several companies that turned away from DEI. There's several. Then you throw in the tariffs. There's several small businesses that are being affected by tariffs right now. Those people are upset, and I think it would have, and just them, and not only them, but the people that surround them who experience the family members that are also being affected by that. There's a lot of people that are looking at this and saying, God damn, this is fucked up. And if they knew now, like there's kids that's being affected when you talk about defunding the Department of Education that are upset about that. When you defunding the IRS and people aren't getting their tax returns on time or getting their taxes done on time. There's a lot of people that if they knew what they knew now, they would probably, just for the simple fact of keeping the status quo and nothing changing, would probably go back and change their vote.
But did you see all the did you hear about all the $1 billion? My bad.
Dub Will, what up, Joe?
What up, Lapeef Network?
What up?
What it do?
What's good with y'all? Bruiser, you still a terrible host. I just want to let you know that. But
why do they call you Bruiser?
That was his name before. That was his name before he went out corporate.
I had to ask my wife.
Darwin McPherson. You know.
Good one.
Yeah.
Y'all about to get me drunk. I'm about to get drunk around y'all, motherfucker. This is a drinking night tonight.
Ain't nobody tell me, man.
Wait, you late?
Shit, Kyrie, go grab your bottle, brother.
Yeah,
I ain't got nothing with me. I was gonna go to the store earlier, but I was like, damn, like I didn't know we was. You know what I'm saying? I would have.
I'm already 2 shots in. Two shots in.
I don't take shots. I don't know how y'all do that to y'all body.
No, you gotta you gotta make a little mixed drink or something.
I'm a health fanatic. So.
Take a shot.
Anyway,
take a shot for me.
Yeah.
Hey, what bottle was that? Speaking of which, before you go, Doug Will, what you drinking, bro? I was about to ask you that earlier.
Taylor Port. That's Jack Daniel's honey.
Standing citizen.
Jack Daniel's honey. That shit like 33%. You're gonna have to drink the whole bottle to get lit. That shit's sweet.
That seems like some shit. That's a Cobra.
What is that, Marcus?
It's called a Napoleon brandy. It's like a.
It seems
brandy.
that seems like
me
some
brandy.
That seems like some shit a woman get drunk off and use it as a sex toy at the
end. You're gonna take a sip of that.
Hey,
You're gonna take a sip
bro,
of that.
what's the brand, bro? Because I like the bottle, bro.
Pause.
Hold on, I'm gonna go get the box. Hold on.
Pause, yo.
Pause? I like
the bottle.
Damn.
That's not a pause.
Did you hear what Darvin just said right before
that?
That
Was the worst time to say that, bro.
Yeah, that was bad timing, bro.
What did you say? What did you say,
Darvin just said the females would drink that and use that as a toy, and then he said, "I like the bottle." Immediately following that,
pause. Goddamn, pause.
Goddamn, please.
Hey, Sweeney, you picking up from last week, bro?
Man, look, hey, bro, you gotta stall me out, bro.
Viz is the star for this week. He got caught out there. I don't know what was going on with Viz this week.
Whitney, you put it in an icy drink.
What's the name of it,
Yeah, Viz 2 days in a row was saying some wild stuff.
Oh, Napoleon
Yeah,
brandy.
he was bugging.
Okay.
That's a dragon.
That's the XO.
No, it's a cobra. That's a snake. Because he's a snake. No, just playing. Yeah.
Whoa. Pause. Don't that look like? Hey, don't that look like fingertips?
Like that? I meant like. Oh my god, nah.
I'm gonna call you Mickey Cobra. I am white.
No, I just came over real quick. I just came over real quick to co-sign what Sweeney was saying about
Snake white.
If things that if people go back and revote now, that Kamala would have won. Because what people don't realize is, even though Trump won in a landslide, technically, it was if there's anything such as a close landslide, it was that. Because every presidential election comes down to about half a dozen swing states. We all know, right? And if you really look at the numbers in those swing states, he won those swing states by a small margin. So, like, if people could go back and revote again, if you look at his poll numbers and his approval numbers, he's lower than what, like, George W. Bush was, like, at the height of the Iraq War. So, if people go back and do it all again, and if they could revote, Kamala would have won the swing states.
Yep.
So, I can't. Let's grant you that, but what I say is this: by midterm, just watch, the opinion will change. Because if you look at like the first month, people was loving everything he was doing until he really got to this tariff shit, which made people very angry, and then them really polarizing with that damn whole Venezuela shit that kind of upset a lot of people. Before that, they was loving what he was doing. I had no gripes about anything. I think the tariffs thing was crazy, and he kind of did things out of order, but just watch.
What was his reason?
Give it another next quarter. By next quarter, people are gonna have his approval rating.
People love things that their pocketbooks start getting hit though.
So double it. Here go the thing. I switched my money into low yield, low risk investments, knowing that it was gonna be this much volatility in the market. And as soon as it crashed or it's going down, I'm waiting to my buy-in back point. I'm about to come out real good off of this shit.
It depends on how you do it.
Right. That's the opportunity to buy. It's like getting blue chips at TJ Maxx prices. Let
me say something right quick. I'm not in support of either candidate. I think they both. I'm not political as far as who I'm putting my stock in or faith in at all. But I'm just saying, as far as the general consensus and the public consensus of who they would have picked, people, the American public, if anything, is fickle, bro. Like this whole thing of like people love Trump, people love Kamala, love Democrats, love Republicans. People love their self-interest, and people love what's going to make them comfortable, and that is very fickle in American life, as we know. Can y'all agree with that?
Yeah, most
That's
black folks
absolutely correct.
Saying in the stock market, most black
Right,
folks,
and the whole stock market
most
thing,
folks, not even most black folks, but most people aren't.
Yeah, half the nation is not investing in the stock market at all.
So let me ask y'all this: y'all actually do y'all know why he caused all this tariff debacle and stuff?
Absolutely. China,
because they were overcharging
you want to start with China with their currency manipulation, them actually not allowing anything to be imported into their economy while exporting to everyone. Like there's a lot of reasons for that. America was getting screwed for years, and somebody decided, you know what, I'm gonna stand up for it.
They were also
telling me that Trump made a decision He said, okay, look, this is, if I do this, I could allow, or I could force people or motivate people to buy from domestic instead of imported product.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, do the
It
American people
encouraged
care
people
about
to
that, bro?
buy right here. And y'all telling
Yeah.
me that would have caused people to vote for Kamala?
Bro, people don't even want to pay an extra $20 for haircuts, bro. They are not about to sit here and think they about to. People out here don't even want to, like, once them prices start creeping up and hair products.
So you looking at it. So you're looking at it from the consumer side.
That's who's
We're
voting.
consumers. That's who's voting.
But that's also short term.
Hold on, wait. There's
That's
other
also
voters. There's
short-term.
business owners who vote too.
You guys are missing one thing, though. You guys are missing that also a lot of these countries were teaming up against America to get rid of our currency because they were going to devalue the US dollar. So he's trying to increase, even though it looks like as of right now, like it's a down, right? There's going to be a down, but then there's always going to be an up. So the reason for it is because that they're also teaming up on America to devalue the US dollar.
You
can read that in Nova Scotia.
also got to take into fact that if you do force people to buy here, it's actually going to force manufacturing companies to bring in more jobs because now they got to produce. Yes, that's what the whole point of it is,
bro. That's not what's happening, though, bro. You got That's not what Americans are doing. What Americans are doing is
you're making it more expensive for people. You're making it more expensive for people to rely on companies, foreign suppliers. So in that, what happens is it makes people have to produce right here in the nation, which means you're gonna open up manufacturing jobs.
That's the thing, though. They just passed. What happens is tariffs went up, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means the person who has the company that's importing the goods pays a higher price. They pay a tariff on their good, right? All they're doing is passing it down to the consumer. They're not saying, "Oh man, that means we got to bring our companies back to America." Because even still, with the tariffs, they still pay infinitely less than what they would pay if they brought those companies back to America.
Yeah, but all of that is short term, right? And first off, when we're talking about the tariffs, we're not talking about the price of the retail per se. Like it's really about the materials. So like when Nike says that, okay, shit, it cost us $41 to make a pair of Air Jordan 4s, they're gonna pay the cost of that, but it doesn't include, okay, now our R&D, our advertisement, and everything else that we incorporate in order to make this $220 retail. So it's not going to directly inflate those prices at the scale that a lot of people think. So it's not really working like that. And then we have to understand that China is now hemorrhaging. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what their yen is looking like. Way worse than what the dollar's falling. Tell you what. And people there, we have been getting foreign investments, and a lot of people are falling on their knees. You saw it; they just got the negotiation going with India. China's ready to talk.
Trev, who are you trying to convince?
I'm not trying to convince anything. I'm just telling you what I see.
No, I get what you're saying, but y'all are looking at it from an investor or a business owner standpoint instead of looking at it from the consumer standpoint.
Exactly.
Who's saying I don't want to go and
so when I say that the actual retail, when I say the retail price that I just mentioned, is that referring to consumer or investor? I just talked about how the retail price will not be inflated at the scale that most people think. That's talking about the consumer.
People don't want to pay $5 more for whatever they buying right now.
Bullshit.
And ultimately, you'll have
they'll pay $5,000 for a bag that costs $20 to make. And I guarantee if you bring the price down on that bag, they won't even buy it.
No. We got to look at it, step out of ourselves, right, and look at it just from the general American citizen. I think sometimes on these panels we forget who the typical American is. We say all the time the typical American can't afford a $500 emergency. The typical American is not buying a $5,000 bag, bro. They're not.
Oh shit! Every tax
company, I was about to say, as soon as they get a commission or their paycheck comes or their alimony or whatever the case may be, they.
Wait, stop. Hold on, Sweeney. So, okay, let's think about what we say all the time. The median income for the American citizen is what, like 50 grand? Are you telling me the typical American has a bag that's 10% of their gross income?
So I would never say that because I understand it, and I'm going to tell you that most people don't have it. And if you understand about those brands, they literally destroy the excess, so the common people can't have it. It's not designed like you won't see Louis and even though it costs $20 to make, you won't see it in Marshalls. You won't see it in those secondary retail stores because they destroy it before they mark it down. So the average person is not buying this. And I understand it's not happening like that.
Right.
If you look at the sales versus people in America,
I'm just saying. We're not saying the average person, but we're saying that most people are going to buy what they feel they will be willing to pay more for. Something they feel is quality, something that they value. They don't.
The point y'all are missing. Hold on, wait. The point y'all are missing is that we're talking about if everybody had to go and do it again. If just based off of what we're saying, if everybody had to go and do it again, they're not going to say, "Hey, I'm okay with the prices of everything rising up and me having to pay more for dish detergent, me having to pay more for shoes, me having to pay more for this." They're going to say, I'm going to go back and vote the other way because it keeps the price of everything back down to what it used to be.
I don't think it's a pay more, though. I don't think the goal is to pay more. I don't think the goal is to have it. Yes, he wants to give a little bit more, like businesses to America, but I don't think his overall goal is to stop.
We don't care. People don't care what his overall goal is. They're talking about what's happening right now.
Yes,
they're saying what's happening to me right now, I do not like, or what potentially can happen to me, I do not like. If I had a chance to go back and do it again, I'm voting against Trump. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
We don't. Nobody cares about what his 10-year plan is. Nobody cares about what his 5-year plan is. What they care about is, are you raising tariffs and my prices of goods about to go up 100% because your ass don't know how to deal with China? I'd rather go with Kamala because at least the price of fucking eggs won't go up.
Right.
Who's
to say that that's not going to happen with Kamala? Who's to say that it's not going to be
exactly?
Who's to say there's not going to be a whole other thing that's going to impact even more? Like that's the thing. It's like you don't know. You don't know.
It's a he say kind of thing. Like,
y'all are missing the perspective. Two different perspectives, right? Y'all are talking about the perspective from the people that are renting. And Trump's, what I think, what Trump doing with these tariffs?
We also
can't hear you. We can't hear you.
We're also talking about an intel perspective too. Like you're not gonna know what people are gonna do as far as when it comes to raising and lowering or the prices of, or the tariffs on fucking goods and shit. These are things that is confidential. These are confidential moves that the cabinet
semi-confidential because there's some people who fucking knew.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like,
y'all are not understanding. The problem is we have to disconnect.
I understand, Sweeney. I understand what you're saying.
Y'all are making an argument for the government when I'm telling you it's the people that would change. Y'all are saying, oh, these people are going to go with Trump again just because we're telling y'all with the way that people feel about how Trump is doing with their fears about prices rising and all of that, they're going to say, no, I'll go the other way. Callie, you may be
Sweeney,
right.
Let's say I'll concede to that, even though I don't necessarily believe you. But I'll concede to that point, right? But I'll say this: what I do honestly think is that it's not a 100 days plan because we're right about we can hear you. It's right about the 100 days mark. He understands that it's a 4-year plan, and I do not think that we are going to be anywhere near where we are right now. This is the first 100 days. He's taken more action than most presidents have taken in their first year. Whether you agree or disagree with it, he's extremely active. He's not vacationing every other day. He's really honestly trying to do something. And he's how effective he's going to be at it, we'll see. Midterms are going to decide a lot. So if he doesn't do this correctly by the midterms, we got issues because people are going to vote him out of power. Essentially, and it'll be the same thing like Mitch McConnell and Obama when the 2 years was up in his term, and he will be virtually powerless. So he doesn't have an entire 4-year. He has a year and a half from now, just about, to really shape things up, and then we're going to see what happens from there. But I'm going to tell you right now, get this sound clip. The midterms is actually going to be more red seats than blue.
As of right now, Trump's approval rating is 44%. It's down from 49% since March. It's the lowest approval rating since Biden at 54%. at the 100-day mark. Barack Obama was rated at 62%. George W. Bush was 63% at the 100-day mark. I'm telling you, if people had a chance today, I'm not saying maybe 4 years from now or 3 years from now that they might not feel it. I'm saying if everybody had a chance today to go and change their vote or re-vote, Trump will probably lose the election.
I agree.
Right. Based off of what's going on now, yeah.
Because and let's say, and I don't know, maybe Sweeney has said this before I had to go out and come back in. The average American, the typical American, is very fickle, and they only care about their bottom line, regardless of whether it's for the good of the long term of the nation or whatever. What Trump doing might be for the best long term prospect for the nation, but the people voting today care about today.
My eggs are $7.99 a dozen. I don't give a
but they care about
Period.
I don't give a fly fuck what you trying to
because of bird flu.
But also,
that's bird flu doing that.
I know. I'm just saying, like,
how many people know that, Trev?
Yeah, it's $7.99 because there's
everybody watching the news and who chooses to be informed, which is not nearly enough people. I get it.
Which is the vast majority of the nation is not informed.
Most people are uninformed. They're looking at, why is my gas so high? Why is my egg so high?
And a lot of that has to, but they need to be informed because a lot of the things, the questions that they have answers to them, and they're blaming the wrong part, and they're not doing their part to change what.
You're talking about what they should be doing versus who they are.
At the same time, we have to. Should we not hold people accountable to know what goes down in our government or judicial system? Should we not know? We have to know. We need to hold these people accountable.
Y'all are
making
the case
hey, look, learn
all we're arguing is if people were to revote today, this was the argument. If people were to revote today, Trump would probably lose. We were met with, I disagree. All me and Doug Will are doing is pointing out to you why we believe that would happen. Whether you want to call the people of America ignorant or not, it does not matter, because based off of how people feel, if they were to revote today, whether it's good for them or not, they would say, I'd rather go with Kamala than to go with Trump because I don't like what's going on right now.
And that's fine. I will agree with you that most people, when they're put in a situation like this, they're going to go ahead and, change their minds. And that's fine. But also, we do have to state facts instead of just like, yeah, that is a fact. Like, yeah, they might choose whatever the case may be. You brought up the statistics. But we also have to bring up the other things as well as to what is really going on in this world and why these changes are being made. Because it's not like we're just coming out of this shit with our ass. It's not like this shit is just happening just because of vengeance. It's because there are certain countries that are trying to take down the US dollar. And then what happens when that happens? Now our money starts getting even worse than it already is when we're already in a bunch of fucking debt. And a lot of it has to do with the way this whole thing is going on.
Voters remain gloomy about the economy at 71% rate. Economic conditions negatively, and 55% say it is getting worse for their family. Both of those.
What's the source?
Fox News. Both of those numbers are slightly improvements compared to where they stood in December. Still, only 28% say it feels like they're going to get better by a 22-point margin. More think Trump's policies are hurting rather than helping the economy. Trump is underwater by a narrower 11-point margin when voters are asked what they expect from his policies in the long run. That means if he were to rerun today, he'd probably take an L.
I don't think so.
Have y'all been watching these Republican town halls and how people in
they are going off?
They are going to fuck off on them.
Yeah, but those people are sent there to do that shit. Those are deliberate. Those disruptors. Those disruptors. Have you seen them?
Disruptors.
Those are not disruptors, Trev. Those are people that live in those districts.
Seen a lot of them, man.
Them are real people, bro. These people are upset, bro. They are not happy. Now, granted, y'all may be right. I mean, I would argue that y'all could be right. That what he's doing may be for the better in the long run. But when you think about how people think, they are not rocking with him right now. As far as like, if there is still a significant number that rocks with Trump, true. But if you were to try to, if people were to try to revote, if you had an election today, based off of what's going on today, a lot of people would say I would rather go back to whatever that was before than to do what we're doing right now. And it may not, they may be voting wrong, but a lot of people vote wrong.
What are y'all started paying more for so far? What I mean, okay, we understand the retirement plan. If you're retiring this year or next year, I understand that part. Okay, cool. That's a valid concern. But outside of that, the eggs, okay, we got the bird.
Well,
what
I
are
can
people
tell you,
really
I can tell you
paying
right
for
now, I can tell you right now, in my industry, there's already a concern about the prices of hair products going up.
But did they go up? How much are you paying more now versus
it doesn't matter
a couple of weeks
whether
ago?
it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? How does it not matter what you're paying?
I'm gonna explain. While they may not be up right now, just the general concern that they might go up is all that it takes.
Sweeney, they missing the point of what we're saying. Y'all are overestimating.
No, I'm not. We all are getting exactly what you're saying. I can regurgitate. I can repeat exactly. You're stating that based off of the statistics from what he read on Fox News, 44% of Americans are going to choose the other side because they are struggling right now based off of what is going on as of right now. That is verbatim what he stated. So I understand what he stated, but I was also letting him know that yeah, that might be the case, but this is the reason why these changes are being made. Whether we agree with them or not, that's just what's going down. We can speak what ifs or if people could or this and that, but that's not the option we have here. The option we have right now is to understand what is going on, why these changes are being made, and what is being done about them. From there we can
look, watch this. Now look, do you know how easy this is to flip? Look, check this out. Now watch this. You just demonstrated how fickle Americans are, right? Right. Yeah. So let's just say if I'm Trump, right, and I understand my points could go down 5 months. I could go down 5 points in a month. It's probably a way I could go up 10 points in a month. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna throw a stimulus out right before midterm and watch it fly.
He could do that.
I'm gonna say I found all this.
He could do that. We're not saying that there's no potential for him. We're saying if voters had to revote today, I'm not saying by midterm, if he did some shit that'll get voters back on his side, or if all this shit tend to work out and eventually in the next 2 years, would they still? I'm saying if voters had to revote today, just the fear alone, that's why I said it doesn't matter, because we're already in this industry, we're already fearing the prices of hair products going up. It don't require for it to actually happen. All we got to do is think that it's going to happen, and we're going to say, "No, I'd rather not that." Because you got to think, we're if I'm a regular, because I'm a regular day person, right? I'm in the industry. If I had a chance to vote for the prices to stay the same as they are right now, or potentially for them to go up 20% in 3 months, even though, like to Trey's point, it did not happen. But if you were to ask me, the regular consumer, which area would I vote for? I would tell you, I would much rather the prices not go up 20%. I'm going to go in the opposite direction. It doesn't require it to actually happen for it to sway my vote.
Well, I found
that's your regular American.
I found an article cited by Reuters, WSJ, The Nation, and US Today, Forbes, all that, says that despite economic challenges linked to tariffs, many Americans continue to support Donald Trump due to their belief in his long-term vision for the country's economic independence and job creation. A Pew Research Center survey indicates that 70% of Republicans approve of his tariff increases, viewing them as necessary steps to protect American industries and reduce reliance on foreign imports. Even among those directly affected, such as Kentucky farmers facing reduced demand for soybeans due to some other shit. But due to trade tensions with China, so they still support.
Well, that's Republicans. That's not Americans. That's just Republicans.
Well, all I'm saying is
he swayed a lot of votes. He swayed a lot of votes that weren't actually hard-nosed Republicans during the election.
I'm just saying, with that, I still don't feel like
that's how you win.
Is enough voting. Is enough people out there heartbroken or torn to the point that they would vote in the states that has the highest count for the electoral push to swing in favor of Kamala Harris because of that. I don't see it mathematically.
But you're missing a point. Again, you just read a stat that only talked about Republicans, not Americans. The thing that I quoted was American approval rate, not just the Republicans, the entire country. His approval rating at the point in which he was elected was significantly higher than what it is today. And if you're talking about a significant drop in his approval rating, then you can bet for sure that he will have a significant drop in how many people are willing to vote for him. That's all I'm talking about.
Your side has just as much validity as this one. It's all based on speculation. But then we could also say if Kamala were in office up until this time, and we looked at her first 100 days, then she could have suffered even a worse landslide.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing that. I didn't say that she would.
The argument isn't that Kamala would have been Kamala would have done better than Trump in these first 100 days. The argument is that based on what Trump is doing now, whether it's for the long-term good of the nation or not, the fact what people are feeling, not thinking, not looking up, what they're feeling, it would have went the other way. If they could have had a crystal ball and gone ahead to today versus election day and said, okay, this is what's going to be going on in late April 2025 versus voting today, they would have voted for Kamala.
They would have said,
I would say this is very hypothetical, and I get it, but I don't even think it even matters, even as much as we're talking about it, because if indeed there's another vote or Trump is trying to win and is was it 2028 or some shit like that? No, I would say that
it'd be JD Vance probably in 2028.
I would say he would still win the votes amidst all of this. What we're talking about.
I think so. Hey, Kyrie, how old are you?
27.
Do you consider yourself conservative or liberal?
No, I would say conservative for sure.
Are most of your friends conservative or liberal?
I probably would say conservative as well.
How do they feel about what's going on with Trump? Like, if your age demographic, would they vote for him, or would they?
I mean, I feel like they only think about the fact that, like, we know that he's a businessman solely. He gonna do what's best to benefit him, but he gonna do something that's gonna make us a bit excited, like give us money, stimulus. That's all that we thinking about is the money aspect of things when it comes to Trump.
Yeah, everybody waiting on that stimulus.
That's what I'm saying. Like you know what I'm saying? The fact that he gave money, they know that he's about money and about business. So if he gonna make something shake, he gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? That's the biggest thing about Trump. You might not like the way he does things or says things, but he's a businessman. He's gonna get it done. Like, that's just.
What's the general opinion about Kamala or the Democratic Party right now for your age demographic?
For Kamala?
Yeah.
I would just say the fact that she just doesn't have enough to bank on. Like, you know, her coming as a president, what we gonna say? What can we look at to say that, okay, she's gonna do the things that she's saying, or she's actually gonna put things into work to make those things like change? She doesn't have. What can you base it off of? What can you really say that she's done already, or, you know, is doing to make something change for us? What can you use to say?
Can I ask you a question, Kyrie?
What's up?
How many people that you know in your age demographic vote?
I couldn't even tell you.
Okay.
Rough percentage wise, is it more than 60%, less than 60%?
What, that voted for, you think, Kamala?
No. That vote
in general.
That vote period.
Oh, that votes in general? I'd probably say 50-60%.
That do vote?
Yeah, that does.
Okay.
Do you think the new generations are swinging more liberal, or is it a swing towards being more conservative not aligning with what's going on liberally.
I think it's honestly basing it off of, I don't even think they're paying attention to the things that are really important. I think they're basing it off of the things that have been done already. You know what I'm saying? I think they're basing it off actions. I think that's what I think they're really basing it off of.
Okay.
I don't think they're really focusing on that aspect.
How old are you, Curry?
I'm 27.
27. Okay,
Yeah.
that's not bad. You think the likelihood, based off the liberation and all this shit's going on, you think the likelihood of you having a gay friend is different today than it was 10 to 15 years ago?
It's definitely different. It's the 21st century, man. It's a lot of things that's happening that wasn't happening back then. It's a lot of things that's accepted now that definitely wasn't accepted back then, for sure.
Do y'all think men can be bisexual?
Oh shit!
What the hell are you talking about, Em?
I think men.
To ask another man.
Whoa there.
Hold on.
He said you're 27, so.
No.
How you feel about the bisexual niggas?
How do you feel about this, Pi?
Look, this is my whole
rainbow in the bio.
This is my whole problem about the whole rainbow thing. I don't have a problem with it. I don't care about it. It's your life. Live and do what you're gonna do. But my thing is I feel like in this world, gay, black, the community, they stick with black men if you're gay. And it's like if you a gay black man that's getting picked on, the whole community rushes you and gets you, right? But it's a black man on the street that's being interrogated for something he didn't do. You think the Caucasian people like, oh, what are you doing? No, it's like if you're not gay, you don't get the
you're invisible.
You're invisible. And I don't like that. That's the only thing that I don't like about the community and how they pick and choose when they want to say something is right or wrong.
So who's more likely to be rallied behind by women today? A gay man or a masculine man?
What do you mean by that?
Who do women like? To your example, I think he said it. He said the gay man would be probably supported and rallied behind, like come to the aid of, defense of, support
like,
of.
Who would be supported more, a woman or a gay man? Is what you're saying?
A black man or gay
a gay man or a masculine man. What would be championed more, masculinity or homosexuality?
Oh, homosexuality for sure.
That's wild.
I think that for sure, just because I feel like most women like that. They view them as like an equal in a sense. It's like
gay men don't get in front of the woman's bottom line. Man. They typically want the same thing, so it's more like an ally.
Mm-hmm.
How are the men? How are the men in your age group like dealing? Like, do y'all just say it is what it is, or do y'all kind of feel like y'all want to fight against that rhetoric, or is it? It's just shit. I can't do nothing. Like, what is the thought process when you because when I was growing up, it was rare you would see it like an openly gay man. Like, it wasn't a big thing, and transsexuals almost didn't exist.
I think that we know the fact that the community is so strong that you even voicing your opinion on it, they just don't avoid that because the community is huge, strong. I think the LGBT community is like one of the strongest communities out here. Like so. Mm-hmm. For sure. If you it's even say
career suicide, trying to even give an opinion on it.
Yeah, for sure. Like they'll cancel you.
It's got NSFW, not safe for work.
Yeah, pretty much.
You
so I feel like
right?
they just don't say nothing. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would. Yeah, probably want to just stay away from this conversation. Somebody might clip you.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, I said it in the right. I said it in the. I know how to voice my opinion while being respectful. I'm not worried about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I ain't got shit to lose. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say.
Yeah, I can voice my opinion, but I do have respect at the same time.
So. I mean, I got something to lose, but I'm protected.
I have family members that are like, I know people that are.
Niggas turn their camera off when we talk about this topic. Let me do the same.
I know. we support the community. We're not here to like be like, oh, you're
plausible deniability.
I have family members that
take our name tags down, yo. Change my name.
I'm standing on my shit.
I'm gonna change my name to Marcus White.
Nah, I feel like we spoke about great things within the conversation. It wasn't anything that was degrading of any sort. So
Yeah, we're not bashing anyone.
yeah,
I mean,
so I feel like you shouldn't even worry about that. I was we just coming from a different point of view and perspective of a different age group.
Yeah,
so, you know what I'm saying.
You know what's next after a female woman pastor? I mean, not pastor, but president. The next thing they want to push for the first gay president.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't be surprised.
I wouldn't be.
I think that, but I think that
be surprised.
What should matter? It's sad because what should matter is this the person. But what should matter is this the perfect person to run our country. Doesn't matter
if
the
first country in the world that had a gay top official, right?
I mean, we probably already had gay officials. What are you saying?
Yeah, like there are.
No, we've had we would be the first.
You think that there hasn't been a gay president already? We just don't know. They just haven't came out. Like we've had gay presidents run the country before. They just weren't open about it. So it's not like it's gonna really change anything. It depends on who that person is. Do they really care about their country? Do they really care about fighting for us? Do they really care about us as a whole and us thriving? That's what matters is the people. And as long as you're about the people and you're about this country and you're wanting to take it to see new heights, then yeah, I don't care what ethnicity you are, what mate you have in the bedroom. I don't care. Just take care of me. I take care of you.
I heard the single mother, not single mother, but the teen pregnancy rate was going down. Do you think women in your age group are more likely to get married and have kids out of wedlock, or just refrain from having kids altogether?
I honestly think that this generation is cooked when it comes to any form of relation. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's a cold world out here. I'm 27, no kids, single, and I wouldn't even say that I'm searching right now just because of the mindset of a lot of women at my age. So
as you can see, you got to be making more than 55K, right?
Damn
no,
near.
he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Oh shit! Y'all just proved that you gotta make more.
No, I didn't. I only went with the first choice because guess what? The first choice wasn't a bad option, and I'm the type of person where if someone has
first choice had 190K.
That's not what I was looking about, though. That's not what I was looking at, though. I was also looking at we do the same things. I'm not a
thing is what sold her. Yeah. I knew
that right there. When I saw the gamer, I was like, okay, this guy's cool. And then when I saw
introverted,
another thing what I saw was a virgin. Do you know why I like that? I like that because I was like, damn, this person has dick discipline. This person is able to take himself and get to new heights. No, I'm dead ass. A virgin is not a turn off. A virgin is not a turn off at all.
No. 31.
He doesn't have you know what I mean? He's less likely to have STDs.
I think it'd be more of a power trip for you as a woman because it's more so I get to groom him to do what I want for me. He's never done anything before. He's never done anything before. So what you tell him to do, he's gonna do it. If he knows that.
No, I mean, come on. I'm sure he's watched videos. He knows what he wants to do.
No.
You can't get stuck in that virtual shit because then you ain't gonna know what the real shit is. That's
but when you get the real shit, it feels amazing, right? I mean, at the end of the day, what? I'm not.
A 31-year-old that's a virgin does not have dick discipline. Nobody wants to fuck him.
Okay, well then guess what? I'll fuck with him. I'll fuck with him if nobody else wants him. You know why? Because guess what? At the end of the day, one man's trash is another man's treasure. Same thing with the woman. Who's to say this person could have? I mean, no, but for me, I don't give a fuck because if you're a cool person and you're down to earth, I didn't see anything wrong with him. That's the thing is that this is why I chose him because a lot of times we get a really good option. And because we want to know what's on the other side, or we want to know if the grass is greener, instead of just greening our own grass, nurturing our own grass, we want to go on the other side. And then look, all the other options were dubs. All the other options were dubs.
I came for it. She did make the best selection, and it was sensible.
I get it. You made it. She made the best. Other 4 women, what did they do?
He had the most
I
stability
know what
out
I
of all
want.
of them.
I know what I want, though. I'm not looking for a certain. You don't have to be the fucking. Oh, you have to be this. You have to be that. No, you just have to know where you're going.
Take yourself out of it.
Yeah, right, Callie.
Darwin, look though. Check it out. What do we advise women to do? If you say if you would have described that dude, let's say she came to you for a counseling session or whatever, and then he said everything. she said everything about him or whatever. It describes stability. I would have told her to go for it. Like,
yeah, most definitely. I'm not saying he's not a bad choice. I'm just saying if you look at the majority of the women,
Two-parent household.
that dude that made 55 didn't get no play until they ran out of options. Until their last option was a 57-year-old sugar daddy.
You know, at the end of the day, I mean, but I can't speak on what other people would want. I'm pretty sure there are other women like myself that would pick number one as well. I just feel that it's just you guys asked on our personal preference.
I'm trying to tell you.
You guys asked based on my personal. Okay,
Kelly.
but you asked based on my personal preference. You said who would
Callie
choose?
We believe you, but we don't believe there are a lot of women that would have also picked that. That's
yes, Kelly. We
The
believe
vast majority.
Kelly, you've been in this
would
space
pick
long
number
enough. You
one.
really saying that most people would have picked the dude that make $55K per year?
That 1 point.
I think there will be. I think the way he looks. I think with the way
5'7" too.
Wait,
Now,
what do you mean? I was talking about the second dude. I thought you were talking about the HVAC.
The second dude was
I know a lot of women that will date
pounds.
the way he looks. Like a lot of women, if he were to approach a woman and to have charisma and take her out and stuff like that, I know a lot of women that would go off of him just by the way he looks. Like not knowing anything if he approached a woman. And then as long as he's taking care of them, I don't think that they would really be like, oh, you make less than me. As long as he's doing whatever it is that.
Yeah. Callie, who gonna get the most women out that group of men?
I think the one that's gonna get the most was the fourth guy, the guy that has the real estate or whatever. That guy or the sugar daddy.
Wow.
Nah, or the D boy. The D boy is him and the D boy.
I was gonna say that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, the D. I was talking about that. Yeah, the third
like the
one.
bad boys, man.
The third one. Yeah.
They're like the
third
bad
one.
boys, man. They don't like the good guys. They like the bad guys.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with good guys. I choose a good guy.
The number one guy is he is objectively the best option to be a husband. Objectively.
And that's what I want.
Wait, that's what you want.
We're talking about he would have got abused in that relationship.
He would not. I would
had
never.
no experience with women.
Wait.
Introverted.
You would be in heaven. I'd be like the girl.
You're not doing it right.
You gonna get bored of that nigga because he ain't gonna be able to show you no experience.
Listen, you can never get bored with Callie. And I can never get bored because I'm gonna make sure we have a good time.
In White's point, you would have got bored of him.
No. Honestly, I would. What the fuck else is out there? We just talked about. There's nothing else out there.
So if he's putting it in your belly button, you telling me that
putting it in my belly button is great. I would look at him and I'd be like, no, honey, that's not where it goes.
God damn, the dude watched porn before, man. I'm sure that he knows where to go.
He knows where to go.
I didn't mess up my
first of all, that's not where you mistakenly put it at. It's one other place.
Listen, there's other, and 9 times out of 10,
you can't do that by mistake.
9 times out of 10, I'll probably be the one being like, "This is what you got to do," and trust me, he's gonna do it.
Because I was watching Don't Be a Menace, and I think they started off with the
that movie was funny. I love that movie.
He made a mistake and put it in the wrong hole.
You can't do that in real life.
Nah,
that's happened to me before. That's happened to me before.
By mistake?
By mistake, yeah. It was by mistake.
What? You ain't doing that by
mistake. It was by mistake. No, it happened to me before.
That was not a mistake.
No, it was a mistake.
But
it didn't go in the belly button. But the thing is, at the end of the day, we got to understand.
I thought she was about to explain how that happened.
No.
Whoa.
No. Y'all ain't gonna get me. No.
We want answers.
No.
Sharpe gonna get you.
No.
We don't believe you.
Listen. What I want, I know it might be rare, might not be rare. I know a lot of women that think like me. So to me, that's the majority. And to me, what matters is what is it that you're looking for. If you're looking for money, you're gonna, of course, find a man with money. If you're looking for stability, that I just want a husband, like someone that's going to love me for myself, because that's hard to find. Someone that truly loves you, is about you, is for you, and wants to see you grow just as much as you want to see them grow. That's really hard to find. And if I have the opportunity to have that, I wouldn't take it for granted. And that would be one lucky motherfucker.
So Callie, here's the problem, right? You said a lot of women. Well, first things first, you said it didn't matter about the money. So let's take that money out. If you saying 55,000 would have been cool, right?
That's fine. That's fine. That's all you need.
All right,
that's
great.
like
and you're saying that
apartment.
women think like you. So you think that most a good portion of most women who think like you are going to say, okay, I'm going to take a guy who's 5'7", making $55K, gamer, virgin. Like, there's so many of those men available. It's sickening.
Yeah.
I'm saying
hard to believe.
that's not what I said though.
Hold on,
You got to
wait,
repeat. You got to reiterate exactly what I said. I said that I might be an anomaly, but for me, the women that I hang out with, my majority of women, we don't care about those things because we've dated men with a lot of money. You know what I mean? We understand what comes with that. I'd rather, like I said before in my previous times of being here, I don't care about where you're at. It's not about where you're at right now. It's about where the fuck we're gonna be in 5 years. And I'm gonna tell you right now, that IT guy, 5'7" virgin that's making $55K a year, give him fucking 5 years. Give him 5 years and see where the hell he's at, which is probably gonna surpass.
He was making
a lot of those men on the
195K.
roster.
He was making 195, but
Exactly.
I took that out. No, I took that out because she said
but
she didn't
give
care
him-
about
but
the
at
money.
one-
So that's why I minused it. She said she
But at
didn't
one
look
point
at
in
it
his
for the money.
life, exactly. At one point in his life, he might have just been at 25K. At one
No,
point in his life, he might have been there.
See, but the way it was proposed is that's what it is. You can't build a bear. In this particular
It's not
situation,
about building that. He's going to build himself. You're just there with him as support.
No, let's say he's not doing that. There are most men don't really elevate in their careers. That's just how it goes. That's real life for most of us.
Next to them.
Trev, here's the tripped out part. You don't actually have to use Callie. We don't even have to try to figure out who her friend group is. We had 5 women on the panel, and they all passed up on him. They passed up on him and the second dude. That means 1 in 5 women chose that dude. That means over 80% of the women that we saw right in front of us, and I'm sorry, if you looked at the chat at the time in which he was put up there, all the women in the chat also said pass.
You're just the 2%, Callie. You're just the 2%.
You are an anomaly.
That's
They were not picking him.
Most women do not think like that.
Well, maybe we should.
It's sad that you've been in this space so long and on all these panels, especially. I think I've seen you on a bunch of red pill extreme panels, and the fact that you could say that
extreme.
Because I'm not influenced by what other people say or do. Just because other people might be a certain way doesn't mean that's my calling. I'm going to be who I am regardless, on and off of this webcam. I'm going to be myself. And if that means I'm getting called all these names for it, or I'm getting all the backlash, I don't give a fuck, because guess what? At least I can say I'm genuine and I'm me. At least I can say I'm honest. At least I can say that when I do find the person I'm looking for, it's going to be a great thing. It might not be great all the time. We might have some work to do. I understand that's going to happen. But for the most part, I'm willing to put in whatever work it takes to get the destination that I'm going and get what I want. Because I get what I fucking want.
I get you.
And
I'm
so
just saying it just, if you listen to these women that come on these platforms and stuff, it's just out in the world, bro. They telling you they are not going for those guys. They call them average guys.
They're really not, though. You know what's crazy is the reason I believe in this is because I see it firsthand. All the men in my family, my brother and my uncle, who I'm very close to, they got it out the mud. I watched my uncle record music from my grandma's house, or my grandma's backyard, to working with almost every record label that, if anyone was a rapper here to this day, would dream of working with. I've seen my brother go from being a freaking security guard to now working a job that is his dream job that he's always wanted to do since he was young. And we didn't have nobody making these plays for us. We had to get it out the fucking mud. So when I see shit like that happen in my own family, I believe that when a man puts his mind to something and he really wants something, he can make it happen. It may not happen today, may not happen a year from now, but give him enough time to stay consistent, he will get there. And if he has the right woman by his shoulder, just supporting him and taking it further with him, that's all he needs is a supporter that's going to encourage him to chase what he needs to chase. We're not changing anything. This person was already going to be that. That was his calling. That was his destiny. We're just deciding to ride it along with him for however long it takes so we can all get there together.
Callie, did you think me and Trev were shallow as fuck?
Shallow as fuck as far as like knowing what you wanted with the women. Well, I thought your comments, because I know you guys, I don't think you guys are shallow people, but the comments that you made were a little bit shallow, because I understand that like the girl had a lot of weight on her, but based on the other options, like it's nothing to hit the gym based on that. But I don't know. I just
255 a woman
I think this is the
that
thing,
big.
right? This is the thing. A woman will easily
Hard.
judge a man off of his height, something that he can't even control.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat. Everything
that.
else could be perfect. Yeah, you're attractive, but you're just too short. And mind you, he might be 6 foot, and that's you. Oh, you're too short. You want a ball player. You want one of them ball players, like unrealistic. Like, you know what I'm saying. So that's why I feel like as a man, when we finally say something that's, you know, against the odds of what we want, it's like, all right, you gotta understand it.
But to be fair, I hold women to the same standard though. Like if like the girl that was like, "Oh, you're too short," I said that's cap. I said it's not that he's just, or no, you're too tall. I said it's not that he's just too tall. She just wasn't her physical type. None of those men really said anything wrong. To me, they just seemed nervous. They seemed nervous. They were on camera, and she was pretty, so they didn't know what to. They were put on the spot, you know. So like to me, I just feel like, yeah. Go ahead, Sweeney.
Here's the difference between women and men. Right? When Marcus and them said, bro, I'm not sexually attracted to her enough to even get up for her, you have to understand, at least for y'all, there's still something called lube. There's no such thing as something that outside of a blue pill that might make a heart stop. You know what I mean? That would, like, outside of that, if we can't get hard for you, it's not only is it bad for us, for us personally, that we can't even have sex at that moment. But the woman that we wouldn't even like that.
Yeah,
she'll feel some type of way. So when a man says, "Damn, I wouldn't even be able to get up for that," it's not shallow. It's not shallow. It's human nature. It's literally impossible for us to work, because unless you completely remove sex out of both of our lives and we take it out of our mind,
which is impossible. Yeah,
which is impossible. There's no way that will work.
No, and I get you on that, like 100%. You definitely, like, I wouldn't encourage anyone, like, if you're not attracted to that person and you're trying to just, I think it would work, don't do it, because you might hurt someone that someone is attracted to and might ruin a good thing for them just because you want to be selfish. So I agree wholeheartedly. But there were other comments that were made that were kind of like, y'all didn't have to say all that. You know what I mean? We got it. You know, she's a big girl, but you didn't have to go that
Which
far.
comment? Which comment?
I don't remember. I don't remember exactly what it was. We had so many. We'd have to replay the tape for me to see it.
Who was making them? Who was making them?
I don't remember, but there were several comments where, like, I don't want to say anything because I don't want to put words in your guys' mouth. I know, but I don't remember verbatim, and I don't like to reiterate what someone says unless it's verbatim, because I'm gonna then put words in someone's mouth, and we're all on camera, and like we said, like, I don't want to say the wrong thing and make someone look bad because I mistook it. So I'd rather replay the tape and then be like, yeah, that's what it was.
Let me rephrase. Did I say one of the comments? That's the only thing I really care about.
I'm telling you, if I remembered, I would tell you. But we spoke about so many things that I don't remember who said what.
Yes, Marcus, we both said shallow things. She said,
I called her Big Shirley.
We both said shallow shit, and I know I did too.
I did too. Shit, I called her Big Shirley. She is a big
Shirley. Hold on. So y'all saying none of the stuff? So y'all saying none of the stuff we said was accurate?
I think all y'all.
No, because her name isn't Shirley.
I think all y'all would have.
How you know what her name is?
I don't, but I know it's not Big Shirley.
The other lady, I forgot the other lady that said something. She said, "Yeah, that wouldn't cut it. Even with him making $55K a year and her making her money and them coming together, that's still not enough."
Damn, she said them coming together.
Wasn't
I
even
believe
enough.
them coming together,
Which
though,
shows you that, you know what I'm saying. Go ahead. You good?
No, go ahead, Kyrie. Go ahead.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Go.
Which is basically saying that, like, women are either going to choose you for your looks or your money. It's like being drafted to the NFL with a woman in this day and age now. Like, if you ain't got this, that, and the third, then I'm not even worried about you. You know what I'm saying? So you could be a sensible man, but it wouldn't get to that point.
It's tripped out, bro, because I just had this conversation with one of my clients, bro. And he was like, "Yeah, man, I'm thinking about just focusing on football." I said, "How tall is your dad?" He was like, "Man, I think he said his dad was like 5'9". And I'm like, "How tall is your mama?" He was like, "About 5". I'm like, "Bro, find another." I was like, "Hey," I told him straight up, "Play football, it's okay. But I'm gonna be real with you, bro. You might want to find something else to do in college, bro, because the likelihood," I'm like, and I had to be real with him, like, "Bro, they measure your hands, they measure your arms, they measure your height, they measure how high you can jump. and you just don't fit the bill, bro.
Mm-hmm. It ain't for everybody. It's a special place for people like that.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
and I
saying?
think that, but to be fair, you guys, it took me like I'm the mentality that I have now. I had to make the decision to have this mentality, right? Because there were a lot of things that I was not like, I wasn't like crazy or nothing like that. It's just that like I was so focused in like my 20s on my career that I thought, oh, I was always taught as a woman, you know, never depend on a man, always get your own stuff, get your own place, and then you find someone that this and that. But then over time, I started to learn that I can't do both. It's just about balance, right? And I just started deciding, okay, what is more important to me? Having this really dope ass career or having a partner that for life that we can get to wherever we're going together. And I chose this side. So even though I'm still working on my career and doing what I'm doing, I'm still making that decision to keeping open anything because you never know where you can get with someone else by your side.
Do you think we promoted BBL culture by choices?
Hell no.
To be honest, I see a lot more men hating on women with BBL than I do them liking it. I do think that initially growing up, the music that I heard and the stuff that I would see would always about big booties and big busty boobies and stuff like that. So I do think that did contribute to women feeling like they need to look like that, especially when you see like music videos and like the way women look on entertainment, you know. And then like I don't know, for me, I've been cheated on, so I've seen like some of the stuff that the competition that I have out there. So even I at one point had major insecurities because I felt I wasn't pretty enough. I felt like I was like a solid 3.5 out of 10. And it took me to be able to look at myself and be like, no, you're a pretty girl. Like there's someone that will look at you that you're beautiful. But you know, it's just I do feel that it was encouraged to look a certain way.
Oh, Callie, real quick. I didn't even ask you this question. We done been up here for almost 2 weeks straight now.
Mm-hmm.
What's the update with old boy?
There is none. I'm not. But we don't talk.
You never even got closure at all?
I decided not to.
Oh,
I
okay.
decided what's the point? I decided that if you're just gonna go and like, for me, it's I know I'm gonna put in effort, and I don't require someone to put hella effort into me. But if I ask you a question and you take 2 weeks to answer my question, that is literally a yes or no. That gives me my yes. You don't have to save my fucking feelings. You don't have to tell me, Callie, da 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 da. Just tell me straight up. Look,
Tell you I went to sleep.
not interested. Period. That's all I require. Because there's somebody out there that's gonna like me for me and that does like who I am, and we will be something great. So
was there anything surprising about our thought process? Where he was like, I didn't think men thought this.
No, you guys proved me right.
Oh, well, you said you was disappointed because of how we sharing the number 2.
I didn't say I was disappointed. I said that I expected what and I said it multiple times throughout this show. I said I expected what your answers were. Men are more blunt. Like they're just gonna like, especially when men are grouped together, they're just gonna say whatever the fuck's on their mind, and then later they're like, maybe I shouldn't have said that, but they're just gonna say it because you guys are with your boys, like you guys are like friends, so you guys just are so accustomed to saying whatever.
Let me tell you something. You better be glad. None of us are. You better be glad the guys that's talking in this space right now is married. Because if we were single, oh my God. All hell would be breaking loose on these panels. I can't tell you what kind of dude I would be if I was single right now.
10 times worse.
But would you say
bruiser,
though?
I would be bruiser on 1,000 in this bitch.
But would you say though your wife helped you develop that more like, qu'est-ce que c'est?
Bro,
Like,
if I was
domesticated mentality.
If I was single, I would be the what do you call it when the guy that run the prison? What's the title? Is the warden or whatever?
Or the warden?
Yeah. The
shot caller.
No, the actual the official term.
I think it's the warden, like the warden.
The warden don't run the prison. The shot caller runs the prison.
The shot caller. Oh, are we talking about the person that owns the prison or the
one that owns the private owned prisons? What's the official term?
Oh, the warden.
Yeah, that's the warden.
Right? No, he the warden of the prison, but the person who owns the prison isn't the warden.
But none of them niggas run the prison. The shot caller run the prison.
Yeah.
I would be the motherfucking. I would be the warden of the fucking
Yeah, it's called the
recreational use.
warden.
The recreational use. I would be on this panel telling, don't worry, I'm gonna fly you out and bust you down. That's the type of shit I'd be on. Like, cause I already know you're a hoe.
Oh, don't be saying that shit out loud, bro. Come on, dog.
I would literally say that. I would say,
what is wrong with
y'all,
this man?
bro, listen to what I'm saying. I would say once I start detecting 304 behavior, I would be like the guy that just go ahead and welcome you on over because that's what you are.
Hey, Darwin, you
I ain't
gotta be
gonna
careful
lie.
with that.
I ain't gonna lie to y'all though.
Hold on, you gotta be careful with that nowadays because that'll get you a trafficking charge.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to y'all though, man. If I had to do
Fly
it
you
all over
out.
again,
Flying you out will get you a trafficking charge nowadays.
How is that gonna get you a trafficking charge?
Because you flying a woman out for sexual purposes. You're moving
Yeah.
her across state lines for sexual purposes. That would get you a trafficking
She's
charge.
moving herself across straight lines.
man, say.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right.
Hey, look, but I ain't gonna lie to you. If I had to do it all over again, bro, and I really cared about the bag, I'd have probably came out here and started pandering, bro.
Pandering.
Yeah.
Oh, for like pandling.
Pandering.
Oh, what?
Pandering.
Man, if I had to do it all over again, bro, and I really cared about the bag, I'd have shot out the gates pandering.
If I had to do it all over again, I'm literally doing everything the exact same way.
That's
Bro, if I had to do it all over again, I'd be that nigga with the Gucci shades. I have a Cuban link on, baby oil on. I wouldn't even have a shirt on. I'd be in that bitch with a gold grill in my mouth talking about. I'd be the most pandering nigga at this motherfucker, making all the whole bag on these women.
If I had to do it all over again,
I would have been like, if
he
he don't suck your feet when you walk in the door, he ain't a real man. I would have had I would have had 1 million followers.
Wow.
You'll be a multi-millionaire.
No, the thing is, here's the thing though. For me, if I could do it all over again, I think I wouldn't be so naive. I think that I gave a lot of people too many chances. I was too nice, and I was very naive, and I was a type that like, oh, if you were cool, like everything's great. But I think that's one thing that I would focus on, and then I would also, I think I would take things a little bit slower. I tend to move a little bit fast when I meet someone and I like them. I'm like that person like, I like you, you're mine. No one else's. Drop your hose. You're good. I'll take care of you.
I know what I would have changed it. I wouldn't have lied. I wouldn't have did lies of omission about cheating. I would have been upfront and honest. That's the only thing I ever would have changed.
Oh, I'm not talking about relationship. I'm just talking about this.
I would have had the bag on YouTube.
I'm about to say I don't even count my past relationships as real relationships, so I don't even speak on that.
This YouTube shit, bro. Say.
What? If I didn't care about my people, bro, I would be pandering like a motherfucker, bro. I would have been telling niggas the only way to be a real man is to simp as hard as you can. Spend the whole, if you really love her, spend the whole bag on her. I would have been on some shit. I would have had a whole female following. My shit would have went viral every motherfucking day. Telling you.
But there's no reason to do that though. Like,
I would have
why?
been collabing with Derek Jackson and all them niggas.
There's definitely a reason. There's definitely
Ace Metaphor would have been like, yo, you want to come on this tour? But I was like,
but listen, I was always taught like
Put a link in the chat. If I turned into full-fledged Derek Jackson, y'all would be surprised. And the two of y'all wouldn't be surprised.
I think I would have been Derek Jackson 2.0.
I don't know who's Derek Jackson.
I'm over here made a killing off of women for 5 years straight before he took an L. That man made a killing off of those women, bro.
Ace Metaphor, Dr. Umar, fam. If you pandering, man, stop it.
Dr. Umar still trying to build a school. That nigga ain't built the school yet, and that dude still get bread out of black women.
Well, what if that's
They used to swing me. They used to accuse me of simping and pandering the first 6 months. And today was like, all right, he really ain't just that. He really believe that shit. I should have just actually been a simp and a panderer.
Bro,
wait, I got a question. What's wrong with a good man? Like, why y'all call good men simps? What's wrong with that? I wouldn't mind a simp.
I never called a man a simp. I'm talking about
how
they
you can make money.
And
you know how you can make money? You get
take my shirt off and start doing
You start an online church for born again virgins, bro.
Callie, what is your definition of a good man? What is
You
your
heard him.
definition of a good man?
The definition of you heard him down, guys. Well, I'm reiterating, make sure I heard right. God, Lee.
She said,
No, I didn't hear. I didn't hear. So my definition of a good man is someone that's genuine, that's honest, someone that cares about his family. It's just a caring person, but also has boundaries and has assertiveness. Someone that has, I don't know, just a good person, like someone that's just not egotistical, someone that's just down to earth. That's a good man, like a good person.
Marcus, you ain't shit.
Huh? What?
No, Will, she was describing me once. She was.
Marcus, you ain't shit.
Why? No, but for me, it's
you
like
was
because
describing me. That's
what would you rather have though? Would you rather have someone that's genuine and loyal and honest and will care for you and care about you and have your back? Like, I don't care about who you are with me. Who are you when my back is turned? Who are you when conflict happens? Who are you when something happens and it's time to think fast and we need to move? Who are you in those situations? Because that's how life is.
The problem is a lot of the from what I see on this panel is being in this space about 5 years. The problem is a good man when his back and turned for a lot of women is not what they think a good man is when they're looking at him up front.
Expound on that. What you mean by that, bro?
What? Yeah.
A lot of women. We'll start with the first thing you said. Honest. Women do not like honest men. They do.
I hear that all the time. Okay, well, that's other women. You asked me what Callie wants. I want be upfront with me. If I don't look good today, baby girl, you need to go get your hair done. Okay, cool. I'll tell you, hey, that lineup ain't lining the fuck up. Go back to the barber. Like, what the hell? Like, come on.
They don't like.
Hold on. I think they do like honest men. They don't like assholes. You have to package the truth in a way that people can receive it.
Is that honesty?
Yes.
Yeah, that's still honesty. Listen, I see this all the time. My brother and I are really close. And my brother is one of the biggest assholes. So, listen, like at the end of the day, I can't expect.
People want to hear what they want to hear.
I can't expect a person to package everything right.
Let me talk to Marcus real quick. If women like honest men, Derek Jackson would not have a following.
What was he lying about, actually?
Huh?
What did he actually lie about?
He lied about his lifestyle. He lied about what men should have been. Because
no, he didn't.
What are you saying, nigga?
Look, if I say you should never sell drugs and you should be a virgin, that's not me saying I never sold drugs and I'm a virgin. That's me just saying you should never sell drugs and you should be a virgin.
Nah, bro, you gotta understand that dude was.
We'll call it hypocritical. He lied to his wife.
No,
but you can say the same about Kevin Samuels. You can say the same about other people that are against women that have a large following. There's plenty of people that have. Listen, people like to be entertained. As long as you are on their profile.
What can you say the same about Kevin Samuels?
I mean, what I'm saying is Kevin Samuels people thought Kevin Samuels was telling the truth and he has a large following. So what's the difference? Like, because someone has a larger following.
Derek Jackson got exposed.
Huh?
He got exposed for cheating, which his wife said she walked downstairs and seen the women, so she knew about the women. So he wasn't cheating if his wife.
That was before.
No, but that's not what I'm saying.
His got married.
Statement was that then he didn't have a following, and I'm like, there are plenty of people that don't sit here and feel like they have to pander to get a following. That is my point, and I just used him as a reference.
Here's the better question, Callie. There's a void to fill in the YouTube space. A woman that pretty much took the space by storm. I ain't got to even say her name. Is a void to fill. And before she came into it, I was wondering why hasn't a black woman came and filled that void? I think maybe you got an opportunity. You know who I'm talking about? Fellas, y'all know who I'm talking about?
Just racist
pearly things.
Just pearly things is gone and I have not seen not one woman step up in the creative space and take it.
She ain't in black YouTube, but she ain't going nowhere.
She ain't got to be a black YouTuber to do what she did. She's proven you don't have to be black. She's pretty much fucking Tekashi 6ix9ine, the whole fucking manosphere type, or whatever, red pill space.
Not really.
Nah, bro. She, bruh. No, come on, man.
Most of the manosphere niggas was not fucking with Just Pearly. If we gonna be about
it ain't had to be the guys that
Who
was the
are
creators. It
who
was
are
the
we
audience.
talking
The
about?
audience was fucking with her.
Who are we talking about?
Bro, I used to see, bro, whenever
Pearly.
you a creator, when I
Steph
was
Curly?
growing, I used to see my audience intertwine with her audience. Like, it was almost like 80% of the people that watch my channel watch hers. I was like, God, like, what the?
I don't know who she is.
You probably seen her, the pasty
You
white
definitely
girl.
saw her before.
What is her name? I can't hear. Everyone's
You
talking
look
at
like
once.
Olive Oil from Popeye if they did a remake and brought her back.
Damn, that is who she look like.
That's
Just
perfect.
pearly
That's a
things.
perfect
Just
example.
pearly things.
Just
Let me
Pearly.
look it up.
You seen her before?
Damn, Marcus said
You definitely saw
who she
her.
look
like
like.
who?
The girl from Popeye the Sailor Man, his
Olive
girlfriend.
Oil from Popeye if they did a remake.
Yeah,
and
she look like
The
her.
one with the dark
If
hair?
they did a live action version of
I've
Popeye the
never
Sailor
seen
Man.
her before. I've
You
never
never seen
seen
her
her.
before?
I've
Oh, wow.
never seen her before. I don't know. I'm not really like into the whole like social, like I do social media, but I'm mainly the person that's like going live. I don't really watch a lot of other people as per se, but I'd never heard of her till now.
The issue with the
Wait.
black woman is, first of all, in most cases, she got to get her hair done first. She got to be pretty. She got to show cleavage. By the time she do that, Just Pearly, she done made about 10 videos just waking up with fucking coffee and just putting her hair in the bun. It's just, it's not. I don't think a black woman can fathom coming off a code so strong like that and making that kind of content. I don't even know if
I know a lot of black women. There's a lot of black women do like get ready with me as I go to the gym, or a lot of women that like they
no,
have
you
certain things.
missing what I'm saying. You
No,
missing what
but
I'm saying.
what's her name?
Crimson Cure is all right, but she's not violently direct with her words. Like, she's not very polarizing. Like,
What?
no, she's not.
Kristen Cure ain't direct with her words.
No,
She
she's
be going
not.
in.
Like, she's
The
not
whole
on that level.
wait, the whole hyena concept came from her.
Why
Yeah,
do you
but
call
I
women
get it.
hyenas?
I'm just saying, like, it's you got to see it as. See, I'm a creator. I know what kind of, when you making this content or you writing it or you putting it out, it's just a certain way you engage with your audience or even deliver the content in a certain way to where people are going to be like, well, damn, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? And then you're able to leverage your finances, your money or whatever, or get loans and just put together panels and put people on and bring them together and have an agent helping you out and all this other stuff. Like, it's a whole team. It's a whole process, a whole strategy, a whole system that the woman has to be willing to do and be able to, she's got to be okay with being a villain in front of other women. Like, she probably gonna lose all of her friends. Like, you got to kind of understand what kind of position a creator like Just Pearly Things was like. Can you imagine? I don't even think I've seen other women around her that like was cool with her, except the older black UK talking girl.
So look, Callie, they call her hyenas because this a lesson in biology, right? Female hyenas, they are matriarchal clan. So the women are always at the very top. They're in leadership roles at all times. They also have a faux penis that is exactly similar to a male penis, and they cannot be raped. They have to allow their penis to come in, their faux penis to come in so a man can enter them. When males are born, they put at the lowest rung of the hyena clan, and they have to leave their family pride group and go to another hyena clan in order to move up in the ranks. It's crazy, but essentially they're hermaphrodites that are in power.
Like, no woman, like somebody made it was it Glow?
So then why are we calling women hyenas?
Not one woman. I never seen a woman agree with anything Just Pearly Thing said, ever.
I've
Like,
never heard.
I think women hated her. She probably had to walk around with security or some shit.
I think the reason why Just Pearly Things really did, most women don't mess with her, is because it's so obviously a grift. She's not speaking from a genuine place. She's just trying to get paid.
And that's the thing. Nobody cares.
The black community is a matriarchal community, so they saying that the women are hyenas that run the matriarchal community.
Oh,
the thing about
well,
it is
I don't think
nobody
women
care
are
whether
hyenas. I just think that people just don't like hearing what they have to say most of the time. I mean, at the end of the day, there are men that are going to say shit that's diabolical, and women that are going to say shit that's diabolical. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just keep seeing people say hyena, and I didn't know what they meant by that. But thank you for understand.
Well, shit, y'all. It's getting late, man. I'm about to get out of here.
Yeah.
Man. We've been on this shit for 5 hours.
We're supposed to be in the back chat.
Yeah.
Well,
he probably fell asleep on us.
They're in this shit, man.
Thank you, chat, for this wonderful, wonderful show. This was very fun. And Darwin, thank you so much for hosting the game. That was even more fun.
Was the
We should do
game
more
straight?
games.
Y'all thought that was
I
cool?
thought it was fun. I love
like
you guys know I love games, so we should definitely play more games on this for sure.
Was it solid?
It was solid. It was solid. I think it was cool.
The game was straight. We need a different host next time.
Let the game begin.
No, but thank you guys so much. I mean, this is always a pleasure. I love it when you guys come up. I can't wait to see you guys again. Thank you, chat, for
Kelly. Thank
supporting.
you, Carrie.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thank you for having me, man.
Appreciate
that.
You normally don't go this long. I know y'all like, what the fuck?
Charlie,
Nah.
I ain't coming back. I need to.
Appreciate it. $72 calorie,
Nah,
man.
this cool, man. I like it's cool. This was cool.
Shot $2. JI with Chicago Bears. Took Shador Sanders. Bruno, $5 super sticker. The Will $4.99. How much work does it take to show up for a funeral and an inauguration? She ninja explaining because she knows she made her husband look weak.
Facts.
The $3 super sticker. Bruno with the $5 super sticker. Thank you, Bruno. Appreciate you. Hit that like button on. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Way out. Thank you guys. We out.